Chapter 901, You will experience a new way of death. After experiencing despair, Tease alone knows how to cherish the present. Stella is his reverse scale, which is his weakness. Anyone who wants to start from this aspect will usher in his crazy revenge. He worked hard for the beast fruit because Yamato helped him at the time when he was most helpless, gave him a ladder to climb up, and continued to give corresponding rewards in the future. He received rewards for his efforts and could see his own future. Of course, he would not be a double-faced person, especially in the face of such threats. He would not choose to compromise. There are only zero and countless times of compromise. He loves Stella, but once he compromises with other forces because of such things, he will put his weakness on the table. This will not only not make Stella safer, but will make her more dangerous. No matter what he was coerced to do, it was a very bad beginning. Under the expansion of desire, those people will continue to coerce him to do more dangerous things. You are really brave. The gold ornaments on Tezaro's body began to melt gradually. He had been thinking about how to deal with CP0 in front of him. This was a signal. His attitude was likely to affect the subsequent actions of the world government. Since the world government did not use force to welcome it, it meant that they had not yet planned to overturn the table. Tezaro believed that the CP0 in front of him was just a test. If he showed weakness, the world government would inevitably intensify the next step and make policies that were more unfavorable to him. Only by being strong enough can they adjust their policies while taking into account the situation in the sea and the attitude of the celestial dragons. After thinking about it, the gradually melted gold ornaments returned to their original appearance. Tezaro did not intend to expose this trump card, so he decided to change his approach. Swish! Tezaro's fingertips flashed with cold light, and a cross-shaped dent appeared on the ground. Good reaction, you actually dodged it. Tezaro, do you know what you are doing? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I know what I am doing. I am very interested in your life now. Asshole, you are declaring war on the world government? No, 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 don't think too highly of yourself. Unless I kill you directly in public during the live broadcast, that situation will not happen. Listening to CP0's words, Tezaro acted very comfortable. The world government's attitude towards CP0 has always been to use it as a tool. If this tool cannot play the expected effect, the world government will not mind changing to a new set of tools. With the relationship with the celestial dragons, he can be sure that even to the world government, his value is much higher than that of a CP0, and they will never turn against each other directly because of this matter. After all, this is just a private occasion, and it will not have a bad impact at all. People like you, don't you know what CP0 stands for? I think you have been brainwashed too much, so you can't figure out your position. You might as well guess, assuming that I agree to join the world government, and the condition is your life, will they agree? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, whether you or me, we are just their dogs. When two dogs bite each other tightly and only one can be saved, they will of course choose the one they like more. To put it nicely, you and I are both pawns, but my value is far greater than yours. The blue compound eyes replaced the original pupils, and the arms turned into huge needles. Tezaro waved the bee sting in his hand and attacked the CP0 in front of him. The CP0 originally thought that Tezaro only had some ability to protect himself, but after the fight, he realized how wrong his perception was. This guy didn't look like a businessman at all. The two bee stings danced vigorously, and the powerful domineering aura was not even comparable to him who had been trained by the world government since childhood and had performed many tasks. After he narrowly avoided Tezaro's fatal blow, he found that a gold ring was put on his neck. Although I have always disliked you agents, you are definitely the one I hate the most. Since you want to please your master, you should pay the price. Under the influence of Tezaro's ability, the golden ring began to shrink, and the CP0 was instantly enveloped by a strong sense of suffocation. When he tried hard to break the hard golden ring, Tezaro kicked him into the wall with a side kick. Your physical fitness is quite strong. I hope your luck is so good. Tezaro did not kill him directly, but found Bakura after confirming that he had lost consciousness. He did not intend to kill him personally. Bakura, your ability should be fine, right? Yes, but this is the first time I use it on a living person. It doesn't matter, just use your best strength. I will arrange a backup plan. If this doesn't work, I will try another method. Yes, I will try my best. Bakura squatted down and placed her palm on the forehead of the CP0. It took more than 10 minutes before she took her palm away. As the user of the lucky fruit, her fruit is very effective in combat. The increase in value is very small, but this kind of fruit that is biased towards the rule system is often more unsolvable. Except for a few strong people who can use their own domineering to be immune to the ability of this kind of fruit, others can do nothing about it. Bakura's ability can deprive others of their luck, and there is a unique way to die called unlucky death. Being killed by a coconut while traveling on the beach, sitting in the room and encountering a dump truck crashing into the house, and the highest general being shot down by his own anti-aircraft gun while inspecting the battlefield, the deaths of these unlucky people are amazing and unexpected. Some people can't die even if they fall from the sky island, some people will die on the stairs, some people can't die even if they hold a bomb, and some strong people will die inexplicably in the explosion. It is difficult to describe the luck of these people as bad. It can only be said that there is a lack of camp buff. This is also Bakura's in-depth development of the lucky fruit. As long as the degree of extraction is increased, she can affect a person's next encounter. This is a terrifying ability that even Usopp will be affected by. Afterwards, Tizalo put the CP0 into a sack and threw him out. After he woke up, he thought that Tizalo was finally scared and didn't dare to kill him. When he was about to report to his boss, he found that the Den Mushi was broken for some reason, and his teammates also lost contact. Because it was a Den Mushi of the CP agency, ordinary Den Mushi couldn't get in at all, so he had to go to a nearby safe house. As a result, as soon as he entered, the safe house caught fire and almost burned him to death inside. He planned to take a boat back to the Red Earth continent, but the boat hit a reef and sank halfway. He finally managed to rob a pirate ship, but when he was about to reach his destination, a gradually growing lava fist appeared in his field of vision. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 902, Top Assassination and Drake Balance. Marijoa is now under martial law, and any unidentified ship approaching will be directly sunk. This CP0 robbed a pirate ship. Although he wisely changed the flag, he was still attacked. He didn't know why the Den Mushi near him would break inexplicably, and even a Den Mushi died in his hands. When he used flag language, the flagpole would break inexplicably, and he would encounter sea fog inexplicably when using sign language. When he wanted to abandon the ship and land quickly, he was attacked by Akainu. The order he received was to destroy any suspicious ships and protect the absolute safety of Marijoa, so his actions in the face of this CP0 were completely in line with the order. Mr. Tizaro, that guy is dead, and the cause of death I don't know. The luck of the lucky fruit is borrowed. Although it can be consumed, if the original owner of the luck dies before this luck is exhausted, then the luck borrowed by Bakura will also disappear. She did not use the luck plundered from the body of the CP0, but the stored luck disappeared abruptly. There is only one result, that is, the provider of luck has died. The lucky fruit is a strange fruit that abides by the principle of conservation at a certain level. If someone is lucky, then someone else will be unlucky. Now that the unlucky person is gone, the luck will naturally leave. She has made similar attempts before, but this is the first time that the magnitude is so large. This kind of death-level bad luck cannot be achieved by a simple touch. She needs a long time of contact to complete this task. The actual application value is not high, but in assassination, this ability is first class and useful. The death of the CP0 made the world government's subsequent investigation confused. They didn't believe you when you said that this matter had nothing to do with Tesoro, but it was Akainu who ultimately caused his death, and the subsequent investigators did not find any malpractice. If they had to give a reason, it was bad luck. They couldn't imagine that a person could be so unlucky. If it was really done by Tesoro, they would have wanted to invite Tesoro to guide them. This was simply the most perfect assassination. Even a senior CP0 would not dare to say that he could do it so flawlessly. No one knew what happened to Tesoro. The CPO who was also on a mission beside Stella also disappeared abruptly. It was the two Drago Knights who did it. According to the subsequent reaction, Tesoro was very angry, which made the world government slightly adjust its subsequent policies and prepare for future changes. Recently, the sea has been very uneasy. Many new pirates have emerged in the four seas, and the situation in the New World has become more and more weird. According to information from naval intelligence personnel, shortly after Kaido's meeting with Red Hair seemed to try to contact Whitebeard. They suspected that the Sea Emperors were planning some huge conspiracy. In fact, not only the Navy, but even Charlotte Linlin was a little confused. What these three men did seemed to exclude her completely. The changes in the outside world did not affect the headquarters of the four emperors. Whitebeard's hometown is still peaceful, Charlotte Linlin has not had an attack of bulimia recently, and there has been no riot on Cake Island. Red Hair holds banquets every day to protect a large number of old, weak, sick, and disabled pirates under his command. And the changes in Wano are not small. For example, Jin and Drake are gradually taking over other tasks. With the change of Kojiki Hiri's mentality, Drake and Jin's positions have gradually become somewhat redundant. Now the Flower Capital Palace is enough to deal with a Koga Greninja. Jin has not appeared here for a while, which is a good thing for Kojiki Hiri. Jin used to intimidate Kojiki Hiri. That face tools are synonymous with terror to her. Drake didn't go out much, but was still waiting for her express delivery. Thank you very much, I'll treat you to a meal when you are free. After receiving the express box sent by Drago Knight, Drake instinctively promised to treat her and added an extra item to her account book. Her account book is very special. Most people's account books only record their past borrowing experiences, but she is different. Drake usually writes down the people who intend to borrow money directly, which can be regarded as an alternative advance payment method. Since Drago Knight Postal Service has been popularized within the 100 Beasts, Drake's package can be regarded as the best among the 100 Beasts. The exclusive black card with unlimited credit has helped her a lot, at least making her life a lot better. This time the package contains a lot of camping supplies, and she plans to go out for a vacation recently. As a senior debtor, Drake rarely asks for leave, because she spends money every time she is free. If she takes too many days off, it may cause her balance of borrowing and repaying money to be broken. This situation was alleviated after she found the stone slab and received a huge bonus last time. Although she is not a person who can save money, she is relatively well off recently, and she just plans to take Zaiju out for a good time. Hiri-sama, I will temporarily leave Wano country for a while, please take care of yourself. In the Palace of Flower Capital, Kikunoho is saying goodbye to Hiri Kojiki. This is the original agreement. Drake will take care of Hiri Kojiki who climbs the holy mountain for him, and he has also paid some conditions, but Drake has not cashed out and plans to use it in a suitable place. Recently, she took advantage of the fact that there is no new task arrangement to plan to take a good vacation and rest, and just used up the favor owed by Kikunoho. For her, this is also an opportunity to enhance feelings. When two people go out to play alone, they can always encounter some interesting things. Go ahead. There's no need to report such a small matter to me. Kojiki Hiri, who was in a bad state, was indifferent to this and just enjoyed the convenience brought by his status as a general. Oh, by the way, these are some things I sorted out. If you want to go out and play, just take a look for me in advance. After thinking about it, Kojiki Hiri handed Kikunoho something like a travel guide. With the change of her mentality, the beasts gradually relaxed her authority, and she also got to know more about the outside world, including some famous tourist islands. These are the places she planned to go, but she is the general of Wano country after all. Even if the beasts are not confined to her, it is not so easy to travel freely. When she heard that Kikunoho was going out, she simply let him go to experience it. Yes. Thank you for your concern. I will pay attention to these places. He is still loyal to Kojiki in his bones. In his opinion, this special travel guide can be regarded as the gift of the Lord. After packing his bags, he was pulled by Drake to leave Wano country and began a special journey for the two of them. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 903, The Source of Funds, The Darkness That Erodes. From a personal perspective, Drake and Kikunoho's travel is quite convenient. Drake is just carefree in character, more manly than men, but there is no problem with gender recognition, and he wears ordinary women's clothes. Kikunoho has a different cognition. He always thinks that he is a woman, wears women's clothes, and has similar living habits to women. This leads to the fact that when they go out, they only need to visit women's clothing stores. It is also a problem caused by psychological cognition. In Denjiro's view, even if Kikunoho compromises, he will take advantage of himself, but in Kikunoho's cognition, it is just a girlfriend with problematic orientation who is not a girlfriend staring at him every day, which makes him a little unacceptable. Kojiki Oden has been dead for 18 years. During their long time together, Kikunoho's feelings towards Drake have also changed to some extent, but he only regards him as a friend with whom he can talk, and there is still a long way to go. Hey, you guys better keep your hands to yourself. Ah, it's broken, it's about to break, let go. Drake and Kikunoho were on a cruise ship at this time. Kikunoho was originally watching the sunset on the deck, but suddenly there was a noisy sound behind him. At this time, Drake was stepping on a man and twisting his arm into a strange shape. Let me correct you, it's not about to break, but it's already broken. If you can't control your hand, you have to pay the price. With a crack, the man's arm completely softened, and it seemed to have become a comminuted fracture, and he fainted directly because of the severe pain. The woman in front of him was so violent that she completely scared the people nearby. Miss Drake, should we let him go? Achoo, you can't always be so soft-hearted. This guy has it all to himself. Who told him to put his hands on you? But he's already passed out. At this moment, the guards on the ship ran over, looking at the unconscious man on the ground, a little overwhelmed. Sir Will. What did you two women do to Sir Will? A man who looked like a butler also appeared in the crowd. When he saw the man lying on the ground, he immediately exclaimed. Sir? This guy is actually a knight? Your kingdom is really rotten. What did you say? Guards. Where are the guards? Hurry up and catch the man who hurt Sir Will. There are many people of all kinds on this cruise ship. Some people also bring a large number of guards when they are playing. This knight called Will is one of them. Looking at the people around, the soldiers came. Kikunoho pulled Drake's arm. He was not worried about Drake's safety, but he was afraid that Drake would get angry and kill all the people around him. Drake's behavior just now reminded him that although she had a generous and magnanimous side, her profession was a pirate. But Drake's behavior made Kikunoho not understand. Not only did she not take action, she also made a gesture of surrender and asked the other party what to do. Miss Drake, what do you want to do? What to do? Of course, play. It's rare to come out, so of course you have to enjoy life. Under the care of the doctor on the ship, Sir Will slowly woke up. When his butler whispered something to him, he also gave his own answer. Pay me compensation. You dared to hurt me so badly, medical expenses, mental damage compensation, don't even think about it without 10 million Baileys. If you can't afford it, you and your friend should just behave yourself. As a person who was rubbing his hands on the ship, his purpose was very clear. The so-called compensation was just an excuse, but he didn't expect that Drake had already taken out a stack of bills and threw it in front of him. In order to have a good trip, she brought enough Baileys, and 10 million was not difficult for her. 10 million is just a part, these are not enough. He seemed to think that Drake was afraid of his guards, and he started to raise the price on the spot, asking for higher and higher amounts, and Drake never refuted. More and more people gathered to watch the excitement, and some even helped Sir Will to make trouble there. Seeing the smile on Will's face getting more and more rampant, Drake also made plans to close the net. Bang! A gunshot brought silence to the deck. Looking at the smoking barrel in Drake's hand, some people had a bad premonition in their hearts. Will's men stand on the right, those who just started the commotion stand on the left, those who are watching the fun, get out of here, let's start the robbery now. Drake was originally worried that the travel funds were not enough, and Will was a cash machine delivered to her door. What she did just now was just a cat and mouse entertainment. What a joke, a woman still wants to learn from those pirates. The guards and soldiers around did not compromise, but surrounded Drake, but the next moment, they flew back at a faster speed. Not learning, I am a pirate, or should I change my clothes? Drake took off the wig on her head, and then threw away the coat she was wearing, revealing the pattern of the pirate flag on her back. Only then did the people on the ship recognize who she was. Beast Pirates, Lacey, Francis Drake Bounty, 500 million Baileys. As arrogant as Will was just now, he was as scared now. After all the property was swept away, Drake broke his other arm and then took Kikunoho away from the cruise ship in a lifeboat. If she didn't want to appear too cruel, it would not be just a matter of 2 arms. With Will's friendly funding, Drake obtained a large sum of money and then continued his journey. With the reference of Kojiki Hiri, they soon came to the first half of the Grand Line and met a special person on a summer island. Come out, I followed you all the way, what do you want to do? Thief, ha, did you find it? You are really a sharp woman. I am recruiting soldiers now. I think you are pretty good and you look okay. Do you have any idea of joining my pirate group? The female companion next to you can also come with you. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair on his body and a burly figure appeared on the street. With 3 pistols and a bottle of rum stuffed in his waist and various accessories on his body, Drake is not unfamiliar with this person, or rather, the pirates in the New World are very familiar with him. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, the man who betrayed Whitebeard, the bounty offered by the Whitebeard pirates made him completely famous in the New World. Since Roger's death, he is the first pirate to violate Whitebeard's iron law. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 904, Blackbeard's recruitment. Facing Whitebeard's pursuit, Blackbeard successfully escaped from the New World and began to recruit soldiers and horses to form his own pirate group. As an ambitious man, he lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for decades and gambled his youth on this ship. It was not until the appearance of the dark fruit that he exposed his ambition. In order to achieve his goal, a team of his own is essential, so when he was on the run, he was looking for subordinates worth recruiting. Lafitte, Van Oka, Giza's Badges and Poison Q were the first team he recruited along the way. Although his ambition was obvious at this time, his goal was not the 7 warlords of the sea. Now that the Straw Hats have just arrived at the Whiskey Peak, the 7 warlords of the sea are fully staffed, and he has no chance to add them. Without special circumstances, the world government will not easily replace the 7 warlords of the sea, otherwise it will be a slap in its own face. It is not easy to get a seat in the 7 warlords of the sea by defeating another 7 warlords of the sea. So Blackbeard has not yet come up with the idea of capturing a qualified bounty criminal and handing it over to the world government in exchange for the position of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is really recruiting Drake. As an ambitious person, if he wants to achieve his goals, he needs a lot of manpower. High-quality codders are what he urgently needs, and he is even similar to Rox in this regard. No matter what purpose his subordinates have, it doesn't matter. As long as they are willing to join him, he dares to accept them. Although such a pirate group has no cohesion, it can gather a large amount of combat power in a short time. As for Whitebeard's tremor fruit, he can endure for decades to obtain the dark fruit, and he doesn't mind waiting for a few more years to find a more suitable opportunity. At this time, he has no intention of confronting Whitebeard head-on, otherwise he would not choose to escape from the New World. Recruiting Drake was a whim, and he didn't expect to meet the codders of the New World pirates here. The famous codders under the 4 emperors are all strong, and naturally belong to the target range of Blackbeard's recruitment. Although the overall appearance of the Blackbeard pirate group is extremely low, Blackbeard's own aesthetics is still normal. Whether it is Drake or Kikunoho, they are above the aesthetic line for him. The scar on Drake's face does not destroy his own beauty, and Kikunoho, if he doesn't say it himself, no one can think that he is a man, and even if they see it, they may not be able to accept this fact. Recruit me? You are really brave. No wonder you dared to kill your companions on Whitebeard's ship. It seems that you don't find this flag scary either. Drake didn't mean to threaten the other party with the flag of the beasts. Since this guy dared to kill another captain of Whitebeard on Whitebeard's main ship, it means that this guy has no respect for the Sea Emperor like ordinary pirates. It's just that provoking different Sea Emperors in succession reminded Drake of the warrior a few years ago. Although no one remembered his name, his feat has been passed down to this day. The times are progressing. This is a new era. This sea needs new blood. Those old guys should have ended. It sounds like you are looking for death. I have no interest at all. Besides, you are too ugly. I refuse to work with guys like you. If someone talked to her like this before she joined the beasts, it would still arouse Drake's interest. If the captain was more handsome, she wouldn't mind fighting with him. She doesn't mind joining others, nor does she mind whether the new captain is a good person or a villain. As long as she can accept it and there is something worth following, she will make her own choice. The end of prosperity will eventually be loneliness, but Drake can enjoy the pleasure of loneliness. Bravely move forward, overcome, plunder, and then prosper. Love money but don't take it, waving the money in your hands, this is her way of life, and it is also the reason why she is an eternal moonlight tribe. Powerful enemies are terrible, but defeating them is also a kind of enjoyment. Failure may lead to death, but such death is also a perfect ending. Of course, in addition to the wrong time, appearance is also a big problem. She is a face control, and Blackbeard's face blocks the possibility of the two people being related. Ha ha ha, Captain, she said you're ugly. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Badgers and Lafitte did not refute Drake on behalf of Blackbeard, and seemed to agree with this point, which made Blackbeard loudly rebuke them. Enough of you guys. Have you forgotten who your captain is? After shutting up his men, he looked at Drake again. What a pity, I don't like this character. It seems that we are not destined to be together. Not necessarily. I remember that the price Whitebeard offered for you was quite high. It just so happened that I owed a lot of money recently. If I use you to exchange for money, it would be a good choice. You are really irritable, woman. I came to recruit you with sincerity and kindness, but you actually want my life. Does your recruitment mean pointing a gun at someone's head in the dark? As he spoke, Drake had a ball made of lightning in his hand, and then threw it to the house next to him. At the same time, a gunshot was heard from a distance. The moment she found Blackbeard, she used her ability. With the effect of perspective, she could see everything around her clearly, including Van Oka who was lurking in the distance. She did not despise this guy who dared to attack Whitebeard's ship at all, and never thought that he was just out for a chat. Boom! A house was blown up into the sky by Drake's attack, and a figure rushed out of it. After rolling a few times in a panic, he raised his gun and aimed at Drake again. You shot quite accurately. I feel your sincerity. Although he dodged, the hair rope behind Drake's head was still cut by the bullet, and his long pink hair fell behind him. His lion-like appearance had also returned to its original face. Ha ha ha, you are such a sharp reaction. Since you refuse to recruit me, I will have to accept something else. I will accept the ability of the mythical beast species. From the moment he found Drake, he didn't want her to leave. He either wanted her to join him or plunder her ability, so he let Van Oka hide in the distance. He always did things by any means, and it was not unusual to make two preparations, but Van Oka in the distance was actually discovered by Drake directly, which was something he didn't expect. It should be that the distance was not perceived by the ordinary observation color. He also attributed all this to Drake's own ability, and at the same time he became more interested in the other party's ability. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view it. Chapter 905, The Power of Darkness, Blackbeard's Arrogance. With the changes of the times, or the update of the version, different strong people have completely different views on strength. Kaido likes the powerful ability of the animal system, but also values the power of domineering, while Blackbeard is obsessed with the powerful fruit ability. Before the birth of these unique abilities of the beasts, which were attributed to the product of bloodline factors, the mythical beasts had always been known as a devil fruit that is rarer than the natural type. In addition to its own physical bonus, the unique abilities brought by the mythical beast species are also extremely powerful. The pursuit of various powerful abilities is also one of the reasons why Blackbeard is eager to obtain the dark fruit. With the ability of the dark fruit, he can plunder the abilities of other ability users and break the rule that after the ability user dies, the fruit will be randomly reborn in a certain place. If the recruitment fails, he will start with Drake's ability, which is what he planned. There are 5 in total Zaiju. Get ready to fight. Kikunoho looks like a woman, but his own combat power is still strong enough. After all, he is an NPC in the later copy. He is proficient in 2-color domineering and swordsmanship, and he is more than enough to deal with ordinary enemies. Drake brought him out without worrying that he would drag him down. Kikunoho's combat power is enough to become a coder even if it is a pirate group in the New World. I know. These people were not his former companions, so Kikunoho would naturally not hesitate to kill them. To him, Drake could still be considered a friend, while Blackbeard and his crew were purest enemies. You guys have interrupted my trip, so pay the price for it. Let me teach you how to greet people politely. Sizzle sizzle. Drake's fingertips were surrounded by electricity, and the bright electric light was blinding even in the daytime. With his 5 fingers slightly open, Drake waved his palm at Blackbeard in front of him. Crack! Crack! Thunder in the daytime, several dark clouds gathered in the sky. As Drake waved his palm, lightning roared, and several electric currents fell from the sky, striking the people of the Blackbeard pirates. Get out of the way! The thunder falling from the sky forced them to scatter far away. Fortunately, Badgers, Van Oka and others did not have much lightning attacking them. Although they were embarrassed, they could still get out of the way. Blackbeard, the main target, was not so lucky. He was surrounded by a dense lightning net. After he dodged the first 2 lightning bolts, the subsequent lightning bolts still hit him directly. Ah! It hurts, damn, it hurts. Boom! It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard, who was hit by lightning, wailed in pain. Without a trace of the dignity of a strong man, he rolled on the ground in such a mess and shouted madly in pain, as if this could reduce the pain in his body. His reaction stunned Drake. Few pirates fighting in the New World dared to say that they had never been injured. Even the top strong men were inevitably missing some parts, even people like Yamato were no exception. Her arms were broken several times during her growth. Although Kaido had always been the one who hurt her the most from beginning to end, this could not change the fact that she had suffered a lot of injuries. Drake was sure that even if the children of Onigashima were injured during training, they would not behave so embarrassedly. How could such a guy have the courage to challenge Whitebeard's bottom line? My impression of you was already very low, and now it has become negative. What right do you have to speak so arrogantly? All of you get out of here. You can't handle this woman now. Pushing away the men around him, Blackbeard panted and climbed up again. He screamed very miserably just now, but he didn't seem to be injured, just with some more burnt marks. Just now, Badgers and others wanted to help him up, but the residual power of Drake's lightning was still there. When these people who were also struck by lightning approached, they caused strong static electricity, causing secondary damage to Blackbeard. Ah, here's no way, this is the price. Although the dark fruit is a natural fruit, it is different from other natural fruits. It can't transform into an element to avoid attacks, but absorbs all attacks. Whether it's a sword, a bullet, or your lightning, the damage they cause will be absorbed by me, and accordingly, the pain I suffer is twice that of others. Is that so? No wonder you don't look like you've been hurt, but is it your habit to talk nonsense with the enemy? Ha, this is my sincerity. The number 4 of the Beast's pirates is really strong. You have great abilities. Do you really not want to join me? I can leave you a position as a senior cadre of the Blackbeard pirates. Until this time, Blackbeard still wanted to recruit Drake, but Drake still had no interest in it. I've already said that I'm not attracted to people like you. It's more practical to exchange you for money with Whitebeard. Double the pain. Only a madman like you would have such a masochistic tendency. Unfortunately, you can't kill me, and this alien fruit is the most brutal ability in history. Darkness poured out of Blackbeard's body. Under the effect of darkness, the attack caused by Drake's attack was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the darkness was still spreading around. Run! The captain is going to mess up. Watching the darkness in Blackbeard's body begin to spread, Badgers and others began to flee to a distance, and on the way they had to carry away Poison Q, who looked like he was about to die, and his horse. Zaiju, stay away too. This guy is a bit dangerous. The Rentgen cat gave Drake a strong intuition. At this time, the hair on her back stood up, and her body was sending out a warning. Be careful. Kikunosuke knew that Drake was much more capable than him. In order not to hinder Drake, he set his sights on other members of the Blackbeard pirates to prevent them from causing trouble behind the scenes. As for the residents who originally lived here, they had already fled since the battle began. Left, now watching the situation here from a distance. Blackbeard didn't care about other people, he had full confidence in his ability, and was showing off his ability at this time. Ha, the so-called darkness is gravity, the power that attracts and devours everything, the infinite gravity that does not let go of a trace of light. Your lightning also can't escape the swallowing of darkness. Dark acupoints. Darkness enveloped everything around like a river, and the boundless darkness formed a greedy swamp. Trees, rocks, houses, metals, everything was shattered in the distortion, and then disappeared in the darkness of Blackbeard, leaving only a bare piece of land. This is the gravity of darkness, a powerful ability gained in exchange for pain. The darkness spread to the sky, and the things absorbed by Blackbeard also formed a big ball, floating above Drake, looking like it would fall down at any time. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 906, Your ability is ineffective against me. Do you like to explain your ability to others so much? Drake felt a strong sense of superiority from Blackbeard's tone, which made her feel familiar. Quinn used to be like this. When he had a new invention and showed off in front of everyone, he had such a tone. No, this is of course a special case. I said, you are worthy of my recruitment, come and become my partner. Isn't the status of a senior cadre much better than a number 4? If you are willing, you can be a vice captain. Blackbeard is not going to tell everyone about his abilities. He is showing off his capital to attract others to join him. As for the last sentence of vice captain, Blackbeard has other intentions. He also knows that recruiting others is not something that can be done with just one sentence, so he will show his abilities and prove that he has the potential to stand at the top of the world. Don't look at me with that disgusting look. No matter how much nonsense you talk, I have no interest in you. Drake didn't care about the sphere composed of ruins above his head, but used his speed to approach Blackbeard. The ruins in the sky also hit Drake under the control of Blackbeard, but that slow attack couldn't even touch Drake's edge. The ruins of the house and rocks and other objects hit the ground, stirring up a lot of smoke and dust, but Drake's perspective allowed her to completely ignore the obstruction of the smoke and dust, and her claws flashed with a deadly cold light as she grabbed Blackbeard. This claw firmly grabbed Blackbeard's abdomen, but the touch was very wrong. It was neither as hard as the defense provided by the armed color, nor as soft as an ordinary abdomen. This grab that was enough to disembowel a person was like a drop in the ocean, and did not achieve the effect Drake expected. Seeing Blackbeard rolling on the ground in pain again, Drake did not stop like before, but waved his tail to release countless star-like energy blocks to hit Blackbeard. Dark water. Under the attack of the high-speed stars, Blackbeard endured the pain and stretched out his right hand. The darkness gathered in his palm and absorbed all the high-speed stars released by Drake. It's useless. Another thing that my dark gravity can absorb is the power of the devil fruit. Natural, superhuman, animal, no matter what kind of fruit, the ability user will be restrained by me. You should have felt it too, right? Blackbeard increased the strength of the dark water in his hand, trying to suck Drake in front of him, but although Drake's body shook slightly a few times, he was not sucked in as Blackbeard expected. Strange, how could this happen? Gravity is part of the expression of the power of the dark fruit. Whether it is an ability user or not, it will be affected by the gravity generated by the dark fruit. The previous house and stone are evidence. However, due to the devil fruit in the body, the ability user will feel powerless when facing Blackbeard, and it is easier to be sucked by him. But Drake is a pure Pokemon ability user, and there is no such thing as a devil fruit in her body. The dark fruit can absorb her attacks, but it cannot cause other effects on her body. She is facing only pure gravity, and she can completely resist it with her physique. Ha ha ha, you are really strong. You can actually compete with my unfamiliar ability. Blackbeard thought that all this was because he was not proficient enough. He was unwilling to believe that what he had pursued for many years would be ineffective against the ability user, so either he was not proficient enough in the use of the ability, or Drake's physique was too strong. Afterwards, Blackbeard continued to release the dark water, and came to Drake at a completely different speed from before, grabbing her shoulder directly. I caught you, right? This is the real power of the dark fruit. As long as I touch it, the ability of any ability user will be invalid. No matter how powerful the fruit ability is, it is ineffective against me. You should feel it this time, your ability has been used right. Blackbeard seemed to have noticed something wrong. Drake, who was caught by him, was still in the state of animal transformation. You should know that the dark fruit has the same effect on other ability users as sea water and sea stone. The natural system cannot be elementalized, and the superhuman system cannot use its own ability. This is the special feature of the dark fruit. Theoretically, when he caught Drake, she should have cancelled her transformation. I underestimated your skills, but I'll return what I just said to you. Your ability is ineffective against me. Blackbeard's reaction speed was beyond Drake's expectations. There were no weaklings in hand-to-hand combat among the beast's leaders. Being able to successfully capture Drake already shows that he and Blackbeard have a certain foundation in physical skills, and this body is not as bad as she imagined. But his purpose was completely shattered by the power of God. Facing a non-devil fruit ability user, his fruit nemesis ability naturally failed, and the next moment, he was forced to let go of Drake. Let go of your dirty hands. Because of the close proximity, Drake directly launched Crazy Volt, and the powerful current wrapped his whole body. The side effect of the double pain of the dark fruit brought Blackbeard greater pain, and the powerful current gave Blackbeard a pair of black wrists. And Drake also transformed into a beast form. The change of form and the attack of the current forced Blackbeard to let go of his hand, and then Drake's sharp teeth burned with fire, and the hot flame teeth bit directly into Blackbeard's neck. Although biting with teeth is a bit indecent, she won't care if she can kill the enemy. Liberate. Blackbeard raised his other arm, and a large number of stones and trees flew out from the darkness in his palm. These were the things he had previously absorbed through the dark acupuncture points. Since they were not all discarded, they could be released again in this way. After forcing Drake back, Blackbeard's face had lost its original calmness. Impossible. The dark fruit is the most brutal ability in history, and it is the nemesis of all ability users. How can you ignore the power of the dark fruit? This is impossible. This kind of question, someone will tell you when you go to hell. Arrogance and recklessness are Blackbeard's huge weaknesses. When he thinks he has an advantage, he will appear extremely arrogant. For example, he just showed off his ability to Drake because he thinks he can directly control Drake. Drake is different. She is not interested in being a battlefield commentator. If you want to know what abilities she has, you can only slowly explore in battle. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 907, Alien. After accidentally seeing the devil fruit illustration, Blackbeard derived a special plan in his heart. For this, he gave up his dignity and asked Whitebeard to let him get on the ship. Because at that time, in his opinion, only by boarding Whitebeard's ship could he increase his chances of obtaining the dark fruit sex. He had been hiding his ambition for decades, and finally achieved his goal, but at this moment, a person with special abilities ignored his dark gravity and ignored the suppression of the dark fruit on other fruit abilities. Previously, Drake could resist gravity, and Blackbeard could still attribute it to his lack of proficiency in his abilities, but it was wrong that she could still use her abilities after contact. For example, the previous situation was equivalent to him eating the rubber fruit, but he had not yet become Nika, which was not surprising. But now he could not even get the most basic rubber body, which was something Blackbeard could not accept. If he had not tested his abilities on other people with special abilities during his escape, he would have doubted that his decades of lurking were all in vain. Is there something different about the mythical beast species, or is this not an ability at all? Thief, I am more interested in your ability. It's not too late for you to join me now. Even if he was beaten like this, Blackbeard still did not give up recruiting Drake. The same was true in his battle with Ace in the original timeline. Before Ace was defeated, he still tried to recruit Ace, wanting Ace, a powerful fighter, to become his partner. In this regard, Blackbeard also has his own confidence, believing that no matter what kind of person he is, he can eventually subdue the other party. Thunder Fang 2. Drake no longer wanted to communicate with the arrogant man in front of her. Lightning formed her new claw blade. The violent lightning became extremely sharp after condensing into a solid. The sharp lightning spear pierced directly into Blackbeard's chest. Puff! The lightning spear pierced through the fat body of the bearded man. With the roar of lightning, Blackbeard screamed again, but at the same time, he also punched Drake. Drake's figure flew backwards, and after landing, he took several steps back before stabilizing his figure. This guy's fist is a bit troublesome. Rubbing her ribs, even the animal-like body made her feel pain under this blow. The seemingly funny body seemed to hide quite terrifying power. Dark water. Blackbeard reached out and grasped the lightning that pierced his body. Under the influence of darkness, Drake's attack was gradually absorbed by darkness. Except for the sweat on his forehead, there was no sign of injury on Blackbeard's body. This is also the ability of the dark fruit. It doubles the pain felt by the user, but does not double the effect of the attack. Instead, it can absorb the damage so that it will not affect the user's body. It's useless. Even if your ability is a little special, your attack will eventually be swallowed by darkness. My ability is invincible. Blackbeard would rather believe that Drake is very special because of the mythical beast species, or that this is the product of other powers, and he is unwilling to accept that there is something wrong with his ability. The prejudice of a frog in a well is always funny. If you can take it all and show it to me. The light began to gather around Drake's mouth, and the destructive death light was quickly forming. Like defending, this is a standard skill for most codders, and the stronger the person, the faster the destructive death light can condense, and the shorter the stiffness afterwards. At this time, Kaido and Yamato made using the destruction death ray is instant, and it will not cause stiffness. Drake almost succeeded, but the preparation for the attack only took a few seconds. No matter how many times, it is useless. Light or thunder, darkness is the final destination. Blackbeard confidently stretched out his right hand. His ability to swallow darkness is extremely strong, and he can absorb almost all attacks. Boom! Bang! Lightning and darkness alternate, and the battle between Blackbeard and Drake gradually becomes fierce, accompanied by Blackbeard's screams, but although he has been defeated, his body has not suffered fatal injuries. Most of the attacks were resolved by the power of the dark fruit, and the game of physical skills did not let Drake take advantage. Blackbeard's body is very special. It is reported that this guy never needs to sleep and has more than twice the time of others to do other things. Many old people in the Whitebeard Pirates know that he is such an outlier, and the first outsider to discover this feature should be Buggy. At the beginning, he swore to Shanks that Blackbeard had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, which made people wonder if Buggy had been staring at him for 3 days and 3 nights. The cauders of the beasts are really difficult to deal with. This is the first time that the captain has made such a big noise. Yes, it's not easy to deal with. At the edge of the battlefield between Drake and Blackbeard, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates looked at the lightning in the sky with a little shock. According to their understanding, number 4 is not a big cauder. Such a cauder can make such a big noise, which is far beyond their expectations. Stop talking nonsense. Come to help quickly. This woman is too difficult to deal with. Van Oka and Lafitte were chatting on the side, and Poison Q was still lying on his horse with a dying look. Only Badgers was really fighting with Kikuno-ho. Blackbeard chose these people more because they saw their potential. At this time, they had just joined the Blackbeard Pirates not long ago and their strength was limited. Although Kikuno-ho is a prisoner of war, she has fought for the beasts for many years, and her strength has been growing in countless battles. At first, Badgers looked down on this weak woman, so he proposed to fight Kikuno-ho, but now, less than a few minutes later, he regretted it. Swish! The dense sword light forced Badgers back. Although he had a lot of brute force, his brute force was no match for Kikuno-ho, who mastered the high-level armed color. The several blood holes on his arm were proof of this. Just when he was about to behead him, a cane blocked him. Lafitte came to Badgers with a slightly funny step, using his cane as a weapon to block Kikuno-ho's sharp blade. Miss, it's not good to be so fierce. Why can't you just wait for the battle over there to end? Kangsyo Kasuk. Kikuno-shuk turned around and continued to slash at Lafitte. Among these people, Lafitte gave him a very special feeling. Kikuno-shuk sensed a different sense of crisis from Lafitte. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 908, Blackbeard's Meanness, the Inheritance of the Eldest Son of God. In Kikuno-shuk's eyes, Badgers is a fool. It is easy to dodge the simple brute force attack. He can be completely suppressed in a few moves. He doesn't feel anything about the poison Q. His sickly look makes people feel that he may die suddenly at any time. And he doesn't seem to have any intention of fighting, and he is also not threatening. Van Oka's sniper rifle is good, and the manufacturing level of the gun is far beyond ordinary weapons. But the upper and lower limits of the sniper profession are very high, or in other words, there are few strong men who rely entirely on guns to become famous in this sea. Beckman can threaten Kizaru to raise his hand with a gun, not because his gun is so powerful, but because his haki is strong enough. Before Van Oka's haki training was put on the agenda by Blackbeard, he was also unable to threaten Kikuno-ho. Only Lafitte, this weird man, made Kikuno-ho feel different. Unlike the fake smile on his face, this guy is really a bit dangerous. Remaining Snow Scythe. Seeing his cassock fall, Kikuno-ho reversed the blade again and swung it at Lafitte several times. A large number of circular slashes accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air slashed towards Lafitte and Badgers on the ground. In the original timeline, Kikuno-ho and Kanjuro's battle seemed very indecisive. Even if Kanjuro revealed his identity as an undercover agent, Kikuno-ho still couldn't bear to kill him. But that was because Kanjuro was his partner since childhood and Lafitte and Badgers at this time did not have this relationship. Drake's fight also made him a little worried. At this time, Kikuno-ho just wanted to get rid of the enemy in front of him as soon as possible so that he could help Drake. Lafitte turned the cane in his hand, and used the bent part to pull up Badgers on the ground, and then a pair of wings popped out from his back, flying into the air to avoid Kikuno-ho's slash. At the same time, several bullets were fired at Kikuno-ho, and the continuous shooting blocked Kikuno-ho's retreat, but Kikuno-ho just used the tip of the knife to bounce those bullets directly, and also used the bounced bullets to hit several apples thrown at him. At the moment when the apple was pierced, several explosions sounded, temporarily separating him from several people in the Blackbeard Pirates. Van Oka's sniper and Poison Q's apple bomb continued to attack, but they were broken by his slash again. The Kangsyu sickle is his ultimate move, and it is also the origin of his Kangsyu nickname. Through his special sword-swinging method, his sword moves can cause greater damage to the wound, making it more difficult to heal. Of course, to the outside world, he has a more intimidating rhetoric. First, I am a man. Second, the damage caused by my sword cannot be eliminated even in hell. It will be like the white snow that remains in early spring, tormenting your souls forever. If you can avoid it, just try it. It sounds good. I like you a little bit. Listening to Kikunoho's words, Lafitte was not afraid, but excited. Kikunoho's intuition was not wrong. Lafitte was a special one among these people. His strength was different from theirs, and his personality was also more abnormal. He was a sheriff in the West Sea, but he was notorious there because of excessive use of violence. In the end, he was even called the Devil Sheriff. He was eventually expelled from the country due to his brutal means. After coming to the Grand Line, he met Blackbeard and was recruited by him. In addition to the ability to fly, Lafitte also has a good courage and hypnotic ability. He dared to enter Marijoa alone to ask for the position of Shishibukai for Blackbeard, and he was not afraid even in front of Sengoku. Scars that can leave hell, this just suits Lafitte's preference. Lafitte met Kikunoho. Unlike the previous way that Badgers was beaten, Lafitte and Kikunoho fought back and forth, and even had a slight advantage because of the ability to fly. Poison Q was treating Badger's wounds. He always looked like he was about to die, but he couldn't swallow it. His medical skills were pretty good. Even if he couldn't cure it, he could directly collect the body as a part-time undertaker. How can that guy's knife be so fast? This is the power of the new world. Van Oka came over from the side, and he didn't continue to snipe the other party. Since he started lurking according to Blackbeard's request, he felt that he could hit the target with every shot, but the result was either being struck by lightning or almost being split in half by the flying slash. At this time, he and Badgers were both in the stage of doubting life. I really underestimated you. It seems that you are not a villain who can only attack by surprise. Drake didn't know what happened on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, but according to her inference, Blackbeard should have attacked Thatch by surprise, and did not give Thatch any chance to resist. If Thatch could make a sound for help, Blackbeard would not be able to escape from the Moby Dick in front of Whitebeard. Originally, she thought that it would not be difficult to do this if she relied on the trust of her companions to attack suddenly, as long as the difference in strength with Thatch was not big, she could accomplish this. But as the battle progressed, she felt that Blackbeard was more and more difficult to deal with. In addition to the ability of the dark fruit, this guy's physical skills were not simple. Blackbeard had left scars on red hair, the specific time was unknown, but Ace had asked Blackbeard why he didn't become the captain. From this, it can be inferred that Blackbeard, who had no fruit, was also able to serve as the captain on Whitebeard's ship with his physical skills. After all, if you want to be a captain, it is not enough to compete for qualifications alone, but you also need a certain amount of strength. I didn't intend to kill him at first. After all, we've been companions for a long time. This was just an accident. But you're right about one thing. I'm really mean, Anshui. A huge gravitational force was released from Blackbeard's palm, but this time his target was not Drake, but Kikunoho. You seem to care about that guy. What are you going to do now? Blackbeard didn't mind being called mean, nor did he mind taking shortcuts to end the battle quickly. Whether it was recruiting or seizing abilities, he had to defeat Drake, and for this he didn't hesitate to target Kikunoho. If it was just a head-on battle, Blackbeard wasn't afraid of the other party, but he was worried that there were still people from the 100 Beasts around, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. In the battle between Kikunoho and Lafitte, the distance between the two gradually entered the range of influence of Blackbeard's ability. The sudden gravity disrupted Kikunoho's balance, and Lafitte seized the opportunity to briefly poke Kikunoho's chest with his cane. Even without the tip of the gun, the force of the cane penetrated Kikunoho's body, causing his body to stiffen. Damn it, you bastard! Looking at Lafitte, who was going to continue to attack Kikunoho, Drake's body surface surged with a strong current, connecting her and Kikunoho in an instant. Born in the world of pirates, Zeraora originally developed a variant of the Volt replacement, changing the order of Volt replacement. The original way of use was that he would turn back immediately after attacking, and the next Pokémon would take over his battle, but with Zeraora's change, he could quickly come to the front of the friendly forces to support his teammates. Over the years, Zeraora has further improved this skill, and did not hide it. When Drake asked for advice, she taught her how to use this skill. When using this Volt replacement, Drake's speed is comparable to that of lightning, and he almost came here at the speed of teleportation, but this also gave Blackbeard a chance. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 909, You don't have to use your hands to dance awkwardly, Blackbeard's painful price. The lion's tail behind Drake rolled up Kikunoho, and then caught Lafitte's subsequent attack with one hand. His free arm was swung out with lightning, and a large number of white feathers fell with it. Looking at the hideous scratches on his chest and the wings that were almost broken, Lafitte's already pale face was a little more terrified. Drake's casual attack blocked his retreat, and everything about him was almost within Drake's expectations. This is not the effect of observation color, but muscle memory. She was originally Jin's deputy, and she fought with Jin a lot in daily training. Drake knows the fighting habits of winged people very well. And for Drake, Blackbeard is the biggest trouble. She achieved special teleportation with the help of Volt Exchange, but Blackbeard did not delay much time to follow. When he found that Drake really cared about Kikunoho, a large number of attacks were directed at Kikunoho. Because Blackbeard himself has a good strength, Drake did not fight him head-on, but used his long-range attack to continuously attack Blackbeard. The damage absorbed by the dark water released by Blackbeard's hand did not make him feel pain, but the attack on other positions was different. The continuous damage of lightning and the double damage of the dark fruit were superimposed, making Blackbeard feel the pain of slow slicing. Boom! The rising barrier blocked Blackbeard's attack, and Kikunoho also slowed down, but Blackbeard also took the opportunity to grab Drake's neck and pressed her to the ground. The darkness was released from the palm, and a large area of darkness spread to all parts of the ground. The gravity contained in it bound Kikunoho like a ghost hand, and even Drake felt a tearing sensation coming from outside the body. Ha ha ha, you can't move now. Last chance, join me and become my partner. Otherwise, you and your companions will die here. Blackbeard felt that he had won again. With hostages in hand, he once again recruited Drake. Hehe, has anyone ever told you that you are ugly and talkative, and you are annoying to look at? You are such a bastard. Seeing Drake, who was caught by him, still mocking him, Blackbeard's patience was almost exhausted. He looked up and down at Drake, as if thinking about something, and the strength in his palm gradually increased. Does it look good? Then you'd better open your eyes and see clearly. Arrogance will pay a price. Hey? Ah! Eyes, my eyes! When he was about to take action, a dazzling light burst out from Drake's body, and even the people next to him couldn't open their eyes. Blackbeard, who had been staring at Drake, screamed in pain. That was the flash technique used for lighting. It was originally a skill for lighting in the cave environment, but this skill can also be used as a powerful flash bomb. Blackbeard's hand was still on Drake's neck. The fierce flash made him want to strangle the opponent's neck, but before he could do anything, his body suffered a fatal blow. While he was talking nonsense, he didn't notice that Drake was doing something strange with his hands. At the same time as the flash technique broke out, the Z pure crystal on Drake's body also lit up at the same time. The release of the Z move requires a dance process, but this process is just to guide the power of the Z pure crystal in the body. Dance is a prerequisite, but it can be changed to a certain extent. Just now, Drake used his feet instead of his hands to complete the dance, and made the prerequisite for the release of the Z move, but Blackbeard didn't understand all this and regarded it as Drake's weak struggle. Before, Blackbeard half knelt and pressed Drake to the ground, and at this angle, Drake could just kick his crotch. Go to hell for me! Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt! Instead of hitting, he poured the power of lightning into his legs, and then kicked at Blackbeard's crotch. Crack! Even with the dark fruit, the sound of eggs breaking reached everyone's ears. Drake was wearing a pair of marten boots before, and the thick solace were harder than iron blocks under the blessing of domineering. With the amplification of the Z move, Drake's attack was much more fierce than the previous attack, and when Blackbeard was careless, Drake's kick hit the bullseye. This is a pain that humans cannot bear. Not to mention men, even women cannot bear it if they are kicked like this, not to mention that Blackbeard has a debuff that doubles the pain. Fun to the sky, this is the only feeling Blackbeard has at this moment. He can't help but let go of Drake's hand, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't make any sound. The indescribable pain can no longer be expressed by sound. I stab and kick, this is a very useful combo, suitable for all kinds of street fights. The almost crippling blow completely aroused Blackbeard's ferocity. After struggling to gather the strength in his body, Blackbeard bent his fingers into claws and grabbed in the direction of Drake and Zaiju. He had forgotten what he said before and just wanted to kill the two people in front of him. After using the Z move, Drake entered a short period of exhaustion, but she still pushed Kikunoho behind her away, and a flash of blood flew into the air. But Blackbeard had no strength to continue attacking. This attack was his last stand. After that, he hugged his hands to his crotch, twisted and fell to the ground, and his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Ms. Redick. Your eyes. Don't talk nonsense, let's go, I just don't have much strength, and I can't die yeti spat if I let this guy recover. Covering her right eye, looking at Blackbeard's subordinates who had not recovered from the flash, Drake immediately planned to leave here. The consumption of Z moves was already very high. And she had consumed a lot of physical strength in the previous battle, plus the current injury, she had no follow-up combat power. Blackbeard's vitality made her feel difficult to deal with. If he recovered, they would be in big trouble. Yes, I understand. Kikunashuk supported Drake and ran to the dock in the distance, intending to temporarily leave this troublesome place. When Drake's flash after the effect of the spell disappeared, the two of them had long disappeared, and Lafitte and others only saw Blackbeard lying on the ground. Poison Q touched the part that Blackbeard was covering with a look of disgust. Although his movements were very light, Blackbeard still twitched a few times. What happened to the captain? Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for the dark fruit, even the giants would have been crushed into slag, but this pain can only be relieved by himself. Spreading his hands, Poison Q made his own diagnosis, and also said that he was powerless to the current situation. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 911, Brothers Meet Again. The Great Pirate Era was not friendly. Pirate ships were everywhere on the sea, which posed a great threat to merchant ships and civilians. But for those who are strong enough, these pirate ships sailing on the sea are an opportunity. Previously, Kikunoho got a small boat at the port and left the island. This was mainly because Drake's physical strength had not recovered much at that time. He was hit twice in the chest by Lafitte and was not in good condition. It might not be possible to sail out with a big ship. However, in the Grand Line, a small ship is not a long-term solution, so when they met other pirate ships, they chose to change ships. As for the method, of course, it was in accordance with the traditional rules of pirates. Those pirates originally refused, but even if Drake temporarily lost an eye, he could easily deal with these newcomers. Originally, she wanted to grab a Den Mushi. The outer territory of the beasts still retains Den Mushi as a basic means of communication. As long as you can contact someone, you can call for support or something. There is nothing wrong with the idea, but these pirates don't cooperate with her. Drake didn't expect that there are pirates without Den Mushi these days. Damn it, Den Mushi don't have to pay for phone bills, is it difficult for you to raise one? Unlike the mobile phones sold by T0, Den Mushi only needs to be fed with snails after installing fixed communication equipment. Den Mushi has strong adaptability. Even if it is frozen, it will not be affected as long as it is thawed in time. If you want, you can buy some decorations to create your own exclusive Den Mushi. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter if you don't have any decorations. As a result, these pirates didn't have any. This big sister, there are only a dozen of us, we don't need this thing at all. Shut up. Without a ship doctor, a Den Mushi, or even medicine, it's a miracle that your ship can get here. There's nothing useful except this record pointer. Are you newcomers who just set sail? How do you know we only set sail 3 days ago? You'd better go play house as soon as possible. The life of a pirate is not suitable for you. Drake touched his head helplessly. He couldn't think of the right words to describe these naive pirates. If they were not born in the Grand Line, they probably wouldn't even be able to pass the upside-down mountain. Ms. Drake, I found a pirate ship. Maybe we can get some help from that ship. Our people? No, it's Whitebeard's people. Kikunashuk came over with a telescope and brought a message that Drake couldn't understand. I say, Kiku, although I just had a fight with Blackbeard, it's impossible for you to contact them with this. Don't be too naive. We are pirates, and Whitebeard and the beasts are enemies. If he saw the forces of Red Hair or Big Mom, or the forces of the 7 warlords of the sea such as the Empress and Doflamingo, Drake could go there, but Whitebeard couldn't. Now Whitebeard and the beasts' forces are restrained when they meet outside, not to mention asking for help. No, you can, I saw my brother on that ship. Brother? You have a brother on Whitebeard's ship? Yes, actually you have seen it before, when you went out to fight with Miss Iska. Drake realized what he was talking about after Kikunoho's reminder. He also knew why Kikunoho's reaction was so strange in that battle. No one explored this issue at that time, and Kikunoho did not take the initiative to mention it, and it ended up being forgotten. Just now, when he was observing other ships on the sea, he happened to see Izo on the ship. After Ace left, Whitebeard was still worried. Although he was restricted by the environment of the New World and could not leave there, he still sent several capable cotters to go out to find Ace to help him deal with the problem of Blackbeard. Izo was one of them, but they never caught up with Ace. His boat powered by the flame fruit was too fast. Ordinary pirate ships could not catch up at all, and because of the time difference, Izo and others never caught up with Ace. Is it the person dressed as a geisha? I have some impression of you when you say that. Yes, Miss Drake, please believe me, your eyes can't be delayed any longer. As one of the most important organs in the human body, the eyes are very special. Once they are injured, they may cause an attack by the immune system. If not handled properly, the problem of one eye can easily spread. Drake has a strong physique and there are no problems such as infection in the eyes, but in Kikunoho's opinion, it still needs to be handled as soon as possible. He is a captain, so I believe you. According to these pirates, it will take half a month to reach the next island, and she doesn't want to delay any longer. This injury won't kill her, but it will hurt. She is not a masochist, and she can handle it. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. At this time, a small pirate ship in the shape of a whale was sailing on the sea. The Whitebeard pirates are large in scale. In addition to the Moby Dick and ships imitated in the shape of the Moby Dick, there are similar small ships to facilitate their travel. Captain Izo. A ship is approaching us. They signaled that it is your acquaintance. Acquaintance? How can I have acquaintances in such a place? Give me the telescope. Although puzzled, Izo still asked for the telescope, and then saw Kikunoho who was waving at him. Aki. Izo did not follow Kojiki Oden to board Roger's ship, nor did he follow him back to Wano country. Since the day he boarded Whitebeard's ship, Izo has been staying here. In the original timeline, he has always maintained his identity as a member of Whitebeard. In the end, because of his lack of firm belief in Oden, he lost the camp buff and died in the decisive battle on Onigashima. The last time he saw Kikunoshuk was during the war with the beasts. It was also during that time that the Whitebeard pirates discovered the problem with Oden, but after the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, the matter was finally shelved. Is that pirate ship a force of the beasts? I haven't heard of it, and I haven't heard of this pirate group among the newcomers. The Sea Emperors know each other well. There are some trump cards that outsiders don't know, but they still know which pirate groups are affiliated forces of other Sea Emperors, especially those famous pirates. Not an old man nor a famous newcomer, which almost eliminates the possibility that the other party is a force of the beasts. Great. What did you say? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 912, Is Brother Jin here? Please help me express a doctor. Izo's inner joy did not last long, because in addition to his brother, he also saw the cotters of the beasts. Akiku, what's going on? Brother, the situation is a bit complicated. If possible, can we find a quiet place to talk? Looking at the pirates around him, Kikunoho didn't seem to want to discuss this topic at this time, but instead signaled Izo to talk somewhere else. There is an island nearby, so let's go there. This is the difference between new pirates and old pirates in the New World. Ordinary navigation tools are completely ineffective in the Grand Line. If you want to go to the next island, you must rely on the record pointer. Old pirates have a large number of permanent pointers in their hands, and they can go directly to the destination without storing magnetic fields. The magnetic field of the island mentioned by Izo is not strong, so the record pointer of the previous pirate ship will point to another island. Okay, now we can talk, the people on the ship can't hear us talking. Izo didn't know why Kaido's cotters would go out alone with his brother, and he couldn't figure out what happened to Kikunoho during this period. He just looked at Drake with a vigilant face. Even if she had a bandage on one eye, she was still an extremely difficult opponent in Izo's eyes. Don't be so nervous, brother, I'm not here to fight with you this time. To be precise, we are still allies for the time being. After all, my injury was left by your traitor. Wait, who are you calling brother? Isn't it you? Aren't you Aki's brother? In that case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with me calling you like that. Stop. Due to the presence of Kikunoho, they did not fight, but Drake's words contained a lot of information, and Izo couldn't accept it for a while. Akiku, what's going on? Brother, it's not what you think. I mainly want to borrow a den mushi from you, and Miss Drake's injury was caused by that guy called Blackbeard. After stopping Drake's crazy talk, Kikunoho quickly explained what happened before. Is teach that guy so strong? Izzo's face turned ugly after hearing Kikunoho's description. He didn't like Drake, after all, they were enemies, but he recognized his strength. None of the single-digit numbered beasts were easy to deal with, and those cotters at the front have become famous recently. Blackbeard was able to injure Drake, who was number 4, which was far beyond Izzo's expectations of him. Originally, he thought that Blackbeard was able to kill Thatch by sneaking, but now it seems that this matter is far from that simple. That guy has been on your ship for so many years, don't you even know this little bit? If it was Brother Quinn, I'm afraid he would have even dug out the information of his ancestors. Akira, this opportunity is rare, why don't you just come with me? Don't go back to Wano country first, just go back to your father with me. Izzo persuaded Kikunoho in person, wanting to take him back to the Whitebeard pirates. In Izzo's opinion, Wano country is now a den of tigers and wolves. It would be great if he could get out of it, but Kikunoho's idea is different from Izzo's. I'm sorry, brother, I can't leave with you now. Why? You don't have to worry about so many things. No, brother, I have my reasons. I can't leave with you like this. If it's convenient, please lend us the den mushi. Looking at Kikunoho's firm eyes, Izzo finally chose to respect his brother's opinion. He believed in his brother and thought that he would not insist on one thing without reason. After leaving a den mushi behind, Izzo took the Whitebeard pirates. The people left the island and continued to pursue Blackbeard and Ace according to the information provided by Kikunoho. And Drake also dialed the familiar phone. Hello, Brother Jin, have you been resting well recently? Among the senior cotters, she only had Jin's private phone number. In the case of the damage to the Rotom body, she could only contact Jin. Just say it. I had an accident here. Can you help me express a doctor? It would be best if the surgery or ophthalmology department came to give me temporary treatment. Wait. Jin's answer was very straightforward. He ended the communication with Drake in 2 words and let Drake feel the speed of the beasts now. About 4 hours after the call was hung up, the figures of 2 Dragonites appeared above the island. They came here with 2 doctors and medical equipment from Inagashima according to the instructions of the life card. If it weren't for the problem with the equipment and doctors, the Dragonites could have come faster. After doing some temporary treatment, Dragonite took them back to Inagashima, ending Drake's vacation early. After returning to Inagashima, Kikunoho and Drake temporarily separated to do their own things. Kikunoho went to report the situation to Hiri Koshiki, while Drake was taken directly to Jin by Dragonite. Brother Jin, long time no see. Drake still greeted him with a smile, not taking his ugly expression to heart. Waste. Hey, Brother Jin, I will be sad if you say that. Is this how you welcome your dear subordinate? Stop talking nonsense. It must be my biggest mistake to let you, a troublesome guy, become my deputy. You know everything about the Holy Mountain. I have arranged it for you. Go there for your treatment. Brother Jin, how about I go there a few days later? The doctors had said her condition was very serious before, which made Kikunoho very nervous on the way. She planned to take advantage of her injury. There would be no second chance like this. What do you think? Seeing Jin as if he was about to draw his sword and chop someone, Drake stopped talking nonsense and turned to walk towards the direction of the Holy Mountain. At the same time, Jin also left the palace of the flower capital and went directly to Inagashima. Arceus and Shana were not there. Only Kaido, who was watching a musical, was idle on Inagashima. Seeing Jin coming, he threw a wine jar over. Brother Kaido. Jin, come and have a drink. The new play these guys are arranging is quite interesting. In order to cater to Kaido's preferences, the drama industry in Wano country has also ushered in spring. It has been developing vigorously over the years and has also spawned many new classic dramas. No, Brother Kaido, I have something to go out for. Please arrange the recent mission for someone else. What happened? It's not a big deal, but my subordinate is out for something, and I have to help her settle the account. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 913, just 81 million. Go if you want to, it doesn't matter if you make a bigger noise, after all, you are also my subordinate, but the person who was injured recently Drake? Jin, you care about that girl, does the cold and ruthless flame disaster also have its own tenderness? Flame disaster, phantom disaster, plague disaster, and Jack, who is not sure what kind of disaster it is, are all notorious. Their names of disasters are destined by blood and cruelty in large-scale wars. In addition, with the flag of 100 beasts on his body, he is also a monster that can stop children from crying. No matter how cruel they are, people outside will believe it, but to say that these people are gentle is simply a joke. Brother Kaido, stop joking, that's a troublesome guy, he just lost face outside, and he has to get it back. Hehe, whatever you say, there's nothing to do recently anyway, just hand over to Quinn and go do your thing. Yes. Wait, that guy named Teach, be careful when the time comes, that guy may not be as simple as he looks. Before Jin left, Kaido suddenly remembered something. When he forced Shanks to drink with him to create a smokescreen, Red Hair didn't say a word the whole time. He said a lot of nonsense to Kaido, probably some messy things like world balance. But he remembered that Red Hair seemed to have mentioned the strength of Blackbeard, and thought it was not a wise behavior for Ace to hunt Blackbeard. That guy seems to have left scars on that red-haired guy. Maybe he has some special cards. Of course, I believe you are capable enough to deal with him, but don't be careless. He can endure for so long. He is also a scheming guy. I understand. Kaido's arrangement is fine in a sense, but as a handover, Quinn has some opinions. It's obviously you, the torturer, who wants to find a place for others. Why is it me who has to work overtime in the end? I have lost weight these days. Do you really think I don't know what you looked like before? If you have any opinions, you can go to Brother Kaido. Although Quinn wanted to protest to Kaido in person, his reason told him that it was not a wise behavior. The only result would be to turn overtime into extra training. Leaving Quinn to work overtime, Jin embarked on the road to track Blackbeard. It was not an easy task for Jin to find Blackbeard. Blackbeard's whereabouts were also an unknown number for Jin. He could only speculate based on the location of the previous battle. Although the new world has a way to make life cards, except for the current beasts, the internal review mechanism made life cards for all the people who stayed on Onigashima. No pirate group would make life cards for all members. Even the Whitebeard pirates did not have Blackbeard's life card, otherwise it would not be so complicated for them to find Blackbeard. Jin's mobility is very strong. This time he did not even drive a ship, but embarked on a journey of pursuit by flying alone. It would take some time to find Blackbeard. While Jin was still tracking Blackbeard, the Straw Hat Pirates had already arrived in Alabasta after a series of adventures. Everyone, we have arrived in Alabasta. I also told you that the boss behind Baroque Works is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After the Mary arrived at the port of Alabasta, Waiwei and Luffy and others emphasized the root cause of the unrest in Alabasta. As legal pirates recognized by the world government, they are very difficult to deal with, but don't worry, someone can help us. The most difficult one to deal with now is Crocodile himself. The day he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his original bounty was cancelled, but it was also a bounty of 81 million Baileys for pirates many years ago. 81 million. What? It's only 81 million. Yeah, I was scared to death. I thought it was some particularly scary monster, but it turned out to be less than 100 million. Except for Chopper, who was shocked by the amount not long ago, Nami and Usopp were very calm and even looked down on the amount, which made Vivi a little puzzled. But Luffy's bounty is only 30 million, this is more than twice. It's okay, Vivi, you don't understand, there's a saying that debts are not a burden. Yet, compared to those monsters, this may be just a small soldier. Rather than saying that Nami and Usopp are not afraid, it's better to say that she has let it go. The original bounty of 81 million and the status of the 7 warlords of the sea do have a lot of pressure, but it depends on who you compare it with. Luffy has already regarded Kaido, who has a bounty of more than 4 billion, as a target to defeat. Compared with Kaido's monster-like bounty, Crocodile is indeed insignificant. Bounties cannot explain everything, but for most people, bounties are the most intuitive way to judge strength. Those with low bounties are not necessarily weak, but those with high bounties are definitely not weak. Even Quinn is also applicable to this principle. After removing all the blame from him, Quinn's own strength is still a monster. Whether it is Kaido's tempered domineering or the various weapons and equipment on him, they can cause devastating results. With his ability, it is not difficult for him to destroy the country if there is no strong person to stop him. At the same time, Yamato and his party also successfully arrived at the desert country of Alabasta after the trip. Okay, you go back first, I will call you again when I need you. Yamato did not continue to take Steel Crow with him, but let it return to Steel Crow's nest. The climate in Alabasta is not very suitable for Steel Crow's survival. It was okay at night, but in the hot day, Steel Crow's wings became extremely hot due to the exposure to the sun, and it was already possible to process teppanyaki. It's so hot I don't like it here. Let's change countries. I think the previous island is good. Their potato carnival seems to have not ended yet. Ultai has a special preference for food such as potatoes. Fried potatoes are much more delicious to her than sea beast meat. The previous carnival made her very happy. The food in Alabasta is okay, but the temperature is unacceptable to her. Don't worry, it won't be long. Robin has also made a big discovery. We can leave after solving this problem, but I always feel that returning to Wano country will be unfortunate. The locations given by the Millennium Dragon have not been figured out yet. Let's quickly find her to translate the map and leave here. That's right, let's go. Robin's news said that she is in the royal capital, and it seems that there has been a war there. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 914, this saliva has been working for several years, can you resist it? Click. The flint of the lighter gave off sparks, and the lit cigar emitted bursts of smoke. In the cool room, Crocodile opened the curtains and looked outside. The barren desert was full of dead silence. Such an environment was a natural home court for him. Alabasta, the desert country, even if this town in the desert has experienced thousands of years of history, it still cannot cover up the dead silence in the desert. This country was already shrouded in death when it was born. Crocodile sighed at this dead desert. Even the locals who lived here all year round might get lost in the desert, but it was just a sigh. Now he is the mastermind behind the Alabasta incident. The death in the desert and the dried up oasis are inseparable from him. Are all the things that need to be done almost done? Probably, but the latest news is that the ships of the billionaires sent to Naruhara were all annihilated by unknown people. There are as many replacements for that kind of person as you want, and it won't affect my plan at all. But Nico Robin, have you been doing more privately recently? The billionaires sound majestic, but they are just the head of the miscellaneous soldiers of Baroque works. Street thugs, bounty hunters, ordinary pirates, these people can all be substitutes. With Crocodile's own abilities, there are as many such people as you want in the first half of the Grand Line, and he is not there at all. Compared to this, he is more concerned about some special actions of Robin. She is always collecting some things that are meaningless to him. I don't know what you are talking about. Oh, it doesn't matter. As long as you can complete the tasks I have assigned, I don't care what you have done, but I have to remind you that I am completely different from those idiots you have known before. Allah, I know. I will handle the things you have arranged. Robin admitted that Crocodile is much stronger than the guys in the previous organizations, but that's all. Yamato sent her a message the day before yesterday, saying that they have arrived in Alabasta. It seems that Crocodile's remaining good days are running out. Crocodile has his plan, Robin has her plan, Vivi and others also have their own plans, and even Yamato has arranged special plans for the action. When these plans finally conflict, everything will have to return to the original stage of fists. There is no doubt that Yamato's fist is the biggest one at this time. But at this moment, the group with the biggest fist is traveling in the desert slowly. Damn, it's still so hot, Yamato, get some more ice, this igloo is about to melt. Most people rely on camels to travel in the desert of Alabasta, but Yamato is different. At this time, 2 giant lizards are honestly serving as means of transportation. The desert of Alabasta also breeds a large number of unique species, and the Santadora lizard is one of them. This giant lizard usually hunts in pairs. Because of its huge size, sharp teeth, and claws, it has always been at the top of the food chain in the Alabasta desert. It is also one of the most feared creatures by local residents in the desert, but at this moment, they have been forced to become mounts. The 2 big bags on the head explain everything. Yamato persuaded the 2 lizards to send them to the direction of the royal capital in an extremely friendly way. In order to escape the heat, Yamato also used his ability to build 2 igloos on the back of the lizard, which greatly alleviated the heat of the desert. But under the scorching sun, the ice made by Yamato has a limited existence time. It melted into ice water not long after, which made the lizards feel a lot more comfortable. Ultai in the Dragon Man state lies on the back of the lizard. The reason she enters the Dragon Man state is simply to fight the sun. She doesn't want to get sunburned or tanned, and she doesn't like the desert clothes in Alabasta, so she just uses dinosaur skin to fight the hot sun. Oh, okay, wait for me, wait until I finish editing this dynamic. Remember to block the people who should be blocked, but I don't think it makes any difference. Kaido will definitely not let you go. Don't mention it. I finally forgot about it completely. It's not just Nami and Usopp who are in debt, but also Yamato. She knows very well that before she can defeat her father head-on, some things will eventually be unavoidable. In order not to affect her mood for traveling, she chooses to temporarily seal some memories. As for page 1, he is trying to reduce his presence. Before these two lizards came to the door, Ulti has been trying to seduce him to act as a means of transportation. The huge land shark can fly, run, and burrow underground. Except for not being able to swim, it can be called an all-terrain means of transportation. Only page 1 really hopes that these two lizards can be stronger, otherwise if no other suitable creatures can be found, it will really be his turn. On the other side, compared with the special way of advancing of Yamato and Ulti and others, the Straw Hat Pirates are much more normal, but they also encountered a tough opponent, Kung Fu Manatee. Amphibious creatures that look like manatees but have a special structure like a turtle shell, entrenched in the desert rivers of Alabasta and the surrounding oceans. If you want to go ashore, try to defeat me. If you don't dare, go back to the other side, it said so. Chopper acted as a deer-shaped translator, conveying the words of the Kung Fu Manatee to Luffy and others. And the first challenger Usopp has already lost to the Kung Fu Manatee. Although Luffy defeated these manatees, he saw a brand new move. Wow, is the saliva of these manatees so strong? The Weathered Mary was wounded again, and a water arrow with extremely strong penetration passed through the hull, leaving a hole that allowed light to pass through. Even Luffy's pants were cut open. Master Lizard told them that as long as they can practice to the point of drilling holes through rocks with water, he will come back to teach them more. Now Master Lizard has not come back, it must be that they are not strong enough. If we go to the other side, can we help them? Asked Master Lizard if they have passed the test. That's what they said. Chopper learned a new term from the Kung Fu Manatee's Master Lizard. At the beginning, in order to find a reason to get rid of them, the little lizard deceived these Kung Fu Manatees with a water gun. Since then, these Kung Fu Manatees have been repeating this action. After years of training, they really practiced their own water guns. They can't store water like the thousand-faced chameleon, but they can hold river water or sea water in their mouths and then spit it out directly like a bullet. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 915, Kingdom War, the difference between father and daughter's ideas. Master Lizard, why do I feel that this word is so familiar? After leaving the area where Kung Fu Manatees gathered, Wai Wei felt more and more familiar with this word, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. What's wrong, Wai Wei? By the way, the capital is also on the other side of the river. Vivi, have you seen the Lizard Master they are talking about? Those Kung Fu Manatees said that Lizard Master is a weird man dressed like a human cowboy, who can cut rocks with water just by waving his fingers. According to Chopper's description, Lizard Master's figure gradually overlapped with the little lizard following Robin, and she found that she could not understand this former teacher more and more. But this did not delay their journey. In order to stop Crocodile's actions, they continued to advance in the vast sea of sand day and night. After a while, Yamato and his party had arrived at the royal city of Albina. According to Robin, they only needed to wait in the royal city for a few days, and she would go there as soon as she finished dealing with some things. As the royal city of Alabasta, even other areas Crocodile's actions caused a drought, but the place still maintained a certain prosperity. But even in the prosperous royal city, such generous customers are rarely welcomed. They booked the most luxurious hotel here at a very low price. In fact, even if they didn't book the place, few people would enter. The rebels in Alabasta are taking action, and the country's economy has been slightly depressed in recent years. There are very few tourists in the royal capital. The generosity of Yamato, the rich lady, has saved this nearly bankrupt hotel and injected some liquidity into it. Everyone, I heard that there are rebels in action recently, but it is still safe in the royal city, but just in case, it is recommended not to go out at night. Looking at the three people and some strange animals, the waiter of the tavern left the courtyard of Yamato and others. In Alabasta, people here have a strong acceptance of all kinds of strange creatures. The fastest creature in the kingdom of Alabasta Runner, a large duck like a chocobo, and there is also a special runner duck unit in the country. The sea cats with strong symbolic meaning, the turtles that can be transported by water and land at an equally fast speed, as well as a series of creatures with different personalities such as Kung Fu Bull, Banana Crocodile, and Deception Bird. Although the appearance of Tutu Dog and Happy Egg is different, they look very friendly. It is very common for rich ladies to keep some special pets. At this time, Page 1 was studying the updated video games on Rotom's mobile phone in the house, and Yamato was sunbathing with Ultai. It's so cold, this country is really not suitable for me to live in. As night fell, the heat of the day dissipated, replaced by bursts of chill. The air in Alabasta is very dry, with little precipitation and few clouds, which cannot absorb the heat radiation from the sun. During the day, when the light and heat from the sun shine on the desert, the sand on the top layer of the desert absorbs the heat and releases it back into the air, overheating the air and causing the temperature to soar. At night, most of the heat in the sand will dissipate quickly, making the sand and its surrounding environment colder. 30 or 40 degrees during the day, and below zero at night, this is common in Alabasta. The low rainfall environment is also one of the reasons why Crocodile chose this place. His ability will be greatly weakened on rainy days. Compared with this, the huge temperature difference is nothing. But Ultai doesn't like this kind of climate. This degree of cold and heat can't do anything to her, but compared with the comfortable environment in the past, the climate here is simply terrible. People will miss winter in summer and express the feeling that they would rather freeze to death than be killed by heat, but when the cold winter comes, this feeling will be reversed, and they will express the feeling that they would rather die of heat than freeze to death. At this time, Ultai is in this state. The only thing she likes about this country is all kinds of fruits. How did Robin stay here for several years? Well, I remember she didn't stay here all the time. She was exploring in the first half. According to her, spending other people's money to do her own things is a reasonable way to slack off? No, what's the word, I can't remember it. It was right on the tip of his tongue, but Yamato couldn't think of how to pronounce the word, so he let it go. Speaking of which, this country is really depressed. I seem to have seen a lot of ruins along the way. It doesn't matter. There are so many countries in the world. You have seen worse ones in the New World. Can you manage it? I can't manage it now, but I may not be able to manage it in the future. Why didn't I think you wanted to manage so many things before? It's not that I want to manage it, but I feel uncomfortable seeing it like this. It would be better if it was like Wano country. As for the past, maybe all I thought about was fighting with that bastard dad. Be more confident. You think so now? I'll go see what Xiao Pei is doing. You can do whatever you want, he said and jumped directly into the second floor of the courtyard. Going through the window instead of the door is almost a skill passed down from generation to generation by the new generation of beasts. Except for Jack, who is huge and not flexible enough, everyone else has a flexible way to climb through the window, and all this is thanks to Kaido. After Ultai jumped back into the room from the window, a loud noise came from inside, and Yamato also looked at Tutu, who was painting on the wall, and opened a video for Happiny and the Happiny of Onigashima, and then continued to study the stars in the sky. After dawn the next day, Yamato wanted to appreciate the scenery of the royal capital, but was interrupted by a burst of explosions. The hotel waiter's words were not right. Under the instigation of Crocodile, a large number of rebels had surrounded the royal capital. Originally, they were in a state of confrontation, but the people of Baroque works had already mixed into the royal capital. When he deliberately slipped his hand, the city defense artillery roared, and also set off the prelude to the war. The relationship between the two sides has long been like a powder keg. Generally, this shot directly caused the battlefield to explode. Countless camel cavalrymen raised countless dust and began to attack the capital under the artillery fire of the royal army. This is war. Did your father grow up in this environment? Whether it is a battle between pirates or a fight between pirates and the navy, it is not a formal war in terms of scale, but this time is different. As a big country, Alabasta has great advantages in terms of land and population. The number of people affected by this war is far beyond Yamato's previous cognition. I really don't like this environment. Looking at the war that Kaido loves most, Yamato doesn't understand why Kaido is so obsessed with war. It was at this time that Robin sent her a new communication. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 916, this is the mercenary service of the beasts, please choose the appropriate price. In the palace of Alabasta, Waiwei wanted to send a signal to the outside by blowing up the palace, so as to tell the truth to everyone, but when the fuse of the explosives was about to burn out, Crocodile appeared in the palace. At this time, he had already regarded Alabasta as his own territory, and of course he would not sit idly by and watch Wei blow it up. As the king, Cobra had fallen into Crocodile's hands at this time. Although there were many guards in the kingdom, these people were not taken seriously by Crocodile. Seeing that he was about to succeed, his ambition had also expanded. If the kingdom is destroyed, it is normal for the royal family to die. You two, father and daughter, should have been prepared to die here. The smoke and yellow sand of the cigar rose around Crocodile, and with a burst of light smiles, Crocodile came to Cobra. I have no intention of letting you go, but you should understand that there are many ways to die. If you don't want to die in extreme pain and let your daughter experience the same pain, you'd better answer me a question honestly. Cobra, Pluto, where is it? The death threat did not change Cobra's face, but Pluto's name made Cobra's face change drastically. Why do you know this name? It seems that you know the existence of this thing, Pluto. The legend says that an island can be destroyed with just one shot. It is the most evil ancient weapon with the name of God. According to the information I have found, it should be somewhere in this country. This is my original purpose. As long as I have it, I can build the strongest military country here, recruit people, strengthen my power, and one day I can become a force above the world government. As an ambitious man, Crocodile is very ambitious. Compared with the so-called pirate king, his goal is closer to the king of the world. The world government will never sit back and watch a pirate like you do that. That's why I need Pluto. Without absolute force, how can I directly go against the world government? He regarded everyone present as dead, so he exposed his ambition. He had planned this for a long time. If no one knew about it, he would lose a lot of fun. But he didn't see the expression he wanted on Cobra. I don't know where that thing is, and it may not be in this country. Is that so? This answer is not surprising, or rather, I also know that Pluto may just be a legend. But according to my plan, in 20 minutes, the rebels will arrive at the square and start fighting, and in 30 minutes, my people will fire a special artillery shell at the palace, and the 5-kilometer explosion range will raise everything here to the ground. Mr. Cobra, let me change the question. Since you don't know where Pluto is, then tell me, where is the historical text? From the beginning, Crocodile never thought that he could get the location of Pluto from Cobra. He found someone who had a certain understanding of the historical text, and his goal was to decipher it himself. The previous threats and bomb intimidation, the ultimate goal is to get the historical text, but when Cobra just gave a response, Robin on the side couldn't help laughing. What's wrong, Miss Alcinde? Is what I said funny? No, it's not funny, at least it's not funny to me, but my friend said you're full of useless nonsense, even she thinks you're useless, this is really funny. Crocodile's face turned ugly, he couldn't understand why Nico Robin wanted to tear his face off with him at this time. Not only Crocodile couldn't understand, Vivi couldn't understand either, she thought Robin was waiting for an opportunity, but she didn't expect to make such a statement at this time. What? Seeing that I was going to kill this princess, you, as her former teacher, couldn't help it. Do you really think I don't know about the contact between you? Originally, based on your ability, I was going to use you again, it seems that you don't plan to cherish this opportunity. Speaking of this, Crocodile took out a stack of papers from his arms, which were some notes of Robin, but in Crocodile's eyes, it was actually a dictionary for translating historical texts. He wanted to use this method to show that he had already seen through everything and had been in control of the situation. However, Nico Robin's attitude still exceeded Crocodile's expectations. She was not panicked or shocked, but talked about business with Cobra. Your Majesty Cobra, I am actually also very interested in the historical text. Interest, of course, I also have a business to discuss with you. According to our rules, the price of intervening in a battle is usually estimated according to the strength of the enemy. Crocodile's original bounty was 81 million baileys, and the status of Shishibukai was 300 million premiums, while the initial price of the battle between countries was 500 million baileys, which will be slightly adjusted according to the scale. With the scale of the Alabasta rebels, 1 billion can be dealt with cleanly, whether it is annihilation or capture alive, it can be done according to your requirements. So as long as you are willing to pay 1.381 billion baileys, plus the information of the historical text, this matter can be perfectly settled. What do you think? This is a friendly price given for Princess Vivi's face. There was silence. Whether it was Cobra or Vivi, Crocodile, or the guards of the kingdom, they all fell silent because of Robin's question. Sister Robin, stop joking. If you really have any plans, just deal with them quickly. I promise you this price on behalf of my father. Vivi reacted first. When she learned some knowledge from Robin, Robin gave her a feeling of omnipotence. At this time, she was more willing to believe that Robin really had plans. Ha 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 Nico Robin, I thought you were a smart person, but now it seems that you are also a fool. Do you think there are people in Alabasta who can deal with me? Or do you think that Straw Hat Boy and his beetle can defeat me? Of course not, natural ability users are very strong in the Grand Line, but Mr. Zero, is there a possibility that some people are not from Alabasta? Sizzle. A strange sound came into everyone's ears. In Alabasta during the day, a strange phenomenon was happening. A thin layer of ice spread from a distance to the palace, and in a few breaths, the palace in the desert was completely frozen. And a figure gradually approached from a distance. The chill brought by the ice layer also makes people feel chilly in the hot summer, but this fear lasts only for a short time. Robin, I'm here. Does this appearance meet your requirements? Isn't it cool? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 917, Baptism of Overlord Color. What Robin told Cobra before was nothing else, but the offer of external mercenaries of the beasts. As the most powerful armed group in the New World, in addition to the huge income brought by the beast's fruit, war is also the main business of the beasts. In this chaotic era, high-quality arms have always been a bestseller, and mercenary services are one of them. Before Quinn's persecution delusion broke out, he also went out to perform similar tasks, and the Kingdom War in the East China Sea was one of them. In addition to Kaido, the Cotters of the Beasts have performed similar tasks, especially Jack recently. In order to hone himself in battle, he walks on the road to find trouble and fight every day. As long as the enemy is strong enough, he will participate in it in the form of experience. If the enemy is not strong enough, he will throw the task to his younger brother. Today, Jack's ship has become the team with the highest loss rate among the many squads of the beasts, but also the highest actual combat experience. Yamato complained a lot in the chat a few days ago that he didn't like the way Alabasta was going to fight, so she just found a reason for Yamato to intervene in the war and make some extra money. As an external brain, it is sometimes very tiring. A handsome appearance, this is the only condition Robin gave Yamato, which will make the buyer feel that the value for money is more than the money, and thus pay more willingly. Not bad, but remember to ask me this question after the fight next time. Creating an ice field in the Desert Kingdom has already reached its peak in terms of style, but the last sentence makes all the foreshadowing that was buried before go to waste. Why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't say it before, so you can do whatever I want next. Wait a minute, let's see if His Majesty the King or His Royal Highness the Princess has any other requests. Vivi, or His Majesty Cobra, do you have any other requests? Let me introduce you. This is our eldest lady, Yamato, whose net worth exceeds 2 billion Baileys. This move is a great benefit. If Robin must comment, it is because she is used to it. If Yamato makes a perfect move, the target must be Kaido. Now it doesn't affect anything. Other people are all innocent. It was Crocodile's instigation that led to this result. Can you help minimize casualties? Is that so? This is not difficult. It's just that there are a lot of people. You can handle it after it's over. Swish. As soon as Yamato finished speaking, before the people nearby could figure out what she meant, a gust of wind spread out from her as the center, and the majestic momentum crushed the whole scene. Plop, plop. Wei felt a huge rock pressing on her chest. The huge pressure made her feel suffocated. The original Yamato was just a tall girl, but now she looked more like a beast in human skin. Clang. The weapons in the hands of several guards slipped to the ground, and their legs could no longer support their bodies. They finally collapsed on the ground. This was because the distance was close enough, so Yamato controlled the power. Whoosh! The strong wind rolled up the yellow sand, and it blew on people's faces with a whistling sound. When the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd outside the royal capital Highland had already fallen to the ground like wheat being cut. The king, the rebels, the civilians, the pirates of Baroque works, the navy following Smoker, no matter what their identities were, they all lost consciousness and fell to the ground. What's going on? Is it the king's secret weapon? It actually knocked down tens of thousands of people with one blow. No, Wang and the others fainted too. What on earth is this? There are always exceptions in the crowd. Some people were holding their arms on the ground, using their last bit of strength to maintain their consciousness, but they eventually fell to the ground, and then their eyes went black and they completely lost consciousness. Occasionally, a few determined people sat there blankly under the baptism of this momentum, not knowing what to do next. This is Yamato's domineering color. Domineering, the best choice for clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers. In her opinion, as long as everyone fainted, there would naturally be no casualties, so she exploded her domineering color. Domineering to the greatest extent. It was difficult to distinguish too many people, and deterring only one side would easily lead to a one-sided massacre, so except for the area near her, she took indiscriminate attacks on the distant areas. In order to make these people faint for a longer time, she released her own domineering aura to the greatest extent. After years of training, her domineering color gradually changed. The powerful deterrent force made the soldiers in the battle lose their combat effectiveness instantly, and perfectly achieved the goal. Plop, plop. In addition to the people who fell at the beginning, people with less strength will also be affected. In the city of Albina, Mr. Wanda's bonus was fighting with Zoro, but as Yamato's conqueror's haki passed through, the two of them couldn't help but kneel on one knee on the ground, looking towards the direction of the palace with shocked faces. Outside the city, Usopp even fainted with foam at the mouth. They didn't understand what kind of power this was. Only a very few knowledgeable people knew what this was. For example, crocodile. The conqueror's haki. The New World is a special place. Even if the conqueror's haki is born only once in a million people, it is not uncommon in the New World. According to the New World, people with conqueror's haki are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river. Crocodile used to be a well-informed person, but he has not experienced the impact of conqueror's haki for more than 10 years. You are such a person. No, Nico Robin, you are hiding well enough. Crocodile wanted to ask why someone like Yamato would appear here, but thinking of Robin's words just now, all this is no longer a problem. Is the beasts also interested in Pluto? Although settled in Alabasta, Crocodile still knows something about the situation in the New World. Fighting back to the New World is also one of his goals. For him, the position of Pirate King is a good stepping stone before becoming the king of the world. It is no secret that Kaido loves war. In Crocodile's view, he will not let go of this kind of war weapon. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Pluto has always been under the feet of the beasts. If he knew this, his mentality might explode on the spot. We are not interested in that kind of thing. In fact, we just came here on the way. Besides, I wanted to beat you up many years ago. My friends are not something that can be threatened by a guy like you. Yamato's words confused Crocodile. He could understand every word, but when they were put together, he didn't understand what Yamato wanted to say. Before he could say anything, a soldier who was still conscious staggered in. No, it's not good, Your Majesty, the latest news from the front line, all the 10,000 rebels and our defenders are unconscious due to unknown forces. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 920, a new voyage has begun. All those standing knocked down. That's right, you don't have to worry about the palace. You can check and fill in the gaps around to prevent any fish from slipping through the net from causing damage. As the head of Baroque Works is so weak, Yamato has completely lost interest in the small fish outside. Even if they could maintain their will under the impact of her domineering color, those people would not be strong, and they might not even be able to beat her Happy Egg. But she felt that it was not appropriate for Happy Egg to fight, so she let the siblings move around. After the phone call was hung up, the siblings who were watching the show looked at each other. They had not received any instructions before, so they rested in the hotel. Although they were not serious at ordinary times, they would still obey the orders from above before taking action. Yamato had absolute jurisdiction over the two of them in terms of strength and status. As long as they listened to Yamato, it didn't matter if they got into trouble, because she was there to support them. Xiaopei. Stop, I'll be outside and you'll be inside. Sister Yamato said to knock down all the standing ones as soon as possible. Hey? When did she say as soon as possible? I think that's what she meant. Anyway, it's time to act, sister. By the way, Sister Yamato said to knock them down, not to kill them all. Sister, take it easy. Before leaving, Peggy 1 also specifically told Ultai to avoid her doing something irrational when she got too excited. But he said that just because he was used to it. People here basically couldn't even hurt Ultai, let alone make her get too excited. Then Peggy 1 didn't fly into the air, but went directly into the ground. There are two ways of living for Garcomp. One is to fly in the sky at a speed not inferior to that of a jet fighter, and search for its own prey in the process. Due to their super high flying speed, the prey targeted by them has nowhere to escape. However, Garcomp is a Pokemon that lives on the ground. Most Garcomps in the wild have the habit of digging holes. In addition to hunting in the sky like falcons, they also hunt like sharks, attacking from below. It's just not underwater, but underground. The scales on the surface of the body allow Garcomp to sense the noise on the ground. Those who can still stand can't stay still. As long as they move, Page 1 can use Garcomp's ability and observation haki to finally lock the enemy's position. It's just that digging a hole can be overdone if you're not careful. Why are you here, Peggy? I dug too much. In the underground temple of Alabasta, Cobra originally brought Robin to get the rubbings of the historical text as agreed, but the stone above suddenly loosened, and then Page 1 drilled out directly from it. In the underground cave, vision is useless, everything can only rely on perception, and Page 1 noticed the movement here, so he accidentally dug over. Ahem, this is an accident. The soil here is a bit desert-ified. I'm not used to it. Sister Yamato has a mission. I'm leaving first. Page 1 retreated back the way he came, and blocked the road he dug with stones. Your Majesty Cobra, you've seen that our business capabilities are still very strong. If you need it, you can call this number in the future. After Page 1's episode, Robin handed Cobra a business card. She had worked for Teezero for a while and had some occupational diseases, such as selling some essential businesses for all beasts. I still hope that I won't need these again in the future, but the bomb that Crocodile mentioned. Don't worry about that. The news just came that my partner has found that thing and it's probably been dismantled now. Really excellent efficiency. At the same time, in a tower in the royal capital, after the little lizard dealt with the agents of the Baroque works who stayed here, he used the special structure of his tail and fingers to complete his bomb disposal work. As an agent Pokemon, bomb disposal is easy. Its special eyes allow it to easily see through the structure of the bomb and then dismantle it. If there was any accident in this operation, it was that Luffy encountered some accidents. He originally wanted to rush to the palace to deal with Crocodile as soon as possible, but when he was still on the way, Crocodile was knocked down by Yamato, and then he met Ultai who was cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net. In a stubborn communication method, he was knocked down by Ultai with the Ul head gun, and finally dragged aside by Hilo. After getting the required reward, Yamato and others left Alabasta, and Robin was taken away with them. The ruins nearby have been explored cleanly by Robin over the years, and now the historical text has been obtained, so there is naturally no need to stay. Although it did not play a decisive role, the Straw Hat Pirates also helped Alabasta a lot and were warmly received by Cobra. Crocodile was handed over to the navy that arrived later by Alabasta, but Crocodile remained silent and ignored all the questions from the navy. The navy finally got the information that only Yamato and others were hired to defeat Crocodile and his party. In order to cover up their mistakes, this achievement was still thrown to Smoker, but Yamato and his party also attracted the attention of the nearby navy, which made the Straw Hats' voyage very smooth again, and added a transvestite MR2, Von Clay on the ship. After Crocodile fell, he successfully escaped with the ability of the Mimic Fruit, and joined Luffy's team with his recognition of friendship. The royal mission prevented Vivi from joining. At this time, she and Cobra were observing the new wonders in the kingdom, a piece of ice, which Yamato made in the battle with Crocodile. Previously, when she was traveling, she made ordinary ice for Ultai, which would melt quickly in the sun and was no different from ice in nature. But this is different. In order to isolate Crocodile from the reincarnation erosion, Yamato used the power from Kyurem, which permanently changed the landform and added an unmelted ice spring to the hot Alabasta. But Yamato didn't know about this. She had asked Robin to replan the route according to the description of the Millennium Dragon and sailed to the next destination. Jin is still on the way to find Blackbeard, Arceus and Shayna have embarked on the journey home, and Quinn came to the place where he worked overtime, an island where Pokemon gathered. The time of birth here is almost the same as that of the Fat Express, and its purpose is to test the members of the pirate group. Its name is Charizard Island. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 921, overtime journey on Charizard Island. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? If you want to join our team, show me your ability. On the temporary platform, Quinn ordered the pirates below impatiently. Since the fight with Akainu, although his paranoia has not been cured, it has at least been alleviated. He still dares to go out when ordered. At this time, his job is to select new members to join the team. The pirate fleet of the Sea Emperor usually has a large number of people, but the team and the affiliated forces are two concepts. Take Whitebeard as an example. The Whitebeard Pirates team is divided into 16 teams with a total of 1,600 people, but the total number of the entire Whitebeard Pirates is as high as 50,000. War is not just about burning money. In this world where personal force can change the direction of a war, in addition to the number of soldiers, quality has also become extremely important. The peripheral members and the original it can be said that there is a world of difference between the team members. Only those on the periphery are eligible to join the team after passing the initial examination. In the past, the examination of strength was usually done by the members of the team, but with the increase in the speed of the expansion of the beasts, the examination method has also changed. This island is a special island created by Lord Arceus with his own ability. You can come here, which means you have passed the initial assessment, but if you want to join the team, there is one last trial, which is to persist on this island for 3 days. I don't care how you persist, anyway, you can get the mark of the Qianzhou wrist in the examiner's hand, and stand to the other end of the island after 3 days, you have passed this trial. Quinn used his loudspeaker to explain the rules of joining to the people below. Looking at those new people who were full of confidence, he randomly poured a basin of cold water on them. Don't be so naive. There are only half of the places for this time. No matter how many are left, only half of you can be selected. Moreover, the examiners on this island are very special. You'd better hope that you can stick to it smoothly. A reminder from Lord Quinn, this assessment depends on your strength, but strength is not the only thing. If you are lucky, you can also find a shortcut. Lord Quinn. Can you explain it more clearly? What exactly is the shortcut? It's boring to say it out loud. Now, all of you get in and take the assessment. Originally, he was introducing the rules, but Quinn suddenly threw away the trumpet in his hand, and then picked up a revolver machine gun, leaving a row of bullet holes at the feet of the pirates below. The dense gunfire startled the birds in the forest, and at the same time notified the examiners that the people participating in the trial had arrived. The moment they entered the forest, these people started fighting with each other. In their opinion, it was not difficult to pass an island. The only thing that limited them was the number, so they wanted to solve their competitors while they had enough physical strength. Some people made different choices, moving towards the finish line in advance, and were looking for who the examiner was that Quinn mentioned. After the last person disappeared from his sight, Quinn also put away the smile on his face, and there were several more people's information in his hand. Hehe, these Navy really want to make trouble all the time. Do you really think I don't know anything? Want to persecute me? Next life. Never doubt that a persecuted delusion can do something outrageous for his own safety. In addition to his own intelligence network, Quinn also has all kinds of gossip. The identity of this group of Navy was not a problem, but Doflamingo found some information about the Navy from Virgo in order to please the contact person of the beast, which eventually led to the exposure of this group of personnel. In fact, Quinn deliberately let them go to this island. As a pirate group, their assessment is not a child's play. Quinn has a large number of death indicators, and it is not difficult for him to make these people disappear reasonably. Let me see where these guys ran to. Before entering the island, Quinn distributed the so-called distress signal guns to them, which could be used to give up the assessment, but some of the signal guns were installed with locators and distributed to the undercovers. At this time, he had already started his own clearing operation. But when he looked at the locator, he found that some signals had disappeared on it. Quinn also had a lot of confidence in his technology. In his opinion, the Navy could not find the disadvantages. The only possibility for the signal to disappear was that it was destroyed by external forces. Only the Pokémon on the island would do such a thing. As expected of the creatures created by Lord Arceus, this action is really fast enough. Those locators also have a special smell. Humans can't smell it, but Pokémon can sense this special signal that marks the target of attack. Roar! A dragon-shaped Pokémon spewed flames from its mouth and destroyed the enemy in front of it, then crushed the signal gun that fell on the ground with 1 foot, and then spread its wings and flew back to the nest in the center of the island. It looks like a dragon, and it has dragon in its name, but it just doesn't have dragon attributes. It is one of the powerful Pokemon of a certain flying type king, and the final evolution of the first generation of the 3 fire-attributed Pokemon, Charizard. At this time in the sky, you can even see several Charizards flying around. The orange dragon skin looks like a combination of a western dragon and a dinosaur. The sharp claws have a lot of deterrence, and the end of the long and thick tail is burning with flames. They were born at a time not much different from Dragonite, but there are more of them, and the frequency of battles is also higher. Compared with Dragonite, Charizard's personality is more irritable, and it will constantly look for powerful opponents in life. This is how they become stronger. It is said that the more hard battles Charizard has experienced, the more combat experience it has accumulated, which will make the flames hotter and the temperature of the flames higher. After eliminating the people with the special invader mark, the flames on the Charizard's tail also calmed down again. If you want to observe the status of a Charizard, the tail is an excellent option. During the battle, the flames of their tails will burn more fiercely. If the fire-breathing dragon is really angry, the front end of its tail will burn with blue and white flames. The burning condition of the flames at ordinary times indicates the health of a fire-breathing dragon. If the flames of the tail are extinguished, it means that the life of this fire-breathing dragon has come to an end. At this time, Quinn had already waved his wings behind him and flew over. Looking at the situation below, he couldn't help laughing. Mhahaha, this island feels good, no wonder Jin that guy often practices here. But his smile didn't last long, a large fire-breathing dragon was flying towards him. According to the notes that Jin threw to Quinn before leaving, the fire-breathing dragon seemed to regard him as a challenge. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 922, Jin's Little Note, The Sword of Action. Jin spent the most time with these fire-breathing dragons, and Jin also knew more about their living habits. He left notes for Quinn when he handed over the shift to him, not because he was worried about what the fire-breathing dragon would do to Quinn. In Jin's opinion, Quinn is now a group of meat. After long-term training, his health bar is comparable to that of Lunaria. At most, he will be burned into a black man. In that case, Jin will not only not worry, but will also mock him in person. Jin just doesn't want Quinn to be stupid and cause some problems for the fire-breathing dragon. When the tail flame of a fire-breathing dragon burns violently and swings up and down at a certain frequency, it means that they are eager to fight and think that the person in front of them is a powerful opponent and want to fight with him. Oh, it turns out that this guy also thinks that I am very strong. These years of experience are not in vain. Quinn's mind also flashed a revolving lantern. Since leaving Mads, his life experience seems to be not easy. The pod on his body is getting thicker and thicker, and his domineering is getting stronger. Under the indoctrination of library knowledge, even his brain capacity has been passively enhanced. There is a fire-breathing dragon with wider wings and special patterns on its tail. It is the leader of the fire-breathing dragon. It is quite powerful and likes to fight like Kaido. Fight. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon in front of him, Quinn seemed to see the burning fighting spirit, and the flame brewing in his mouth showed what this fire-breathing dragon wanted to do. Why I have to fight even though I'm working overtime? That torturer didn't tell me earlier. Mander Fesh, who works overtime every day as a social animal, has a lot of free time. As the big boss of the beasts, Quinn's goal is to enjoy life. He is not bad in terms of food and treatment, and it is constantly improving. Relying on Shemi's special power, his plantation has long been rejuvenated and even has better land. It's just that his workload has been rising along with his treatment, and he has to deal with possible accidents, such as Kaido and people or things related to Kaido. With a personality similar to Kaido, this sentence means that fighting is difficult to avoid, so when the pirates below are still trying to pass the level, Quinn also had a brief fight with the Charizard in front of him. After Charizard found that Quinn in front of him was like an iron-shelled turtle, he didn't want to fight head-on, but used various methods to evade attacks, so he lost interest. After burning for a long time, it was either a substitute or a barrier, or a dummy made of vines. It was a meat shield, but its body was as slippery as a loach. This fighting style successfully persuaded Charizard to retreat, and it returned to the valley in the center of the island to take its own nap. Because the outer periphery of the island is all tropical rainforest, the dense woods blocked the vision of the people in the forest, and they didn't know what was happening in the sky. Even if they knew, it had nothing to do with them. At this time, they were fighting for their own future. After defeating their competitors, several pirates came to the jungle together and saw the examiner with a token in Quinn's mouth. A dinosaur-like creature was drinking water by the pool. Although its body was wet by the water, the flame on its tail was still burning violently. This is the cub of the Charizard on the island Charmander. The flame on its tail indicates that they are in good health. Like Charizard, this flame tail is a symbol of Charmander's vitality, and the swaying flame indicates that Charmander is in a good mood. The label on its chest is exactly what the pirates need to pass the level. Idiot, what are you doing? Seeing a pirate next to him trying to walk out directly, his partner immediately scolded him. Go get that sign, otherwise how can you join our team? That little guy doesn't look very powerful. Idiot, this is a rainforest. Have you forgotten the python just now? How can this little thing survive in this environment? How can it be a weak chicken? He lowered his voice and scolded his companions. At this time, a Pokémon that looked more like a dinosaur came out, with a piece of meat from an unknown creature stuck in its claws. This is the evolution of Charmander, Charmeleon. The biggest difference between them and Charmander is the extra edges and corners on their bodies, and the color that tends to be red. Compared with Charmander and Charizard, the middle form of Charmeleon has a more fiery personality and often uses its claws to tear its enemies apart. If the deterrence of Charmeleon was not enough, the Charizard that landed right after it scared the pirates and made them realize how right it was to not act rashly. During these 3 days, some pirates failed in the internal struggle, and some pirates were not strong enough in the process of snatching the token and were taught a lesson by the Charizard family. There were also a few who were extremely powerful and took the token from Charmander or Charmeleon and passed the level smoothly. And a few lucky people triggered the hidden conditions mentioned by Quinn. Due to special circumstances, they got along well with Charmander and were sent to the end by Charizard. At the same time, Sengoku received a new intelligence. Have the people sent out lost contact again? Yes, Marshal Sengoku, they seem to have been exposed suddenly. They may have been betrayed by someone, but the details have not been found out yet. I know, you go down. Yes. Tapping the table with one hand, Zhangguo fed a document to his goat. After thinking for a moment, Zhangguo took out a Den Mushi again, and installed a white Den Mushi to prevent eavesdropping. Then he dialed a number and said a code, and then got the other party's reply. Marshal Zhangguo. Major General Drake, there is a special mission. Put your subordinates' work aside and come to the headquarters to find me directly. Yes. The intelligence inside the Navy has been leaked many times some time ago. Zhangguo has long suspected this, but there is no direct evidence to prove that there is a traitor in their ranks. In addition to the impact of the 4 emperors outside, the unstable internal and external environment gave birth to the special force of Sword and secretly infiltrated the 4 emperors' forces. After a while, Drake came to the headquarters according to Zhangguo's order and went directly into Zhangguo's office. Report to Marshal Sengoku, Drake has been ordered to report to you. Well, our infiltration operation some time ago failed again, Drake, the time has come when you are needed. Marshal Sengoku, what do you mean? Your ability is very consistent with the needs of the beast's pirates, and the ability of the ancient species can be well integrated into them. For the justice of the Navy, we need someone to enter their inner circle. Whether it is identity, ability, or trustworthiness, you are the best choice I can think of. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 923, Fallen Navy Rear Admiral, Helpless Jin. Drake, male. The name is pronounced the same as Drake, but he is completely different from Drake of Beasts. Currently a Major General of the Navy Headquarters, one of the special members of the Sword Force, even Sengoku used a special code name to contact him. This is the rule of this unit. When conveying confidential information or sending tasks, internal personnel will first use a code to indicate their identity. They are similar to the Navy's CP organization in the Navy, independent of the world government, and only serve the Navy. In the case of intelligence leaks, this unit is the most trustworthy to Sengoku. Drake's origin is very dramatic. His father, Dysbararus, was also a former Navy, but he chose to defect for his own reasons. Later, for the sake of profit, he wanted to use the surgery fruit to make a deal with the world government. Under Khorasan's disruption, the fruit eventually fell into Law's hands, and under Khorasan's desperate protection, Law was saved from being discovered by Doflamingo. Fate intertwined at this moment, and the surviving Drake was taken away by Sengoku and retrained into a navy. When he was young, Drake admired his father, and because of his identity, Drake also wanted to become a navy. But for some reason, his father defected and became a pirate, and his temperament changed drastically, often inflicting violence on Drake. After getting a new opportunity, Drake worked hard as a Navy officer and successfully became a Rear Admiral. He eventually joined the team because he was valued by Sengoku. Beasts are still keen on animal-type ability users, and animal-type ability users are more likely to be favored by Kaido. As a user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, and Allosaurus form, Drake's ability is most suitable for undercover operations. Drake, this operation is very special. Except for a few senior officials of the headquarters, even the Vice Admiral of the headquarters will not know your identity, and your subordinates and ordinary Navy soldiers are even more so. You have to plan a defection by yourself and successfully escape the encirclement. Acting may go wrong, so Sengoku wants Drake to make a real defection. Marshal Sengoku, in this case. I know, try to control casualties and pay attention to your own safety. The Vice Admiral chasing you will not know that you are an undercover agent. At that time, you can only rely on yourself. Whether it is defection or pursuit, fighting is inevitable. In order to make Drake defect perfectly, Sengoku is ready to pay a certain price of death. Yes, I understand. After today, the Navy lost a promising Rear Admiral and gained a fallen Rear Admiral, who was even written about in the newspaper by Morgans. The Navy also issued a purge order, which made Drake's journey very dangerous. At the same time, Jin followed the clues and came to the Drum Island. The single-handed action made Jin very fast. He did not need to rely on ships. Relying on the strong endurance of the Lunarians, he could fly freely in the sky, and even the bad weather in the New World could not restrain him. The enemy had no way to restrict him. Unless he ran into a strong opponent like Kizaru who could fly, no one could keep him. Flying became his unique advantage. So Jin quickly arrived at the place where Drake had the accident, but traveling alone also had disadvantages. Without subordinates, everything had to be done by himself. He was chasing Blackbeard. If he wanted to find Blackbeard, he had to find out about him. But when a 6-meter-tall stranger wearing black clothes and a mask appeared in front of him, most people's instinctive reaction was to run. Jin himself is not ugly, and is very handsome, but his race identity prevents him from showing his true face outside. Others ignored him and ran away, so he had to chase them to get the news, which scared many people and delayed his trip. It took Jin a lot of effort to get the news that Blackbeard was going to the Drum Kingdom. This is still the result of Jin's restraint. Quinn's title of torture pervert is not for nothing. Although Jin wants to find a place for Drake and looks like a boss who cares about his subordinates, in fact, only very few people can get this treatment. His usual personality is much more irritable than Shayna. If he doesn't restrain himself, the questioning will become torture. Drum Island, a winter island on the Grand Line, Jin began to look for insiders after landing here, but before he met people, he first met rabbits. That is a special kind of rabbit living on Drum Island, Labang. The Drum Kingdom also has many unique creatures. For example, the hiking bears-like mountaineers usually move on the snowy mountains with special mountaineering picks. Although it is a bear, it is very polite. If pedestrians walk towards it, it will bow to indicate, and people should return the greeting accordingly. In addition to polite bears, there are also ferocious rabbits living here, which are the creatures in front of Jin. As a ferocious carnivorous rabbit, Labang has the agility of rabbits and the physique of bears, and often attacks prey collectively, but this time they chose the wrong opponent. Just by waving their wings a few times, Jin knocked down all the rabbits, and he also found the villagers hiding in the snow. Before the villager could react, Jin had already picked him up and asked in a relatively gentle tone. The person in charge here fainted again? These people's psychological quality is getting worse and worse. Throwing the fainted villagers aside, Jin looked at the castle in the distance and flapped his wings to fly upwards. In the castle, Dr. Gariva was discussing the topic of kingdom management with Dalton, the king of the current Drum Kingdom. Strictly speaking, the Drum Kingdom has perished and now it is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. After Luffy defeated Wapol, long-lost peace came here, and even Dr. 20, who was restricted by Wapol, has regained his freedom. Before Jin arrived, the Sakura Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time. Who is it? Relax Dalton, he doesn't look hostile. On the sofa in the castle, a woman with long curly hair was holding a bottle of plum wine. She was Dr. Gariva, Chopper's adoptive mother and teacher. Compared to Dalton's nervousness, Dr. Gariva seemed very calm. This woman is said to have lived for 139 years. She can be called a living fossil of Magnetic Drum Island and the person with the most secrets on Magnetic Drum Island. Why, young man, what is your purpose in coming here? Do you want my secret to eternal youth? Woman, you are very brave. I am not interested in that kind of thing. It seems that you are the manager here. I just want to know, does anyone know the whereabouts of a pirate who calls himself Blackbeard? His full name is Marshall D. Teach, and he is a very despicable guy. To see the fastest update of the pirate journey of Arceus. Chapter 924, The Real Bat King. He arrived in this country some time ago and wanted to find a doctor to treat him, but the doctors at that time were restricted by the king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol, and were not allowed to treat others at will. In the end, that guy and his crew directly destroyed the country, and Wapol was also driven away by him. I don't know what happened next. That was the only time that group of people showed up. The residents of Drum Island had no good impression of Wapol, and they also had no good impression of Blackbeard. Facing Jin's question, Dalton gave his answer straightforwardly. Where did those guys go? I don't know. That guy may have talked to the doctors. I can ask for you. Okay, I'll wait here. Then Gulliver took Dalton out of the castle temporarily, and Gulliver's attitude also made Dalton feel strange. She was too polite, not like herself. According to Gulliver's habit, she shouldn't have a good face when facing an uninvited guest like Jin. Dalton, you are too young, and as a king, you have to care more about things outside. That guy is a monster. The previous Blackbeard could destroy the Drum Kingdom, and this guy can also destroy our Sakura Kingdom when he goes crazy. There is no need to offend such a guy for such a trivial matter. Gulliver has much more experience than Dalton, and they have nothing to do with Blackbeard, because it is meaningless to offend a powerful monster with 1 or 2 words, especially a monster that can bring disaster to the country. The doctor on the Drum Island still provided Jin with some valuable information. After roughly determining the direction of Blackbeard's advance, Jin once again embarked on the road of tracking Blackbeard. Near Gaia Island, the painting style on the Mary became more novel. Come, follow my movements, 1, 2, jump. On the deck of the Mary, Von Clay was learning the shemale dance with Luffy and others, and behind him were Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. But their movements were not as coordinated as Von Clay's. They bumped into each other during the rotation and finally fell on Zoro, who was dozing off. That's enough. Stop making trouble. Hee. Nami and Hee helplessly held their foreheads, and their movements were surprisingly consistent. Although Von Clay was a she-male, he was recognized by Luffy and others in terms of personality, but the problem was that he was not a quiet person. His joining did not calm the Straw Hat Pirates down, but made this group of people more abnormal. She-males, reindeers, flower maniacs, road idiots. After a closer look, Nami found that the most normal person on the ship was actually a rhinoceros beetle. Looking at the record pointer in her hand pointing to the sky, she had no choice but to discuss with Hercules what to do next. Thanks to the 2 Hercules in her hometown, she and Hercules had no language barriers in communication and could make a proper plan for the next step. Sky Island? Are you saying there is really an island in the sky? Heck, I haven't been there, but my companions have been there. Hiro often communicated with Heracross on the way, and got some information. Then on Gaia Island, they met Kulik. For those who can't fly, the only way to reach Sky Island safely is the top of the west sky, but the entrance of this road is very far from Gaia Island, so Kulik has never found the way to Sky Island. With the information provided by the tavern owner, he firmly believed in the existence of Sky Island and insisted on salvaging to earn living funds and accumulating commissions. Whenever he met an adventurous pirate, he would offer to hire the other party to take him to Sky Island. It's just that he has never met a pirate who really has the courage to rush to Sky Island. After all, for ordinary people, the rushing sea current is a dead end, and the probability of successfully reaching Sky Island is very small. It was not until Luffy arrived that he met such a group of warriors. Sky Island, like before, will charge an entry fee to those entering, and the currency has also been unified into Bailey because of the beasts. The entry fee of 100,000 Baileys is not high, but Nami is a bit stingy. After hearing that she could enter for free, she still chose to save money. But when they entered the real Sky Island and saw the 2 flags hanging on the white sea, their hearts instinctively trembled. I say, does that flag look familiar? The Devil's Horn Skull flag and the 1000 Universe Cross flag were hung crosswise on the beach of Angel Island. Looking at the familiar pattern, a few drops of sweat dripped from Nami's forehead. I suddenly remembered that I have a disease that will kill me if I don't pay the money. Otherwise, Nami, how about we go back and pay the entry fee? But the person at the immigration office said that you can enter without paying. In the face of money, Nami still hesitated in her heart. Looking at her tangled expression, Usopp's expression became tearful. While they were tangled, several bows and arrows were inserted into the deck of the Mary. In the sky, the fat man had already flapped his wings and flew over. Batman, the number 49 member of the Beast's Pirates, was the person left behind on Sky Island. Naturally, he rushed over after receiving the news. In the original timeline, he had his own highlights. After all, he was also a little genius who could beat the 4 emperors. Unlike the original timeline, he is now not only able to shine with the help of the animation team. For Luffy, he is the real Bat Emperor. Ha ha ha, after several years, someone finally chose this path. Are you the ones who chose the trial? Trial? What trial? Didn't the old lady at the immigration office explain it to you clearly? Batman frowned, but still explained the rules of Sky Island today. Ordinary people have to pay to enter the country. If you don't pay, you have chosen the second path and participated in our trial. If you fail the trial, you have to pay double the entry fee. If you beat me, you can enter for free and get the opportunity to join us. Don't you know? Well, this is actually a misunderstanding. In other words, you are playing a trick on me. According to our regulations, cheaters must be sent to mine. No. Usopp is my partner, I can't let you send him to mine. Blinking his eyes, the Batman was a little confused. He didn't know what the boy in the straw hat was talking about. He clearly said cheater. When did he say the word liar cloth? Stop talking nonsense. There is no chance to regret in our territory. We have come this far, so prepare to accept the test. In other words, I just need to beat you. Naive newcomer, it's not you who beat me, it's you who beat me. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 925, Group Destroyed. JPG. Looking at the small number of pirates in front of him, the Batman stretched his body and didn't take them seriously. The main recruitment of the beasts is in the New World, and only the pirates who reach the New World can make them look up to them. If you don't even have the ability to pass the first half, then this person is not even qualified to be cannon fodder in the New World. The New World today has become the territory of the 4 emperors. The 4 great pirates compete with each other and erode the scattered forces around them. A few years ago, there were many pirate alliances that occupied their own territory on the edge of the territory of the Sea Emperor and challenged the authority of those people. But as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer such pirates. They are either eliminated or incorporated. Only a handful of them can persist as individuals. It is not only the Red Earth continent that divides the New World and Paradise, but also Haki. In the 4 seas and Paradise, there are only a handful of pirates who know Haki, which also leads to the result that natural ability users are invincible in the first half, but in the New World, Haki has almost become a standard. It is impossible for those who can become codders to have no understanding of Haki, at least they must be proficient in one of them. Although Batman is not a single-digit number, he is also a numbered person in the top 100. Although he is stationed in the Sky Island in the first half, he finally became a codder according to the standards of the New World. The pirates in Paradise are not a problem for him at all. If one day he fails in the hands of a newcomer, there will be other big codders to talk to him without Kaido's appearance. What should he do if he loses face for the pirate group? In this era, the pirates have also shown a tendency to involution. Even the Emperor of the Sea needs fresh blood to increase the strength of the pirate group. Otherwise, Kaido in the original timeline would not have appeared before several supernovas. The Batman is stationed on Sky Island to deal with emergencies on the one hand, and on the other hand it is to see if there are any newcomers worth paying attention to. If there are, the pirate groups of these people will be noticed by the main team of the New World beasts in advance. After all, the talent of the newcomers in the first half is more important than their strength. This also leads to another situation. Unless they encounter a rookie who dares to violate their rules or trample on their flag, the codders stationed in the first half, such as Batman, usually will not kill them. If they are really capable, these newcomers may be their colleagues in the future. If they are not capable, even if they leave here, they will be buried in the belly of fish or die in the hands of others sooner or later. Hey, the number on your belly, Does it mean that you are 49? Luffy rarely did not hit him directly, but questioned the number on Batman's belly. Have you seen other numberers? I haven't heard of anyone meeting you. Then how big is the gap between you and 7? That masked woman knocked me out at the time, and I don't know where she ran off to. Listening to Luffy's words, the Batman looked Luffy up and down, and a sense of doubt emerged in his heart. The man in front of him was still alive, and there were no missing parts. This didn't look like he had fought with Ulti. In the past, the opponents that Ulti had met had fewer parts if they didn't die. This kind of person who didn't even have scars was too rare. The gap between me and Lord Ulti is huge, but it's enough to deal with you. You should be more serious. I've said enough nonsense, let me see what you can do. Buzz. Invisible sound waves came out of the bat's mouth, and the ultrasonic waves from the large mouth enveloped the entire Mary. The harsh sound waves shook the people on the ship with splitting headaches, and even the masts on the ship made a hideous sound. As a member of the numbered people, Batman knows very well how terrible the gap between the numbered people is. The smaller the number, the greater the gap in strength between them. The numbered people outside the 90s may be only slightly inferior to the people in front, but when they meet the numbered people in the single digits, they are usually killed in one blow. Whether it is domineering or ability, talent, or hard work, the people in the single digits are completely better than them. Batman doesn't know that Ulti didn't take ruthless action because of Yamato. He is not qualified to know the private affairs of his eldest lady. Although Yamato has updated the dynamics a lot during this period, the only thing he can do is to like it. In Batman's cognition, the reason why Luffy is still a complete person may be because there is something worth valuing. In this case, he doesn't need to show mercy. Sonic attack is the standard of Zubat. Under the influence of sonic waves, ordinary people will quickly lose the ability to move. At least Nami and Usopp have fallen into a state where they can't move. Others are better. Facing the Batman who took action, they made their own reactions. Since Batman has the ability to fly, except for Luffy, the others can't touch Batman flying in the air. They can only try to approach him with their own jumping ability. However, Luffy's arm flew over first. Rubber pistol. The extended arm approached Batman at a faster speed, and then he was caught in his hand. This attack is too slow. Batman is far from the future of observation haki, but he can still predict the attack. Especially his ability is Zubat, and the combination of ultrasonic wave and observation haki makes his observation haki more acute. After grabbing Luffy's arm, Batman's muscles bulged, and he directly used Luffy as a meteor hammer and smashed it at Sanji below. Sanji, who had no leverage point in the air, was hit by Luffy and fell to the island cloud below. Little Straw Hat. Damn it, the Shemale Fist, memories of that summer. Due to his training in the Shemale Fist, Von Clay's jumping ability is stronger than Sanji's now. His body began to spin at high speed, and he kicked the Batman in the air with a fierce roundhouse kick. But he just flapped his wings twice and came above Von Clay. It's very fast, but it's useless. Von Clay's sidekick was firmly caught by the Batman, and then thrown to Sanji and Luffy below, as a cushion for Von Clay. Luffy, who was a rubber man, was fine, but Sanji, who was at the bottom, had a visibly depressed brow. Choking. Only Zoro was left in the attacking group of 4. His attack did not miss, and he chopped directly on the Batman's stomach, but the domineering aura on his stomach made Zoro's slash ineffective. How could it be? In the battle with Mr. One in Alabasta, he had already mastered the technique of cutting steel. Even Mr. One's steel body with the quick cut fruit could not block his slash, but now he could not even cut the skin of the person in front of him. The action just now was repeated again, and Zoro was also thrown down. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 926, Blue Wave Ball and Excited Batman. Damn green algae head. Get down quickly. The battle just now actually lasted for a very short time. In just one encounter, the 4 major forces on the ship were successfully wiped out by Batman. An animal-type ability user who can fly freely and is proficient in 2-color dominance is a more difficult opponent for Straw Hat and others than Crocodile. Before Crocodile successfully reflected on himself and obtained the buff of the version update, he was not a match for Batman. Decades ago, Crocodile was still a threat to Batman, but he was defeated and had lost all his energy and put all his energy on Hades, so he was no match for the Batman at this time. After pushing the people on him down, the 4 people looked at the Batman nervously again. This opponent seemed more terrifying than before. Of course, there were people who were far more afraid than these 4 people. Usopp, Chopper, remember to protect me. The Batman interrupted his ultrasonic wave when he attacked, which also made the weak trio react at this time. Nami instinctively hid behind Chopper and Usopp. Damn it, why is Hello gone? Where did it go at such a critical moment? Chopper and Usopp were actually filling in the numbers. Hello was more reliable. The rhinoceros beetle on this ship was more reliable than people. This was a common sense for Nami now. Although when there is danger, the people on the ship are worthy of reliance, but when there is no danger, these people are the biggest danger. It's just that Hello flew away not long after arriving at Sky Island, and it is unknown when he will come back. At this time, the Batman was facing the fierce attack of the 4-man team, but no matter how they attacked, they could not touch the Batman. All their actions were within the Batman's expectations. Even if the 4 people worked together to hit the Batman, they would be blocked by the inexplicable black object. What's the matter with this guy? Isn't that ability a bat? How can there be such an outrageous defense and reaction? The journey on the Grand Line broadened the horizons of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, they had a deeper understanding of the animal and natural systems. You have to know that there are more detailed classifications of animal type ability users. I am not an ordinary bat, but a fantasy beast type ability user. This is a rarer ability than the natural system, at least it used to be. Ignoring the power of the 100 beasts, the ability of the fantasy beasts is indeed rare, but after adding the 100 beasts, this rarity is unreasonable. After a simple explanation, the Batman took out the bow and arrow behind him. Warm-up is over, now it's time to get serious. He grabbed a bow and arrow from his quiver, and then shot directly downwards without even looking. It seemed like he was shooting randomly, but his arrows were accurately shot at everyone. This was a sonar-guided arrow he developed using the power of ultrasound. It was not as convenient as Setsuna's waveguide arrow, but it also had a simple guidance system. Boom! Be careful, this arrow will explode. We saw it, no need for you to say it again. Zoro swung his sword at the arrow shot by the Batman, but he didn't expect the arrow to explode the moment it came into contact. The power of the armed color made him suffer a great loss. Looking at the Batman, who was constantly outputting firepower in the air, they couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. After finally getting Luffy close and working together to block the direction of the sky, the Batman stepped on his legs dozens of times in an instant and left their encirclement in a shaved way. The advantage in numbers did not smooth out the gap in strength. The domineering power could not be smoothed out with their strength, so they were defeated by the Batman one after another. Sanji and Von Clay fell first, which also made Zoro and Luffy feel more stressed. Luffy, that guy can predict people's attacks. Ah, I know, so I thought of a way. Luffy stroked his hat and then used an amazing move. Rubber Days. Luffy's eyes became dull, and his body swayed and relaxed, looking like a fool. Are you kidding me? Seeing that Luffy was still doing this at this time, Zoro couldn't help but wanted to give him a knife handle, but Luffy dodged it flexibly. Interesting, it seems that it is not impossible. Chopper, help me, push me up. With the defeat of Sanji and Von Clay, Chopper had to participate in the battle. He had a good strength under the power enhancement. With the help of Chopper, Zoro approached the Batman again, and then he found that he was fooled by Luffy. He thought Luffy had developed some tricks to deal with the opponent's prediction, so he went up to attract firepower, but Luffy was in a daze all the time, and did not make any move until Zoro was knocked down. You bastard! Zoro cursed inwardly before losing consciousness, but no one knew whether he was cursing the Batman or condemning his captain for being a scumbag. After betraying one of his teammates, Luffy returned to normal again. Damn, I can't attack like this, it doesn't work at all. Rubber Days is a new trick he developed to deal with the unknown power of observation haki. After emptying his mind, he acts completely according to his body's instincts. Without any ideas, he will naturally not be predicted by the opponent, but this will also lose the means of counterattack. Kid, the world of pirates is not a game. If you don't hold the determination to die, newcomers like you will not be my opponent. The Batman appeared beside Luffy like a ghost, biting his neck with a pair of sharp teeth. With the injection of venom, the main combat forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were all defeated. Nami and Usopp's fighting power can be ignored at this time. The only thing that can interest the Batman is Chopper. Reindeer? What you eat seems to be very special. The ordinary animal system has only 3 stages of transformation, and the blue wave ball developed by Chopper can disrupt the transformation wavelength of the animal system Devil Fruit, making the 3-stage transformation into a 7-stage transformation. For the Batman, this ship of people combined is not as attractive as this thing. At this time, Chopper is also struggling. He has eaten 2 blue wave balls, and now the time is almost up. In a sense, the blue wave ball is a poison that lasts only 3 minutes. If you take the second one before 6 hours, you will not be able to control the transformation wavelength. Just now he was lucky to be able to transform into a power form. Now the time for the second one is about to end. If he eats the third one. Looking at the blue ball in his hand and the unconscious Luffy, Chopper's mind appeared with the words of the Batman just now. The determination to bet on life. Crack, the third blue ball was bitten to pieces, and a huge reindeer monster also appeared in the eyes of the Batman, but looking at this monster, the Batman had no fear in his eyes, only excitement. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 927, Performance delivered to the door. When taking the third blue ball, the eater will lose consciousness, and the ability in the body will start to run wild, turning into a monster. Chopper didn't know what it was, he only knew that this ability was terrible, but the Batman knew that this was clearly the power of animal awakening, or in other words, it was only part of the power of awakening. The guys in Impel Down who failed to awaken and turned into jailormen are one example. The pill that Chopper took is the way to his promotion in the eyes of Batman. If even such a weak person can awaken in this way with external forces, then those people inside the beasts. In addition to the abilities given by Arceus and the abilities of artificial fruits, the beasts also have many ordinary animal type ability users. This thing is almost a war weapon tailor-made for the beasts. If this really works, Batman has already begun to imagine himself standing on the podium to accept Kaido's award. Patting his face, Batman pulled his thoughts back. Brother Mandfesh is right. As long as you work hard, luck will come to you sooner or later. Although this thing seems to have a lot of side effects, they still have Quinn and Nakin. In drug research, these two people are still really talented. Batman believes that as long as this medicine is sent back, everything else will not be a problem. But before that, he has to deal with this crazy beast first. This was not difficult for Batman. After Chopper ate 3 blue balls, his monster form was out of control. This clumsy beast could not touch a flying ability user. After a little effort, Batman successfully knocked down the crazy reindeer, but after that, he thought of a new problem. This medicine is suitable for some of the beast's ability users. If they had met Ulti before, they might have used this power. If there is such a medicine, it can explain why Luffy is not missing arms and legs, but it cannot explain why Chopper is still following them. With Ulti's personality, he should have taken people away directly. At this time, Heracross also flew back from the forest, and even the tall figure of the monarch snake appeared here. It was attracted by the giant Chopper, and the monarch snake was also the source of Batman's calmness. It is the most important guardian here. Looking at Heracross who was helplessly holding his forehead beside Luffy, Batman felt that he had realized something again. This group of people might have been targeted by higher level codders, but he just didn't know it. Since the end of the last ranking battle, the single-digit numbered people have only changed their ranking internally. It is almost impossible for others to challenge them, which also means that their position has been stabilized. Competing with such a leader for performance. Shaking his head, Batman thought of some not-so-good pictures again, and finally made his own decision. He took all the blue balls from Chopper, then filled in the emergency contact information on Rotom's mobile phone, and sent the blue balls and his report letter to Onigashima through a fat courier. As for these people, he decided to take a relatively gentle attitude to avoid a car accident in the future. It's only 1.8 million Baileys, can't you pay it? Double the entry fee, this is already a very gentle means, but Batman overestimated the economic situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. These people do not plunder like ordinary pirates, but explore everywhere like an adventure group, and their source of funds is unstable. Luffy's stomach is a bottomless pit, and he has to consume a lot of food expenses every day. In the absence of treasure, their economy has been very tight. This our situation is a bit special. Looking at the Batman who has changed his attitude, Nami doesn't know what's going on, but it's a good thing after all. When an absolute gap in force appears, the crew will generally choose to compromise. For example, the crew of a certain Red Lion Chi Kid was very confident before challenging Shanks, but after Shanks defeated Kid with a divine sword, they decisively chose to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then handed over the rubbings of the historical text in their hands. The world of pirates is cruel. After the defeat, just paying a negligible fine is already a very preferential result. As for the blue wave ball, according to the traditional rules of pirates, everything of the loser belongs to the winner, so the Batman will not use it to pay off debts. It was originally 1.6 million, but Luffy thought that Heracross was a companion, not a pet, so he should be counted as a person, so it became 1.8 million. This logic almost made Nami beat him to death, but then she found that there was no difference. Whether it was 1.6 million or 1.8 million, they couldn't take it out in the end. The rules cannot be broken. Since you have no money, you can stay and work. Although you are weak, you can earn enough entry fees quickly. There are no mines for them to dig on Sky Island, but there are many jobs, so the Straw Hat Pirates were forced to delay a lot of time, and even the people with them Kulik, who came up, also joined the ranks of part-time workers, and was not able to leave Sky Island until he paid off his debts. After leaving Sky Island, the gap in strength made Luffy realize that he needed stronger strength, so he started a new training, but while getting stronger, they were still thinking about where to get a lot of money. The Mary, which had followed them all the way, needed to be overhauled at this time, which was a considerable expense. At this time, something also happened in the Seven Waters. Because they were delayed for a long time in Sky Island, their speed to the Seven Waters was greatly delayed. But CP9's actions will not be delayed because of their late arrival. The purpose of these undercover agents in the Seven Waters is Pluto, and the capture of Robin in the original timeline can be said to be the result of coincidence. Now Robin's identity is different, and he has not come here, so they naturally carry out the original mission honestly. After Tom was kidnapped, he began to live incognito, and even his disciples did not know where Tom went. After a while, the seriously injured Frankie reappeared in front of the iceberg in the form of a cyborg. Iceberg gave Frankie the design of Pluto and hoped that he would leave Water City and start a new life under a new name. But Frankie did not accept it, and continued to live on the island under the name of Frankie. Tom's disappearance became a thorn in his heart. He wanted to wait here to see if he could see his teacher again. After that, he took in many homeless people who were almost starving to death in the back streets and opened the Frankie family who specialized in shipbreaking. But some things cannot be hidden. Many years later, he was still discovered by the agents of the world government and secretly arrested in the middle of the night. And all this was seen by Tom, who secretly returned to Water City 7 to observe the situation of his disciples. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 928, Giant Crocodile in the Sea. Not long ago, in the office of Water City 7, Iceberg, the president of Carrera Company and the actual manager of Water City 7, stared blankly at the people in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. "It's all your fault. You refused to hand over the things the world government asked you to hand over. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this. Keiku. If possible, I don't want to hurt you. I want to leave a good memory in this city. Khalifa. Did you inherit your master's stubbornness? This is not a good habit. Bruno in the tavern. Are you all from the world government? Yes, lurking is easy for us, but don't worry, we are all serious and responsible at work. Before this, there was no problem with the work we handled. It's just that the mission time is about to end, and we need to do our best to complete the goal. There are not many members of CP9. Qualified CP9 is also an elite force in the hands of the world government. It needs to be used in key places. It is a stupid move by Spondam to let talented CP9 members like Lucci and Keiku waste a lot of time as boatmen. For the design drawings of the legendary ancient weapons, they can waste time, but they can't waste it endlessly. The undercover work allowed them to collect some intelligence, so today, when the mission deadline is approaching, they chose violent means. As the sea becomes more and more chaotic, a new voice has emerged within the world government. Instead of worrying about the resurrection of ancient weapons all day long, it is better to master these ancient weapons in their own hands and directly put an end to the Great Pirate Era. However, the voice of this faction has not been recognized by the top leaders of the world government, which does not meet the balance they need. But they just disagree with the latter, believing that there is no need to end the pirate era, and they still agree with mastering ancient weapons. Mr. Iceberg, ancient weapons could have become a force for justice, but you don't want to help us. For the people in the world who are still suffering from pirates, you don't plan to save them. Impossible, once the weapons are resurrected, the world will begin to constantly compete for their power, and casualties will only continue to expand. It seems that you don't believe in the world government. Kid, I just don't believe in human hearts. Iceberg has no trust in the world government and has never thought about handing over the design drawings of Pluto to them. He had planned a series of plans before, but in the end, Lucci and others discovered the clues. And finally found Frankie. Bing Shan was powerless to do anything about it. He thought his plan was fine, but he didn't expect that half of the people around him were undercover agents, and his plan was almost a loud conspiracy. The sea train escorting Frankie quickly left the station of the Seven Water City. They had to send Frankie away before the arrival of the water gods. Due to the location, this huge tsunami hits the entire city every year, and today is the day it arrives. Mr. Bing Shan, it's time to take shelter. The water gods are coming soon. They knew that Bing Shan had suffered a big blow, but facing this giant tsunami, if he didn't take shelter, he would really die. You go first, I will follow later. But... Go, Bing Shan, I will bring Frankie back. A familiar voice sounded in Bing Shan's ears, and Tom, who had disappeared for several years, appeared in his eyes again. Teacher Tom. You have done a good job over the years. The Seven Water Capital has developed very well under your management. On weekdays, he builds some docks in the territory of the beasts. Now the main ship of the beasts, all of them have been strengthened and transformed, and their navigation capabilities have been greatly enhanced, and the maritime transportation in the territory has become more convenient. Tom would sometimes secretly return to the Seven Waters City to check on his disciples, but in order not to arouse suspicion, he would leave after a few glances and never communicate with them. If Frankie had not been discovered this time, he would still not intend to expose himself. But Master, Frankie is now on the sea train. I know, didn't I also disappear on the sea train? Patting the iceberg's shoulder, Tom gave the iceberg a reassuring gesture like they did when they were children, and then left the Seven Waters City along the internal canal of the Seven Waters City. Outside the Seven Waters City, several fishermen were waiting here with Tiger, but they were not soaking in the water, but sitting on the shoulders of a giant crocodile. Tom was not a fisherman with superior martial arts value. In order to protect the safety of this old predecessor, Tiger would travel with him when he had time. As for this giant crocodile, it is Tiger's partner and the fourth player of the giant beast corps of the Beast Pirates. After the King of Flame and Bankara in land battles and the eight-headed dragon in air battles, another weapon is the powerful crocodile in water battles. In the early stage of the upcoming arrival of the gods of water, the waves on the sea are very turbulent. Even the fishermen find it difficult to stabilize their bodies in this situation. If they are alone, they usually dive to the bottom of the sea to avoid the impact of tsunamis. But it is different with support. The body of the powerful crocodile is still very stable under the waves, like a sea-stabilizing needle under the huge waves, but the underwater posture is not as handsome as imagined. Its limbs and tail are constantly swinging to maintain its stability, and this posture is also the reason why the fishermen sit on its shoulders. Uncle Tom, you are finally back. We are all ready. Sorry to bother you. Although it is a private matter, he is a very important disciple of mine. It's no trouble, Uncle Tom. Everyone has seen your contribution. You have helped a lot in the construction of the new Fishman Island and other islands. Besides, this is not the first time we have done this kind of thing. There are not many people who have snatched people from the world government, and among those who have done this, Tiger has definitely snatched the most people. After all, he released the slaves of the entire Marijoa, and this has not been replicated by anyone so far. Let's go, buddy, we have to catch up with the sea train in advance. The members of the Giant Beast Corps are not commanded by everyone. Except for the orders of Arceus, they generally only listen to their partners. Only Tiger can arrange the direction of this powerful crocodile. Other fishermen can only take a ride on the crocodile. Roar! The powerful crocodile changed its body shape, and the red bone plate on its back was exposed to the sea surface, and then twisted its body to chase in the direction of the sea train. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 929, The Blind Box of the Mighty Crocodile. Tiger is very familiar with this route. In order to rescue Tom, they ambushed on the track of the sea train in advance. That operation was very simple for them. Tom himself was a fisherman. As long as they put the sea train into the water, they could naturally use the geographical advantages brought by the ocean to rescue Tom. This time is different. Tom's disciple is a human, and the water gods are on the way. If they overturn the sea train directly as before, it will probably become a Russian-style rescue. Report, we have killed all the enemies. Hostages? What hostages? I didn't see any hostages. But this time they have a higher force configuration. Although the number of people is much smaller than last time, they have an additional war weapon such as the giant mighty crocodile. Under the cover of the night and the ocean, the blue scales on the crocodile's body became less conspicuous, and only the red bone plate on its back exuded a terrifying atmosphere under the moonlight. The strong forelimbs cut through the sea surface. The crocodile was constantly changing its swimming style. In addition to the crocodile's usual way, it was also proficient in butterfly stroke, freestyle, and breaststroke, and was now moving forward in the breaststroke. "Nu, brother tiger, why would a crocodile learn breaststroke? Isn't this strange?" "It's because Aaron taught him because he was bored, and it's not particularly strange. Isn't there a frog swimming freestyle over there?" In Tiger's opinion, Aaron teaching the crocodile to swim is better than him going out to find trouble. Even if he has restrained himself a lot now, Tiger is not very confident about him. This world is really strange. Nu. The frog swimming freestyle and the crocodile swimming breaststroke, this weird swimming posture shocked Xiao Bie and also attracted Tom's attention. "Yokozuna? Yokozuna! Come here, where are you going?" Under the influence of the waves, Yokozuna did not hear Tom's call, and finally Tiger asked the crocodile to catch it directly. At first, it tried to attack the crocodile, but it calmed down after seeing Tom. And Tom also learned that Yokozuna wanted to rescue Frankie and knew the origin of the scars on his body. "Nu, it's really a frog with only friendship." Yokozuna thought Tom was really dead, so he used his body to hit the sea train every day, leaving countless scars on his body. "Don't worry, Frankie is still alive, I will bring him back." After calming Yokozuna's emotions, Tom took it on the journey to rescue Frankie. Lankai's road. At the same time, Frankie had been chained and gagged in the carriage. He talked too much trash, which made CP9 people annoyed, so they simply gagged them. Lucci and others were resting in the carriage. Their undercover career that lasted for several years came to an end, and they also completed this mission. Now they were very close to the judicial island, and they couldn't help but relax, but at this moment, a sharp whistle came from the sea train. And it started to break suddenly. "What's going on?" "Notification, emergency notification, there are sea kings on the track ahead, armed personnel please go and drive them away immediately." "Repeat, there are sea kings on the track ahead, armed personnel please go and drive them away immediately." The voice of the conductor sounded from the radio. Ordinary agents didn't notice anything unusual, but Lucci and others noticed a little abnormality. They have been undercover in Carrera Company for many years and have a full understanding of the sea train. This thing took into account the problem of Sea King attacks when it was first built, and has solved this problem through special methods. Except for the trial run, it has never been heard that the sea train has been attacked by Sea Kings. Several people couldn't help but stand up and plan to see what happened. But before they moved, a fierce explosion sounded from the front of the train, and even the carriage behind was shaken. The front conductor of the sea train was slumped in the second carriage, his pants were already wet with liquid. Under the erosion of the waves, he maintained his last dignity, and people didn't know what the liquid was. The creaking sound kept coming into his ears. It was the sound of the metal front after being twisted. At this time, the front of the sea train had been bitten in the mouth of the powerful crocodile, and it turned into a pile of metal debris with the closure of the upper and lower jaws. The powerful crocodile usually moves not fast, and even looks a little leisurely, but in the explosive state, the speed of the powerful crocodile is much faster than usual. The powerful explosive power makes it impossible for people to see its movements when the powerful crocodile bites its prey. When people find abnormalities, they often only see a residual image. Relying on its own explosive power, the powerful crocodile has arrived at the necessary path of the sea train in advance and blocked its way. Due to its size, it is very difficult for crocodile to support its body on land, especially for this giant crocodile 20 meters away. However, in the water, with the help of the buoyancy of the sea water, it can burst out more power. As the name suggests, strength is the characteristic of this Pokémon. Unlike other water-based Pokémon, crocodile does not appear often. To be precise, all the Pokémon in Chengdu are like this. Their existence is mostly overshadowed by the Pokémon in other regions. Crocodile is not best at water, but at its powerful jaws and claws. At this time, it also started its own actions. After blocking the sea train, Crocodile continued to move along the rails like a blind box, and destroyed the top of the carriage in the process. The other fishermen had already dived into the sea at this time, and only Tiger and Tom remained on Crocodile, looking for Frankie's traces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air came, and those who came to check the situation kicked several storm kicks at the rampaging Crocodile after discovering it, but all these attacks were blocked by Crocodile. Its defense is not as strong as Bankara, but it is more than enough to block these storm kicks. This monster doesn't look like a sea king. Seeing that his storm kicks had no effect at all, Keiku's expression became solemn. No matter what they are, attacking the world government's escort train is a capital crime. Compared to that monster, the person on its back is the mastermind. Tiger and Tom's figures are very conspicuous. Lucci can't see their faces clearly in the night, but the person sitting on the back of such a monster can't be a playboy. Where did these guys come from? Are they here for Frankie? I don't know. We'll know after we deal with them. Khalifa, you go watch Frankie. Nero is too weak. Keiku, Bruno, you harass this monster. I'll go catch the controller behind it. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 930, It's better not to be too arrogant when you have the ability on the sea. Lucci quickly made the task distribution. As the strongest of CP9, he is also the actual leader of this team. The orders he issued are much more effective than Spondum. His strength is obvious to all, and other members are willing to follow his arrangements. As for Spondum, if it weren't for his good reincarnation skills, he would never have joined the Secret Service organization in this life, let alone the leader of CP9. Under Lucci's arrangement, Keiku began a feint attack, and Bruno also opened the air door and drilled into the space of the door to wait for an opportunity. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. Facing an unknown giant beast and someone who was suspected of being able to control it, he would definitely want to deal with the controller first, but he had some problems estimating the enemy's strength. If it weren't for saving people, Tiger would have more ways to deal with this matter. Speaking of which, I don't want to fight with you, but there are some people I have to take away. How about you leave on your own initiative? This is the sea train that the world government uses to escort prisoners. Your behavior is provoking the world government and destroying the order of this world. You should be the one who surrenders. It seems that the negotiations have broken down. Then Tiger threw a punch in the air below the powerful crocodile. At the same time, Bruno happened to open an air door there. As the user of the door fruit, Bruno can open a door anywhere. After opening the door in the air, the door behind there will also be a unique space for him to hide. Whether it is a sneak attack or a transfer, this is a very convenient ability. Lucci and Keiku talked to Tiger before, and they also wanted to give Bruno a better chance. But Bruno's attack had already been sensed by Tiger's observation color. This is not to predict the future. Looking at the entire ocean, there are only a handful of people who can reach the level of predicting the future with observation color. It's just that the essence of observation color is to predict the next attack. Ordinary observation color can actually be regarded as a prediction of the future, but it is not as detailed as the observation color that predicts the future, and the time is not as long. Space-related ability? It's quite troublesome. Bruno's ability made Tiger feel tricky, and he also regarded him as an enemy to be knocked down first. In order not to expose his original identity, before taking action, he completed his transformation in a place where no one noticed, and directly entered the almighty form. Blindly forbearing cannot change the status quo. This is a truth that Tiger has long understood. He gave the other party a chance before, but no one chose to leave. Therefore, when attacking, he did not hold back. Bruno, who ejected from the air door, wanted to harass the crocodile, but Tiger sensed his actions. The Fishman Karate's air attack skills came into play at this moment. Bruno felt that his chest was hit by a sledgehammer, and a lot of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to open the door from behind to temporarily leave the battlefield, but the crocodile did not give him a chance. Before the air door was opened, the crocodile's claws had already swung at him. Iron block, steel. Tiger's attack just now made him unable to move. In the case that his ability had not been used yet, he had to choose to use the iron block to try to bear it. He might not be able to bear it with the iron block, but he would definitely not be able to bear it without the iron block. Even if he gathered all his strength, he seemed very small in the face of the crocodile's attack. The body of the iron block was cut by the claws, and the white bones were exposed from the wound. It was thanks to his iron block that he was not torn into pieces. CP9's strength at this time can be temporarily evaluated by the power of Tau. The power of the Navy soldiers holding weapons is 10, while the power of the lion, Cuteri, is 810. In the Battle of Judicial Island in the original timeline, Chopper, who ate 3 blue balls and entered the monster state, knocked Cuteri unconscious with a palm. Bruno and Cuteri's strengths are almost the same, with a power of 820. But the strength of the giant crocodile is much stronger than Chopper, who lost consciousness and entered the monster form. Bruno, who was hit, flew backwards like a cannonball, and crashed through several train carriages before finally stopping. Bruno. Looking at Bruno flying backwards, Keiku shouted his name anxiously, but did not check on him. The battle is not over yet. If these guys are not dealt with, it will only cause more trouble. Although Lucci did not speak, his brows were wrinkled into a ball, and his body swelled and turned into a leopard man. Uncle Tom, you and the crocodile go and rescue your disciples. Xiao Bie and the others will help you underwater. Leave this to me. The water gods are coming soon. We have to rescue them before the tsunami arrives. Tiger didn't care about Bruno, who was knocked away. If the crocodile couldn't even deal with such a person, it would be despised by its brothers and sisters. Following Tiger's order, the crocodile planned to take Tom to continue searching the carriage, but Keiku did not give up resistance and continued to carry out the task assigned to him by Liu Qi, trying to harass the crocodile. I say, this square-nosed brother, I advise you not to intervene, otherwise, if you don't do it well, it will kill people. The Lanjiao raised by Keiku was crushed in Tiger's hand, and at the same time his fist hit Keiku's neck. Seeing that Tiger had already made a move, the crocodile didn't mean to pay attention to Keiku, and left the back to Tiger with confidence, and then swam towards the carriage behind. It was at this time that Liu Qi figure also disappeared from the spot. 6 Style Secret Skill, 6 King's Spear. Without much probing, Lucci used his strongest move right away. This was a skill he had mastered after mastering the 6 styles and practicing them to the extreme. It was also his most powerful move. Tiger's performance gave Lucci a sense of crisis. His intuition told him that he could not give this enemy any chance. Lucci came to Tiger's side with the combination of shave and moon step, and swung his fists with both hands at the same time. The power of his body gathered between his fists and hit Tiger in the form of impact. Boom! A burst of white smoke came out of Tiger's body, and Rob Lucci's 6 King's Spear hit the bullseye, but a layer of black domineering aura completely isolated the power of Lucci's 6 King's Spear. It hurts a bit, it's quite powerful, but it's not a good thing for a person with special abilities to show off so much in the sea. The 6 King's Spear has strong penetrating power, but pain is also graded. Even a mosquito bite can be called pain. Tiger's feeling is not so exaggerated, but Lucci's 6 King's Spear did not cause any effective damage. Then several water rings gradually gathered on Tiger's arm. As the water rings began to rotate, the sea water below also began to gather towards Tiger's arm as if guided. Fishman Karate Water Flow Ring Punch. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 931, The Fallen Genius. At Chapter 932 The Fallen Genius. Water Flow Ring, a relatively rare recovery skill, but it has nothing to do with Tiger's Water Flow Ring. Water Flow Ring Punch is the punctuation of his moves. The water rings around his arms are actually the skills of Water Tail, but he did not use his tail, but his arms to attack. The water drawing effect is stronger than that of Fishman Karate. It does not require physical contact to manipulate the sea water below. Water of water-type Pokemon can be divided into 2 types, one is the water converted from the energy in the body, and the other is the water from the outside world. There is no essential difference between the two, but the latter has a great impact on the ability users. Unless this person's ability comes from Arceus, he will eventually escape the disgust of the sea. Under the influence of pyroborwan particles, the ability users who are soaked in seawater will not lose their abilities, but their whole bodies will fall into a state of weakness. The fruit ability can bring a considerable increase in a person's combat power, but in Tiger's eyes, Lucci's ability is just a debuff. Whether he has a leopard form or not, Tiger's physique is stronger than him. Although he is proficient in the 6 styles, the 6 styles are still a certain distance from domineering. Iron and paper painting are more like simplified versions of armament haki and observation haki. The difficulty of training is relatively low, and the strength is slightly weakened, but it can allow more people to master this skill. Even if Lucci can master awakening within 2 years and become a member of CPO, that is a matter of the future. With the help of the great Commander Spondum, Lucci's growth has been delayed for several years. He may be a genius, but a genius who has not really grown up is nothing. Looking at the water column coming towards him, Lucci just wanted to dodge, but his body suddenly tilted, and the muscles of his left leg were sunken out of thin air, and his whole body lost balance. The same result happened to Keiku on the side. Although he was not in the direction of Tiger's punch, his body still had a sunken out of thin air. Tiger's punch is a combination of the variant of the water tail and the fishman karate. In addition to the water flow, it also has the unique striking method of the fishman karate. Both Lucci and Keiku had a lot of water in their bodies, and they were attracted by the water flow blasted by Tiger. Facing Tiger's experienced attack, they could not make effective defense at all. The moment their bodies lost balance, they were swept into the sea water caused by Tiger. In the dim sea current, Keiku endured the pain and used all his strength to catch Lucci before he sank to the bottom. No matter how strong the ability users are, they have no way to help when they fall into the sea and can only rely on their companions for rescue. The official members of CP9 also have their own ties. In the original timeline, a group of people also raised medical expenses for Lucci by performing. So Keiku took the risk and fished Lucci out again in this weather. Lucci, there is something wrong with that fishman. Pushing Lucci to the track of the sea train, he also climbed up with great effort. After several expansions, his body returned to normal again, and temporarily curbed the injuries in his body by returning his life. I know, in the carriage to Khalifa, these guys are targeting Frankie, and we must not let them take him away. Lucci thought of what happened a few years ago. Almost at the same location, the sea train escorting Tom was attacked by the fishman, and then Tom disappeared. Today, on the sea train, it was also attacked by the fishman. Lucci instinctively linked the two things together and confirmed his judgment: the design of Pluto must be on Frankie. He thought that those fishmen rescued Tom most likely for Pluto. After so many years, perhaps their preparations have been completed, and they are only short of the design to build Pluto, so they return to the Seven Waters City to find Frankie. Otherwise, the appearance of these fishmen cannot be explained. Arresting Frankie is their temporary action, and they should not be exposed no matter how you think about it. Use Bruno's ability to transfer him to a safe place. If it doesn't work, kill him. The power of ancient weapons must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Lucci stood up and wanted to go to the carriage behind, but a big hand pressed on his shoulder. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Tiger's thoughts have changed, but he still rarely kills people. If Keiku and Lucci leave, he will not pursue them. But CP9 are all loyal dogs of the world government. Under the brainwashing work of the world government since childhood, the world government is their only master. Even if the world government has planned to wipe them out, after the world government changes its mind, they will still choose to accept the amnesty and rejoin the CP team. Tiger has observed the strength of the escort team. Except for Lucci and Keiku, others do not pose a threat at all. Tom is not very good at force, but as a senior shipbuilder, he has amazing strength and can easily lift a medium-sized pirate ship. With the help of the powerful crocodile, they are enough to complete the rescue work, so Tiger did not leave immediately after defeating Lucci and Keiku, but planned to see their subsequent actions before making a decision. What? Gurgle. Lucci and Keiku didn't notice how Tiger approached, and before they could say anything, the tsunami that came with Tiger swept them into the deep sea. At this time, Tiger adopted a similar tactic to Jack sinking to the bottom. For the Murlocs, the deep sea is the best battlefield, and the body that can breathe underwater has a unique advantage. The sea water choked into their lungs and drowned their voices. Wave riding is a skill that almost all water Pokémon can master. There are only a handful of water Pokémon that cannot learn wave riding. Compared with the naturally generated waves before, the waves controlled by Tiger are more threatening, and the power of the tide hits Keiku and Lucci's bodies. At the same time, Tiger's strange power is also destroying them's body. In the ocean, Lucci had already lost the strength to resist, and Keiku had no chance to resist. With the physique of the fishman and the amplification of the dolphin man's almighty form, Tiger broke their cervical vertebrae neatly. Tiger had no interest in torturing people, and even if he killed them, he would not make the enemy suffer much. A few dozen seconds later, Tiger reappeared on the sea, and the bodies of Keiku and Lucci, who had lost their vital signs, were washed into unknown waters by the surging waves. So far, Rob Lucci, who was known as the most talented CP9 in 800 years, died in his mission, avoiding the possibility of him getting the bonus of the version buff, awakening inexplicably and lowering the status of the 4 emperors. At the same time, Tom and Crocodile also found the carriage where Frankie was escorted, but it had already become a mess. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 932, CP9 suffered heavy losses, and red hair was questioned. Chapter 933, CP9 suffered heavy losses, and red hair was questioned. Bruno was lying on the ground at this time, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Crocodile's slap directly hit him to the last carriage. When he was unconscious, CP9 did not immediately move Frankie. Frankie also took advantage of the chaos to break free from the chains that bound him. In terms of normal human structure, it is impossible to break free from these chains, but Frankie is a cyborg, and both his hands have undergone mechanical transformation. Thanks to the transformation, Frankie freed his hands and started a battle with Khalifa. After the powerful people were led away by Crocodile and Tiger, Khalifa and Nero, who had not even learned all 6 styles, had to work hard to deal with Frankie. "Come on, you stinky bastard, come and experience my super explosion." Frankie's butt was already swollen, and he looked like he was going to die together. In the previous battle, the stench released by Nero almost made Frankie's iron nose fall off. Although the semi-finished fruit bought by Spondum had significant side effects, the ability of the skunk was retained. Frankie finally found an opportunity to temporarily scare Khalifa and Nero away by self-destruction. But he didn't really self-destruct, he didn't have this ability, but took out a notebook from the interlayer of his stomach. "I'm kidding you. Frankie super flame." The old manuscript turned to ashes under the burning of the flames, and Frankie's face also showed a relaxed look. This is something that has been passed down from generation to generation by the shipbuilders of the 7 waters. It has never been a design for a weapon, but something that holds the future. It is to create something to resist when the ancient weapons fall into the hands of people like you. But rather than letting it fall into your hands, it is better to destroy it completely. Asshole, our hard work over the years. Frankie's words were very clear. The book was the blueprint they wanted to find, but now, everything is gone. Ha ha ha, be angry, but it's useless. Then next swish. The roof of the carriage was not lifted, and the powerful crocodile found his target. Under Tom's instructions, he grabbed Frankie and left here without saying a word, and the giant tsunami also hit at this time. This is not Tiger's work, but the water gods are coming. The paralyzed sea train was crumbling under the baptism of the water gods. Under the waves, no one cared about anything else and could only try their best to protect themselves. The fishmen were an exception. They had successfully left here with the help of the powerful crocodile. "Mr. Tom. Great, you are still alive." Psuna. On the island near the 7 water capital, frogs, cyborgs and fishmen hugged each other, and Frankie and Yokozuna's eyes were full of tears. Frankie, who was proud of his perversion, cried like a child. "Okay, Frankie, don't cry. I have secretly watched you and Iceberg over the years. You have both grown up very well and are both my good disciples. Mr. Tom, where have you been all these years?" "It doesn't matter, Frankie, you have to change your lifestyle. You should also be on the list of the world government. Ask Iceberg to help you arrange a new identity, or live on another island under an assumed name. If that doesn't work, you can contact them on this island. They will arrange a suitable job for you. It's okay to bring more people." "Wait, Mr. Tom, let me continue to follow you. My skills have become better now. Let me go back to the 7 waters to deal with some things first." "Frankie, this is too dangerous, and this position is not suitable for you. Do as I say. When things settle down, we will meet again." Tom did not choose to take Frankie with him. He is a fishman. He can move freely with Tiger and the others. It is not convenient for Frankie to follow them. And Tom knew what he was doing. He didn't want Frankie to get involved completely, but just left him a business card as a way out for him. Then Tom said goodbye to Frankie and dived into the deep sea and left here, while Frankie secretly returned to the 7 Waters city. He still had to arrange for the younger brothers of Frankie's house, and he didn't plan to just leave. One day later, in Judicial Island, Spondum was being scolded, and Spandine on the other side of the Den Mushi was very angry, saying all the words that could be used to scold people except relatives. "Waste. How can there be a son as useless as you? Rob Lucci and Keiku are dead. Waste. Dead people there were more than just the two of them. Nero, who was in reserve, also died among the water gods. Only Khalifa and Bruno survived the CP9 mission in the Seven Waters. But they couldn't tell who attacked the sea train. Bruno was knocked unconscious without even seeing the face of the person on the other side. Khalifa only saw the unknown Sea King. In addition, another team also encountered an accident during the mission. Otonashi Owl, Gabra, and Lion Waitery did not participate in the undercover work in the Seven Waters, but participated in the plan to assassinate the head of the Revolutionary Army branch. Originally, their mission was to assassinate 3 people, but Otonashi Owl accidentally told others the plan because of his big mouth. In order to complete the plan, they killed 23 people. Although the mission was successful, the impact was very bad. Coupled with the death of the genius member, Spondam, as the highest officer, was not blamed for his job, so he had to go to his father to smooth things over. Dad, what's the result? The result? Your position is saved. The world government is currently busy with other things and has no time to deal with such a small matter. In the Holy Land, Mary Gosa, a hurried voice echoed in the empty hall. 5 elders. 5 elders. What happened? The fleet heading to the New World was defeated a few days ago. The 4 emperors red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard Edward Newgate had a direct encounter. What? It doesn't matter if the Sea Emperors fight. What the world government doesn't want to see is them sitting down and talking, especially since this has happened once before. First it was Kaido and Red Hair, now it's Red Hair and Whitebeard. What do these guys want to do? Think about it carefully. Kaido doesn't seem to have done anything that has a big impact recently. Defeat 2 branches in the East Sea and defeat one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't this a big enough impact? His daughter can't represent him, maybe she's in her rebellious period. The 5 elders discussed the topic of the 4 emperors meeting each other, and finally came to a strange conclusion. Is there a possibility that it wasn't Kaido who contacted Red Hair last time, but Red Hair who took the initiative to contact Kaido? To see the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 933, The Hub of the Rampage Era, The Blade That Cuts Blackbeard. Chapter 934, The Hub of the Rampage Era, The Blade That Cuts Blackbeard. Red-haired Shanks, the most special of the 4 emperors today. He is not only the youngest of the 4 emperors, but also Roger's apprentice, and has the privilege of communicating with the 5 elders. He is not someone who shakes the balance of the world for his own selfish desires. This is what the 5 elders said about Shanks before, but now they are beginning to doubt whether this judgment is wrong. The previous meeting between Red Hair and Kaido made them feel something was wrong. When they asked what Red Hair and Kaido talked about, he actually said that Kaido went to him to drink on purpose. The 5 elders did not believe this reason at all, thinking that Shanks was just perfunctory to them. If it was just drinking, Kaido didn't need to make this trip, and if Shanks didn't want to, could Kaido still force him to drink? From that time on, the 5 elders felt that Shanks might be hiding something. Red Hair doesn't look like a vicious pirate, but that's for his own power. In order to protect the pirates under his command, he will also wipe out the enemy in one blow. Kid in the original timeline has a deep understanding of this. As for Kaido, this guy looks like a reckless man, but in fact he is very cunning. The 5 elders also don't think that Kaido would ask Red Hair to do something meaningless like drinking. If it's about fighting, they are willing to believe it a little. So what he showed us before was all a fake. It shouldn't be. If it was all fake, Red Hair wouldn't have to expose himself like this. It's just that this guy's purpose is hard to understand. It was Red Hair who destroyed that fleet. His strength seems to have become stronger. Don't forget, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom are all remnants of rocks. Red Hair is an outsider. If Kaido has any big moves, he should go to Big Mom. Kaido's inexplicable actions completely disrupted the thinking of the 5 elders. In their opinion, Kaido is not a person who doesn't use his brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't do business with the world government, but the problem is that they can't guess Kaido's brain circuit, causing the direction of the discussion to deviate more and more. At least they haven't taken any further action yet. Let's observe first. If the status quo can be maintained, it seems to be a better result. I hope so. By the way, Rob Lucci, the report from CP9, died in the mission and the design was destroyed. The blonde 5 elders seemed to remember something and mentioned Rob Lucci's name in front of the other 4. It's a pity, but he's dead. Compared with the current situation, this loss is nothing. You all know where Pluto is. The design has no effect. That's right, instead of talking about this, why not think about Blackbeard's proposal? Do you really want this guy to fill the position of Shishibukai? The 5 elders with knives knocked the ground with their knives and skipped the matter of Rob Lucci. The dead have no value to them. The Shishibukai was originally an organization established for balance. Crocodile's defeat was not good news for them. Blackbeard, who took the initiative to seek the position of Shishibukai, was even more of an alternative in their eyes. He has a grudge against Whitebeard, so if he can prove his strength, then it's not a problem. That's it, remember to send out new surveillance ship. It's best to find out the content of the conversation between Red Hair and Whitebeard. The conversation between 5 people determines the future direction of the world, and on the sea, the conversation between 2 people also has a huge impact on the future. The encounter between Red Hair and Whitebeard made the soldiers of several naval bases begin to be on high alert. I heard that the fleet was defeated, is it true? It's true, that Red Hair and Whitebeard are about to come into contact. Stand at attention. The general's scolding interrupted the soldiers' whispers. A general was giving a speech to his soldiers. Listen carefully, everyone, we don't know what will happen next. All personnel are on the highest level of alert. If any special situation occurs, we will be on the front line. For the justice of the Navy. Yes. At the same time, at the junction of Red Hair and Whitebeard's territory, the Moby Dick had already retracted its sails, and the Red Force also made the same move. Snap, snap, snap. The people on Whitebeard's ship fell one after another. The weak-willed pirates could not hold on to Shanks's domineering color. Under the scolding of Marco and others, those who thought they were not strong enough had left the deck and hid in the cabin. With the sound of footsteps, Shanks came to Whitebeard. Gulala, the little devil on Roger's ship has grown up. What about the red nose with you? Is he dead? Bakey? I heard that he is still a pirate. We separated after Captain Roger died. But Whitebeard, I am not here to reminisce with you. I have experienced countless battles and countless injuries, but only this scar has always made me feel a dull pain. Pointing to the scar on his face, Shanks mentioned Blackbeard. That guy has been forbearing, not seeking fame or the position of captain. He is waiting for the opportunity and will not take action until he gains power. Sooner or later, he will aim at your position. What do you want me to do? Stop Ace and tell him not to get close to Blackbeard. Gulala, the runny-nosed kid has become eloquent and has started to teach me how to do things. The times are turbulent, Whitebeard, you are old, and you will die one day, but others are still young, such as Kaido. That guy is full of war in his mind. Although he has not taken any major actions in recent years, he has been accumulating strength. When he launches the war machine of the 100 beasts, will there be any way to resist him without your Whitebeard pirates? The lack of someone who can carry the banner after Whitebeard is the dilemma faced by the Whitebeard pirates. In other words, only the Red Hair pirates and the current 100 Beasts pirates still have people who can carry the banner after losing their captains. Katakuri and Marco are still a little short. Red Hair's words touched Whitebeard's heart, but Whitebeard would not accept them face to face. The sky seemed to be affected by the two. As the conversation between the two gradually reached a deadlock, the sky became dark, and the heavy clouds gathered together, blocking the originally bright sunshine. I'm old Gulala, I'm Whitebeard. The Kuromokuri was waving in Whitebeard's hand. He wanted to use force to prove that he was still the Whitebeard of the past. Under the treatment of the potion of the beast fruit, Whitebeard still maintained a relatively healthy state. The broadsword was wielded vigorously, and his domineering color was also wrapped around the blade. Without using the power of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard simply relied on his domineering and brute force to swing a knife at Shanks. Clang! Griffin was unsheathed, and the equally powerful, even more powerful domineering color was wrapped around Griffin, blocking Whitebeard's slash from bottom to top. The sky became a victim of the collision of the conqueror's haki. The heavy clouds dispersed under the impact of the momentum, leaving a deep gully in the sea of clouds, just like Moses splitting the sea. Shanks understood that Whitebeard did not listen to his words after all, and the turmoil of the times had become something that could not be stopped. During the time when the Navy was alert, neither Whitebeard nor Red Hair did anything radical. Instead, the Navy headquarters received an order from the world government and finally formed a team led by Jun, supplemented by Hwashaishin and Stoloberry. 3 vice-admirals and 3 warships formed a small fleet, heading towards the destination given by the world government. They were going to receive a vital prisoner. A few days later, a group of Blackbeard pirates were waiting for the arrival of the navy at an abandoned dock. The island was once prosperous, but it had long been dilapidated under the destruction of the Great Pirate Era. Except for Blackbeard and others, the island can be said to be empty. To be precise, in addition to them, there was also an ace. The flame fruit was ultimately defeated by the dark fruit, and Ace became a bargaining chip in Blackbeard's hands. Haha, Captain Ace, the navy will be here soon. If you regret it now, you may still have a chance. Do you really not intend to become my partner? Once I hand you over to the navy, you will have no chance to regret it. Ha, Teach, you are dreaming. Humans have a future because they have dreams, but Captain Ace, I'm afraid you won't see this future. Badgers, keep an eye on Captain Ace. It's not easy to get this pair of sea stone handcuffs. It will be troublesome if he pries the lock open. At this time, a figure burning with flames passed through the sky. The figures of Blackbeard and others were reflected in Jin's pupils. Finally, I found you. Following Blackbeard's trail, Jin chased all the way. He found a town that was smoothed by the dark fruit 2 days ago. By inquiring about the townspeople, he finally locked Blackbeard's location. Blackbeard, who was standing below, felt a shadow flashing from above, and then a fatal sense of crisis rose in his heart. Rolling sideways in a panic, Blackbeard pressed Van Oka to the side. Boom! The pier was broken, and the slash from the air split the pier in two, leaving a terrifying mark on the shore. Looking at the seawater pouring into the slash, Blackbeard was afraid. If he was slashed by this. Who is it? As soon as the voice fell, Jin's figure had already landed in front. The tall figure brought a strong sense of oppression, and the flames behind him were burning fiercely, like an evil ghost from hell. Flame disaster Jin. Blackbeard swallowed his saliva. He thought it was the support of the Whitebeard pirates, but he didn't expect it to be the big billboard of the beasts. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Ha ha ha, I'm really honored that someone like you knows my name. I shouldn't have offended you, right? No, but my subordinates are grateful for your care. I'm here to collect debts on her behalf. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 934, Debt Collecting Jin, Fake Flame Fruit. Chapter 935 Debt Collecting Jin, Fake Flame Fruit. What a joke just for this reason. Blackbeard still remembers the last battle with Drake. Although Drake's kick did not kill him under the influence of the double pain of the dark fruit, it made him realize what it means to be worse than death. In those days, whenever he thought of this battle, his lower body would ache. More importantly, it had been a long time since this happened. During this period, Blackbeard read the newspaper the most. Morgan's news could not be fully believed, but major events happening around the world could not escape his eyes. It was the best way for pirates to understand the world and collect intelligence. Blackbeard's plan was very complicated. He needed intelligence from various regions to decide the next direction. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the movements of the emperors of the New World Sea. Red Hair's successive meetings with Kaido and Whitebeard made him excited. Only turbulent times could allow him to better seize opportunities. In the process, he also paid attention to the movements of some cotters, such as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates who inexplicably appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. He knew that those people must have come for him. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, he didn't care much about the movements of the Beast's pirates. It was the rule of the Whitebeard pirates not to harm their companions. He knew that he had violated Whitebeard's taboo, so he would stay away from the New World first. Although he had a fight with the Beasts, Drake got away smoothly. He didn't think that the Beasts would come all the way to trouble him for an injured cotter. Whitebeard's cotter title is Captain, Big Mom's cotter title is General Star, and Beast is Disaster. People who establish their reputation with terror are not good people no matter how you think about it, and they should not care so much about their subordinates. Now it seems that he was wrong. Recalling the situation in the newspaper, I am afraid that not long after that, Jin began to hunt him down. Joke? Sorry, I never joke, Cross-Star Emperor. Jin lowered his upper body slightly, and the wings behind him were wrapped in white light and cut forward in a cross shape. After the cut was formed, Jin stabbed the blade in his hand forward, and the blade light and the cut formed a huge cross spearhead, rushing towards Blackbeard in front. The glowing wings are the effect of steel wings. For the Lunarians, the wings behind are extra hands. After the steel wings are strengthened, these wings are two sharp blades for Jin. Adding the saber in his hand, a special three-sword flow was born. Damn it, are all the guys in the beasts this crazy? Looking at the slash flying towards him, Blackbeard's heart trembled. The huge cross-sword energy not only included him in the attack range, but also other members of the Blackbeard pirates, including Ace behind him, were within Jin's attack range. Blackbeard didn't believe that Jin, the current big boss and the leader of the three disasters of the Beasts pirates, would not recognize the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's bound appearance obviously lost his combat effectiveness. He certainly couldn't take this kind of attack, but in this case, Jin still chose to attack indiscriminately, not worrying about the consequences of killing Ace. Dark water. Blackbeard raised his hands horizontally, and bursts of black smoke came out of his body. The powerful gravity tried to absorb Jin's slash. Jin didn't care about Ace's life or death, but Blackbeard didn't. If Ace died in Jin's hands, he would have no trump card to trade, and the whole plan would collapse completely. So he had to protect Ace's safety and use the power of the fruit to absorb Jin's attack. I see, this ability, no wonder Drake was defeated. The explosive power of the ultimate Volt Thunder Flash is no less than his own attack. Seeing Blackbeard's method, Jin finally understood how he avoided Drake's attack. However, Jin's slash was just a test. Seeing Blackbeard trying to absorb his slash, Jin was not idle. Boom! 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 4 huge rocks fell around Blackbeard out of thin air, and then squeezed towards his body. Bang! Ah! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Blackbeard's mouth. The impact of the rock blockade had a significant impact on his body. The dark fruit does not have the passive elementalization of the natural fruit. If you want to absorb the attack, you have to take the initiative to react. If you hit him before he uses the dark water, the intense pain can still make him roll on the ground. And if he wants to absorb the attack painlessly, he has to rely on his hands. In the original timeline of the Top War, his hands were controlled by Whitebeard because of his arrogance, and he could only use his body to resist Whitebeard's damage. If Whitebeard was not in danger at the time, Blackbeard's own vitality was very special, and the passive of the dark fruit could not avoid damage, but the impact of absorbing damage, Whitebeard's vibration might really send him away. At this time, Blackbeard's hands were absorbing Jin's slashes. Facing the boulders coming from all sides, he could not react the same as before. The darkness gushing out of his body was offsetting the damage caused by the rock blockade, and the dark gravity was also grinding the boulders made by Jin bit by bit, but Jin's new round of attacks had arrived. Flame Emperor. The flames shot up into the sky, and the rock blockade made the rocks form a special stove, and Blackbeard was the prey on the stove. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. The shrill screams spread across the coast. Even Ace, who was captured by Blackbeard, stared at everything in front of him in a daze. The damage caused by the flames to Blackbeard seemed to be greater than his own. Looking at Jin, who was burning with flames behind him, Ace felt that he had eaten a fake flame fruit. The rock became charred by the flames, but a deeper darkness emerged inside. When the rock was swallowed by the darkness, Blackbeard was already half kneeling on the ground, with beads of sweat gathering into lines and falling down uncontrollably. Jin had a unique research on torture. In addition to the rock clamping and the flames, there was also the branding caused by the red-hot rocks. The triple damage plus the doubled dark fruit made the pain Blackbeard experienced difficult to describe. What? Is that all? There's still plenty of time. This is just a little interest. Captain Teach. Blackbeard's miserable appearance also refreshed his younger brother's perception of him. Blackbeard has been beaten almost all the way since his debut, but this is the first time he was beaten so badly when he met him. Jin didn't even give Blackbeard a chance to show off his ability, and started a fierce combo. Bang! A bullet shot out from Van Oka's gun barrel. His sniping skills were excellent, and the bullet shot towards Jin's exposed pupil. Hearing the movement of his younger brother's attack, Blackbeard was not happy, but panicked. Idiot! Don't attack! This is not a guy you can mess with. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 935, What is the use of this dark fruit? Quinn who was targeted. Chapter 936 What is the use of this dark fruit? Quinn is targeted. In the previous ambush of Drake and the battle with Ace, Blackbeard's brothers had briefly taken action. This is also something that Blackbeard tacitly agrees to. He values the future of these people, but these guys still have a long way to go to grow up, and they have to let them know how big the disparity in the world is. But this time is different from before. Jin showed far more murderous intent than usual, and Van Oka didn't seem to notice it. Blackbeard wanted to stop Van Oka, but it was too late. In this sea where most people use special multi-shot flintlock rifles, Van Oka has a rare sniper rifle. The quality of the gun is much better than that of ordinary people. With his super high sniping skills, he is also a tough opponent. But the premise is that his opponent cannot be a coder from the New World. He is just better at sniping, and he doesn't have the strong domineering power of Jesus Bulletin or Beckman. Facing Ace of the natural system, Van Oka's sniping seems weak, not to mention Jin of the animal system. Jin simply closed his eyelids to block the bullet. The bite of mosquitoes cannot directly harm the human body, but it can make people angry. A cool breeze finally blew in the midsummer night. Just when people were about to fall asleep, they were awakened by the sound of mosquitoes. Many people's reaction was to find a way to kill it. Van Oka, who fired the gun, was just such a mosquito to Jin. Speaking of which, you were the first to attack my subordinates. In this case, it is reasonable for me to attack your subordinates. Stop. Swoosh. Jin did not ignore Blackbeard's words. He came to seek revenge, and he and Shayna were both very extreme in some aspects. Although they were subordinates, sometimes Jin treated Drake as his sister. Borrowing money is an example. Ordinary members would be cautious when seeing Jin, not to mention borrowing money, for fear of angering him. Everything related to Blackbeard this time was his target of revenge. The sharp blade passed through the air, and the sniper rifle in Van Oka's hand was split in two along the crosshairs, and a blood mark appeared on his face. What a fast knife! Van Oka said the last words of his life, and then a large amount of blood spurted out, and the whole person was also split in two, falling to both sides. Blackbeard finally missed and could only watch Jin kill Van Oka. You bastard, this is the partner I chose with great difficulty. Blackbeard cared not about the friendship of companions, but the value of Van Oka. This was his plan for the future. In his opinion, after Van Oka grew up, he would definitely be able to help him a lot. But now Jin strangled Van Oka in the cradle in front of him. Are you angry? Don't worry, there are still 3 of us. I won't let any of them go, including you. You lunatic, I'm more seriously injured than that woman. Blackbeard didn't know if the beast could heal Drake's eyes, but in his opinion, the torture he suffered was definitely not enough. Compared with Drake, it is much more serious. Even if it is not doubled, a kick in the crotch is unbearable for a normal person. Whitebeard will not interfere with the minor fights of his subordinates. He will only take action when there is death. As a result, the coders of the beasts are crazier than Whitebeard. So what? You are not my subordinate. Since you have set your sights on her ability, you must be prepared to pay the price. Run. Stay away from this guy. Dark Point Road. This is his base. Blackbeard does not want all his subordinates to die in the hands of Jin, otherwise all his efforts during this period will be in vain. If it were normal, he would definitely choose to retreat and settle accounts with Jin after the plan succeeded, but now it is different. He has a new idea. The Navy's escort troops are on the way. He doesn't know who the Navy will send to meet him, but facing the captain of Whitebeard's second team, Fire Fist Ace, and he who can defeat Ace, he can't be a waste. When they arrive, he can join hands with the Navy to take down Jin, and make it his achievement as a Shishibukai, and make Jin pay for it. The darkness spread from his feet to the surroundings, and countless darkness grabbed Jin like the hands of hell. His ability was transformed from Pteranodon. Although it is different from ordinary devil fruits, there are still similarities. Blackbeard's dark fruit has a stronger attraction to Jin than Drake, but it is not as severe as Ace. Even though he was bound by gravity, Jin still slashed the second sword at Lafitte next to him. Clang! Lafitte's cane turned black. At this time, he held the cane with both hands and blocked Jin's slash with difficulty. Hacky? Aren't they all useless trash? Lafitte's ability to enter Marijoa alone to ask for a seat in the Shishibukai for Blackbeard and open the door of justice with hypnosis is different from Van Oka and others at this time. But he was still shocked by Jin, and his hands were numb. Taking this opportunity, Blackbeard came to Jin again. Although there was a big height difference, he still reached out and grabbed Jin's wrist, and then an embarrassing scene appeared. The flames were still there, the wings were still there, and Jin still maintained his original posture. Hey, you guys, what kind of monsters are you? Once again, his fruit ability failed again. Obviously, the dark fruit worked wonders when fighting Ace before, but once it was put on the beasts, this ability failed again. It is obvious that it is not his fruit that has a problem, but these beasts have a problem. In fact, Blackbeard's dark fruit still has an effect on Jin, which can suppress the power that originally belonged to the Pteranodon, that is, Jin cannot transform temporarily. However, the power from the fossil pterosaur and the Lunarians is powerless against the dark fruit. Jin can still use the skills of Pokemon, and can still release the flames brought by his talent, and will not lose his wings because of this. But Blackbeard didn't know this. With Drake's example, he had deep doubts about the beast's ability users, and even thought of Quinn's bounty. That guy can create an ability user who is immune to the dark fruit, he must be eliminated. At this moment, the past reports about Quinn appeared in Blackbeard's memory. He even felt that Quinn was the biggest foreshadowing in his future plan. How dare you be distracted at this time? Hell Flame Emperor! The flames bathed his whole body, and the flames of Jin enveloped himself and Blackbeard. Then he flapped his wings, got rid of Blackbeard's dark gravity, and came to the sky, and transformed into the form of a fossil pterosaur. I will kill all your subordinates in front of you. Come and see the hunting method of ancient pterosaurs. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 936, Just a Navy, Who Said I'm Going to Escape? Chapter 937 Just a Navy, Who Said I'm Going to Escape? If Quinn knew what Blackbeard was thinking at this moment, he would definitely regret not giving Jin some special plague bombs so that he could crush Blackbeard to dust. The Navy targeted him, but he endured it. It is very common for pirates to be wanted by the Navy. Even if these things did not happen, he would definitely be wanted. The world government targeted him, but he endured it. It's just a pot, and you will get used to it. Although that only alive is very targeted at him, there is nothing you can do about it. He took the blame, but also received corresponding rewards. When the news that Blackbeard also targeted him reached Quinn's ears, he would definitely explode on the spot. Why did a mere Blackbeard target him, Grandpa Quinn? However, Quinn did not need to worry about such things for the time being. At this time, Jin was carrying out indiscriminate attacks on the Blackbeard pirates. Pteranodons are sky creatures that lived in the Cretaceous period. Large pteranodons have a wingspan of up to 12 meters. They soar in the sky and hunt fish in the water and weak animals on the shore. The fossil pterosaur is the overlord of the ancient sky. It is said that it is a fierce Pokemon that can soar in the vast ancient sky while screaming loudly. Anything that moves may become the target of its attack. Blackbeard suffered the pain of being burned by flames again. He didn't understand why the beast's ability users could ignore his dark fruit one by one. Ace also didn't understand that when he was caught by Blackbeard, his ability could not be used at all. But Jin was caught by Blackbeard, so what should be done? With Van Oka's example in front and Blackbeard's warning in the back, Blackbeard pirates, the other members of the group, also began to protect themselves, commonly known as running for their lives. Let's start with you. Jin's eyes turned back and forth several times, and finally locked on Lafitte. In Jin's opinion, the silly-looking badges and the poisonous Q with a sudden death expression on his face could not escape. Only Lafitte, who could fly, had the greatest possibility of escape. Therefore, he had to deal with the guy who was most likely to escape first. With a few blinks of his wings, Lafitte found himself covered by a shadow, and a huge claw was grabbing him. In terms of kicking skills, Jin is not as good as Shayna, but it does not mean that he can't. Since his beast form is a pterosaur, he has his own use of his legs. Jin didn't have any fixed fighting style, and his whole body could be used as his weapon. In the original timeline, when he learned that Big Mom and his pirate group were taking the main ship Queen Mother Anthem to invade Wano country on the waterfall, he transformed into a toothless pterosaur and went alone to kick the ship down the waterfall. This was also his highlight before he became a face disaster. Lafitte flapped his wings vigorously, but he couldn't get rid of Jin's pursuit. The sharp claws were getting closer and closer to him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Lafitte turned around, condensed the armed color domineering to the front of the cane, and stabbed Jin's claws. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lafitte's cane broke in two. There is also a limit to the domineering. Once the domineering is exhausted, it will take some time to recover. Except for a very few people, no one will choose the mode of full-body armed color. Most of them will concentrate the domineering on one point, which is what Lafitte did just now. A small amount of domineering maintains the weapon, and most of the domineering is condensed to the tip of the cane, but until the cane broke, Jin's movements were not affected. Instead, there were a lot more white feathers in the sky. You don't use wings like this. Lunaria people first learn to crawl, then learn to walk. When they can run, they will learn how to fly. This is the survival instinct of this tribe. In terms of winged flying, Jin can be said to be the authority. Stop it! When Jin was about to kill Lafitte, Blackbeard suddenly rushed up from below. Darkness flowed on his left hand, and a powerful gravitational vortex captured Jin's movements in the sky, while a pair of claw blades were put on his right fist, grabbing Jin above. Blackbeard didn't want to fight Jin, but he couldn't watch him destroy his base, so he had to make this choice. Unlike Jin and Lafitte's flying ability, Blackbeard came to this position entirely relying on physical skills. At this time, black smoke kept coming out of his back, and some crushed gravel hit Jin like a cannonball. It's just that this kind of attack made Jin have no desire to dodge at all. What the Lunarians are most proud of is not the ability to manipulate fire and fly, but the tenacious vitality. The flames behind them represent their own form. When the flames are burning, their defense is very strong. This ordinary attack can't break their defense at all. It's just that the appearance of Blackbeard also gave Lafitte a breathing space, allowing him to escape from Jin's attack smoothly. Do you still have the courage to attack? I've been planning this dream for decades, how can I let you destroy it here? Dark Water. Facing Blackbeard's attack, Jin did not choose to make contact, but waved his wings to distance himself. The previous contact made him understand what Blackbeard's ability was. Although being touched did not affect him, he could still fly in the air, but Jin did not want Blackbeard to limit his ability in this way. If you have the ability, stop them all and see, Flying Mars Emperor. The rock fall and the flames merged, and a more powerful fire meteor fell from the sky. It was not as powerful as Akainu's meteor volcano, but the huge rock burning with flames covered a large area. Whether it was Blackbeard in front of him, Lafitte who was pulling away, or Badgers and Poison Q who were fleeing, they were all covered by the rain of fire. Dark Acupuncture Path. Blackbeard could only choose to hold out the darkness to resist Jin's attack, but at this time, Jin saw something different in his peripheral vision. On the horizon, 3 flagpoles gradually emerged, and the Navy's seagull flag appeared in Jin's sight. Blackbeard, who was knocked to the ground again, also saw the 3 warships that appeared and laughed immediately. Ha ha ha! Here they are, finally here. I didn't expect it, I made a deal with the Navy a long time ago. Now my identity is the 7 warlords of the sea. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. Arrogance is Blackbeard's nature. Even if he suffered a lot of losses in this regard, he still didn't change this habit. The appearance of the Navy made him feel that he had reinforcements and regained the confidence to speak. According to the agreement between Blackbeard and the Navy, he handed Ace to the Navy in exchange for a seat in the 7 warlords of the sea. These Navy officers responsible for escorting must carry the appointment letter of the 7 warlords of the sea. From this moment on, he and the Navy have become allies. Just wait, I will pay you back for today's revenge sooner or later. Why sooner or later? Why not settle it now? Jin's words interrupted Blackbeard's thoughts. He thought that Jin would choose to retreat when he saw the support of the Navy. Facing this flying opponent, Blackbeard had no choice but to speak harshly. He didn't expect that Jin had no intention of retreating at all when facing the Navy's warships. You guy! The troublesome guy is here, and the cat and mouse game should be over, but you can try to see if these guys can save you. In order to avoid harassment, Jin decided to deal with Blackbeard as soon as possible. Jin's appearance began to change, and the pterosaur's body was covered by white light. When the light faded, several sharp rock spikes appeared on his wings and body. Watch Arceus for the fastest update of the pirate journey of It. Chapter 937, I'm just informing you. Chapter 938, I'm just informing you. This is the Mega Evolution of Jin. For Fossil Pterosaur, its Mega is very special. Since Fossil Pterosaur is a Pokémon from ancient times, its specific form has never been determined. After Mega Evolution, Fossil Pterosaur's body will be covered with a layer of sharp rocks. It looks like just ordinary rocks, but these rocks are very special. They are harder than diamonds. The Fossil Pterosaur that has obtained this layer of rockthorn armor will be more ferocious than before, both in defense and attack. It's just that some scholars have always advocated that this is the real Fossil Pterosaur. In the view of these scholars, the mega of fossil pterosaur is not a super evolution, but a return to its original appearance. Whether this should be regarded as a primitive return or a mega evolution is something that scholars in the Pokemon world should consider. Jin only felt a little bit, and power was constantly pouring out of his body. The wings of the fossil pterosaur in the sky folded, and when they spread out again, Jin's disappeared arms had returned, but behind him were still the wings of the fossil pterosaur. He had entered the form and was serious at this time. The sky is my domain. With a tremor of his wings, Jin appeared in front of Blackbeard, with a raging fire burning on the blade, and the roar of the fire dragon could be heard faintly. Fire dragon / the Emperor. Ah! Ah! A powerful blow slashed Blackbeard's shoulder, and the front of the blade had completely cut into Blackbeard's body. The burning flames burned his body, and with Blackbeard's screams, he was cut down from the sky by Jin. And Jin did not stop. With the power given by his wings, he kept pressing Blackbeard from the sky to the ground. Blackbeard had no advantage in the sky battle. He was simply Jin's toy without the leverage point, and only his subordinates were glad for this. After all, it was a good thing for them that Jin had shifted his target. Monster, the pain from the wings reminded Lafitte that he was only a hair's breadth away from death. Since he was recruited by Blackbeard, this was the first time he felt death was so close to him. Not to mention the two people below. Poison Q and Strong were always in a weak and sickly state. They were able to survive at this time thanks to the foolish badger. He carried Ace in his left hand and Poison Q and Strong in his right hand, and survived the rain of fire, but his body was seriously injured. Captain Teach Badger may not be very strong, but he is loyal to Blackbeard. This is the first time he has seen Blackbeard being beaten from all directions. Although Blackbeard used to scream miserably, he could still fight back. But this time is different. Even if Blackbeard's fist hits Jin, it has no effect. Instead, Jin will beat him again. Boom! The land cracked inch by inch. In the huge deep pit, darkness continued to surge around, and the flames were also burning fiercely, but Jin noticed something wrong. Your body is really strong. His goal with this knife was to cut Blackbeard in half. The blade also left a huge scar on Blackbeard's body, but he was unable to cut further. Domineering and darkness, two forces resisted his slash at the same time. Blackbeard had been in the air before, and after being attacked by Jin, he began to fall. Jin did not notice anything unusual during the fall, until he touched the ground. With the cutting board of the earth, he felt the peculiarity of Blackbeard's body. Thief, ha ha ha, it's useless, no matter whether it is slashing or flames, it's useless after all. Although I don't know why your ability can ignore darkness, your attacks can be absorbed by darkness after all. Wait until I chop off your head, I hope you can still be so tough. Jin only has a knife, but he also has wings. At this time, Jin used the blade to restrict Blackbeard's right arm and stepped on his left hand with his left foot. Although Blackbeard's power temporarily blocked his blade, his wings had formed a guillotine posture and swung towards Blackbeard's head. Dark caverns. Darkness surged, but the target was not Jin, but Blackbeard himself. He was the user of the dark fruit. Although the performance of the dark fruit was similar to that of a black hole, its essence was darkness. He could not transform into an element, but could blend into the darkness. In addition to swallowing external objects, he also had the ability to enter his own darkness. At this time, the dark caverns became Blackbeard's escape route. It was just that this action was much slower than the elementalization of other natural systems. Although he avoided the fatal blow, he still had 3 more bloody cuts on his body. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, but it was gradually being merged by darkness. During this period, there was even less wailing. For Blackbeard, wailing was a way to relieve pain, but now he had no physical strength to waste on this matter. Ha ha ha, I won, flame disaster, now it's time for you to retreat. The location where they fought was close to the coast. Although the island was deserted, the port could still accommodate large ships, which was why Blackbeard chose to trade here. After the dark transfer, Blackbeard also came to a relatively safe location, and the people sent by the navy also appeared behind him. If you want to choose the most undignified among the pirates, Blackbeard is probably on the list. He is not the one who kneels down and begs for mercy. He had never done it before, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with relying on the navy. After all, he wanted to take the position of Shishibukai, and he also wanted to use the power of the navy. Hey, I have prepared Fire Fist Ace as agreed. I should be a Shishibukai now. This guy is a big cotter of Kaido, the king of beasts. Let's take him down together. Get out of the way, don't block the way. For Blackbeard's words, the leader Mamoto Tsuji didn't take it seriously at all, but kicked him aside. Most of the navy would not care about the advice of the Shishibukai unless there was an order from the top. The order Mamoto Tsuji received was only to escort Ace, and Jin was not in the mission target at all. The navy who carried out this escort mission were not hawks, and they didn't have the idea of destroying pirates immediately when they saw them. Flame disaster, Jin, you are not the target of this mission, I don't want to have a meaningless battle. The order of the world government was for her to escort Ace back first, and she didn't know why, but she still chose to execute it. What a coincidence. I'm not interested in you either. I don't care what Ace wants to do, but Blackbeard's life belongs to me. Pirates, we didn't make a deal with you. I'm just notifying you. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 938, Admiral Candidate, Jin's Blue Flame. Chapter 939 Admiral Candidate, Jin's Blue Flame. As soon as the voice fell, Jin had turned into a pterosaur, with cold light flashing on his wings, rushing towards Blackbeard. Dan Gong Huang. The wings were like knives. At a very high speed, the sound of a sonic boom spread to the ears of the people present, and 2 air blades had already slashed to both sides. Before the attack hit Blackbeard, the people next to him suffered an unexpected disaster. There was no one of their own here. For Jin, everything here was a target that could be killed. Get down. Lafitte came to Badges and bent down with several people. Looking at the falling hair, even Ace seemed to be in shock. He almost cut him off. Before, he thought that if Jin killed Blackbeard, he could still take the opportunity to escape, but now it seems that Jin is crazier than he thought. 3 vice-admirals and ordinary captains of the Whitebeard pirates have to temporarily avoid the edge. But Jin wanted to kill Blackbeard in front of them, without caring about the consequences. This is the consistent tradition of the beasts. Today, the beasts will consider many things before taking action, such as not taking action first because of the impact after the action. But as long as they start fighting, starting with Kaido, no one will consider the consequences. Influence? The fight has already started, and it's useless to talk about it after the fight. Ace? Who is that? Unfamiliar. The cotters of the Whitebeard pirates died in the aftermath of the battle between the cotters of the beasts pirates. It can only be described as shameful if it is said out. You saw it. This guy is a lunatic. This is a senior officer of the beasts. Aren't you a navy? Isn't it your duty to catch pirates? There is the sea all around, and Blackbeard can't escape from Jin's pursuit alone. As Jin said, in front of Blackbeard, Jin is the overlord of the sky, and Jin, who has the advantage of the sky, will never let him go. Shut up, you are just a pirate, you are not qualified to talk to the navy about this kind of thing. Momo Rabbit, whose real name is Jun, is a vice-admiral of the navy headquarters, but she also has another identity, a candidate for admiral. Momo Rabbit doesn't care how many people die in the internal fighting among pirates. Although she is not a radical hawk, she is also a member of the navy, and as a candidate for admiral, she is different from ordinary vice-admirals in the navy. Not only is she stronger in strength, but there is no problem with her own position. But she really can't let Blackbeard die here. The defeat of Crocodile has made the world government feel ashamed. Blackbeard originally appeared as a substitute for Crocodile to fill the vacancy of the 7 warlords of the sea. As Blackbeard said, since Momosuke appeared here, his status as a Shishibukai has been confirmed. He was killed just a few minutes after taking office. The world government can't afford to lose this person. Jin Chenlu and Momosuke's blade is already aimed at Jin. Don't be careless, that guy is a monster, an absolute monster. Momosuke doesn't want to care about Blackbeard, and Blackbeard doesn't want to care about Momosuke either. If he wasn't afraid that Momosuke would be in trouble after Jin's car overturned, he wouldn't remind Momosuke at all. But Blackbeard didn't mean to attack, but hid behind. If Momosuke and the others were really not opponents, Blackbeard would help fight the enemy together. He didn't want to expose all his abilities in front of the navy. Although the dark fruit appeared in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, the abilities recorded on it were only part of it. Some abilities were also explored by Blackbeard himself. The dark fruit helped him offset a lot of damage, but there were still hideous bloodstains on his body, which just gave him a reason to hide. Hwashaishin and Stolobiri also reacted at the same time, but they did not participate in the battle, but watched Blackbeard vigilantly. Pirates are not very trustworthy. They can leave their backs to their comrades, but they cannot completely trust the so-called 7 warlords of the sea. The reason why Dao asked a general candidate to bring 2 vice-admirals of the headquarters to hand over is that they are worried about some conspiracy in the middle. Clang! Jin Chenheng's wings, and a huge force suddenly came from the blade. The difference in gender between the two sides is innate, coupled with the difference in body size and race. Jin's strength is far greater than Jun. If she takes it hard, Dao feels that she will definitely be carried into the air by Jin. Therefore, she did not take it hard, but slid her wrist forward, and at the same time she made a bridge-like posture, using her arms and blade as a fulcrum to slide down. At this stage, her blade was always close to Jin's body. She was using Jin's impact to make Jin hurt himself. The idea was good, but the reality was very different. Jin Chen's body brought out a series of sparks, but there was not even a piece of stone on the ground. In terms of defense, Jin in full fire state is even more terrifying than Jack of Steel. Under the premise of not opening the barrier, Jin's defense is the best among all beasts. The name of the Lunarian god race is not for nothing. And Jin had no intention of attacking Dao. Blackbeard was his main target. After crossing Dao, he continued to rush towards Blackbeard. Asshole, you lunatic, do you have to make things difficult for me? In the state of the fossilized pterosaur, Jin used his wings as a knife, and Blackbeard had to use both hands to cast dark water to block Jin's wings, but after he came into contact with Jin, an unexpected scene appeared. Jin actually restored his human form. The power of the devil fruit will still be restrained by the dark fruit, and the fossilized pterosaur is still transformed from the toothless pterosaur. When in contact, Jin can still use skills, but cannot maintain the transformation state, and the megaform automatically exits. After exiting from the beast form, their movements became like Blackbeard grabbing Jin's arms. Ha ha ha, it seems that my ability is still effective, and you are not completely immune. Yeah, it's a troublesome ability, but do you think this is enough? Idiot! What are you still watching? Why don't you take action now? He wanted the Navy to fight Jin, and the Navy actually had a similar idea, so they didn't take action immediately. But Blackbeard was panicking. His dark fruit was not sea stone, which could directly make the ability user lose strength. Moreover, he still didn't know what kind of strange ability Jin had. Blackbeard felt a sense of crisis in his heart and shouted immediately. Although the Navy was watching the show, they would not stand idly by if the opportunity really came. The attacks of Stoloberry and Fire Mountain came at the same time, and Daotu's slash followed closely and slashed Jin's neck. The attacks of the 3 hit Jin's body, but the touch from their hands told them that they couldn't hurt Jin at all. With the joint attack of the 3, Blackbeard successfully got rid of Jin, and Jin flew a distance under their joint attack. But in the next moment, Jin's body changed again. Is his fire gone? No, it hasn't disappeared. This guy's fire has turned blue. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 939, Scions call him an expert after seeing it. Chapter 940, Scions call him an expert after seeing it. At first, they thought the flame behind Jin was extinguished, but soon overturned this view because the air above Jin seemed to be distorted. That is a phenomenon that occurs when gas rises under high temperature. Looking down, Jin's black clothes are burning with flames of completely different colors. It turns out that his flame has never been extinguished, but because of the change of color, it has become less obvious than before. Under the reflection of the blue sky and the ocean, Jin's blue fire gives people the illusion of extinguishing. The limited information about Blackbeard comes from Drake, but Drake is not a person with the ability of fruit transformation, but a pure ability given by Arceus. The sealing ability of the dark fruit is useless to her. Jin has had contact with Blackbeard now, but he didn't transform at all, so it was not until this time that the sealing ability of Blackbeard's dark fruit took effect on Jin. Although it caused his fossil pterosaur's ability to be unable to be fully exerted, it didn't matter, he had more than one trump card. As Lunarians, he and Shayna were born with their own racial talents. Wings and flames are external manifestations. When the flame burns, the defense will increase, and when the flame goes out, the speed will increase. This is the posture derived by the Lunarians to deal with different situations, but their posture is not only that. Flame is their plaything. For the Lunarians, controlling the flame is their instinct. After being free, Jin and Shayna are constantly training, and the purpose is to make themselves stronger. For ordinary Lunarians, ordinary flames are their upper limit, but Arceus broke the upper limit of Jin and Shayna and gave them more possibilities. Jin's blue fire is one of the manifestations. There are many reasons for the formation of blue flames in nature. The degree of combustion and the burning material will cause the color of the flame to change, but there is only one reason for the flame on Jin's body temperature. In this form, the flames of the Lunarians will not be extinguished. It should be said that they will not actively extinguish the flames. As long as the flames can still burn, he can have the defense of the previous flame form and the speed of the non-fire form at the same time. According to a certain cosmic race, he is now a super Lunarian who has surpassed the average Lunarian. Since Blackbeard can affect his state, let's change to a state that he can't affect. The second round begins. The limitation of body functions is usually to protect their own bodies. The previous Lunarian's flame mode is an example. If they take into account both speed and defense, their bodies may not be able to bear it, so they have evolved this ability. But now, Jin has broken this limitation, and his current body can bear this burden. If there is any disadvantage, it is that it is not very durable. Boom! The flames burst out, and Jin's wings were completely covered by flames. The flames that were originally almost colorless gradually stabilized and showed a deep blue color. The hot breath made Hwashaishin and Stolobiri take 2 steps back. This is the third posture of the Super Lunarians, attack. The higher flame temperature made up for the disadvantages of their original attack power, allowing them to be infinitely close to the hexagonal warriors. The guy who is in the way, just die with that guy. Ghost Flame Emperor. Unlike the cat catching the mouse and bullying the weak, Jin first locked his target on Daotu. Although she was a woman, she was the most difficult one in Jin's eyes. The blue flames cut outward like a sickle. Although Daotu dodged this knife, the hair on her forehead was burned into a ball just because she was close to the high temperature slash, and it emitted a burnt smell. Seeing Daotu dodge the flying slash, Jin didn't care and continued to swing the knife at Daotu. Bang! Clang! The blades collided repeatedly, and Daotu fell into a passive defense stage. As a candidate for the general, her observation haki was not weak, but her body could not keep up with Jin's speed. Facing the continuous slashes, she could only barely parry. After all, the candidates for the general are not generals. They have a certain gap from the generals, but it is not that huge. If there is really no one available, they can temporarily replace that position. Similar to the burst of Setsuna and Manderfesh, they also have ways to burst their strength in a short period of time. But they can't always be regarded as generals, otherwise when the world conscription comes, she and Chitun should be promoted at the same time. When Daotu parried Jin's fierce attack, a scream came into her ears. The first knife did not completely cut into the air, but chopped on Blackbeard. He was burned by the blue flames and let out a miserable wail again. Jin knew that this might not burn him to death, but it was enough to make him suffer. Crack! After another parry, Daotu found that her blade was stuck. Looking carefully, Jin's weapon had turned into a shark-tooth knife. With a flip of her wrist, Daotu's weapon was picked up by Jin. She never thought that Jin would use such means in a fight. Despicable is this also a swordsman. Whether it's a knife or a sword, they are all fighting styles. They are just weapons, nothing more. Jin's shark-tooth knife is almost specially prepared to deal with swordsmen, and it can often have an unexpected effect. After picking up Daotu's weapon, Jin's shark teeth on the blade closed again and swung the knife at Daotu again. Daotu, who lost her weapon, had to choose to evade, and wanted to take the opportunity to take back her weapon, but without her weapon, she couldn't break free from Jin in the blue flame mode, and without the influence of the dark fruit, Jin had re-entered the form. Under the double blessing, Daotu soon fell into crisis. Ka! Stoloberry and Hwashaishin appeared at the same time, crossing their swords to block Jin's attack. When Daotu and Jin were fighting just now, they did not watch the show, but Jin unilaterally ignored their attacks and let their weapons cut him. That kind of painless attack could not hit Jin in the blue flame mode at all. It was not easy for them to find this opportunity to intervene, but the result of intervening in the battle was not friendly. Clang! Puff! The weapons of the two were bounced away at the same time. Hwashaishin barely avoided Jin's slash, but Stoloberry was not so lucky. Although he dodged the blade, he could not avoid Jin's wings. The wings of the fossil pterosaur were like sharp razors. Stoloberry's defense with armed color could not resist Jin's attack. Lieutenant General Stoloberry. Stoloberry knelt on the ground weakly, and Jin's wings were immediately pulled out from his chest. A lot of blood flowed out of Stoloberry's mouth, but not a drop of blood flowed from the wound on his chest. The hideous wound had long been sealed by Jin's flames. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 940, if you want to expand the scale of the conflict, I will accompany you to the end. Chapter 941 If you want to expand the scale of the conflict, I will accompany you to the end. When facing Manderfish, Stolobiri was kicked in the head by Manderfish. He is a rare long-headed tribe, with a head naturally longer than others. After being kicked in the head, although he received effective treatment and did not leave too serious sequelae, it still caused a certain impact. At this time, he also became a breakthrough in front of Jin. As Stolobiri fell, Hua Shaishan's eyes, which had been squinting, couldn't help but widen, and the cigar at the corner of his mouth also slipped to the ground. There are many old smokers in the Navy. The Navy is a very stressful profession. Except for some heartless people who are not affected, the rest of the generals are often in a high-pressure state, and smoking and drinking have become their way to vent stress. Hua Shaishan is a senior smoker. Whether he is fighting or receiving intelligence, even if a disaster happens in front of him, he never lets go of the cigar in his mouth. But Stolobiri has been his colleague for many years. Seeing his colleagues and comrades die in front of him, grief still swept his heart. Originally, this was just a simple escort mission. They never thought that there would be such a big accident in this operation. Stolobiri. The pain is only temporary. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy has been facing casualties. He has no time to be sad. At this time, he is still in the battle. After solving Stolobiri, all the pressure came to Hua Shaishan. Clang! Clang! There are no extra moves. Jin is just slashing vigorously. Under the continuous heavy blows, his blade has been there were signs of melting. But Stolobiri's death bought some time after all. Daotu, who picked up his weapon again, rejoined the battle and relieved Hua Shaishan of a lot of pressure. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, now is not the time to be sad. I know, Lieutenant General Daotu, I will try my best to attract his attention, and the main attack will be handed over to you. Among the three, Daotu's command is unquestionable. She is young, but she is stronger, otherwise she would not have the status of a candidate for the general. Compared with the generals of the headquarters, Daotu and Shatun have a certain gap. But at the same time, she is also stronger than these ordinary lieutenant generals. With the previous lessons, Daotu was more cautious about Jin's weapons. If the shark tooth knife had not picked up the weapon, Stolobiri might not have died so quickly. But grief and anger may not be transformed into strength. Although they are angry about the death of their colleagues, this cannot allow them to directly cross the gap in strength between them and Jin. If anger is all you need to defeat all enemies, then training will be meaningless. Dark Water. Blackbeard, who had extinguished the flames on his body and recovered from the pain, stepped forward again. His fat body became very flexible. He dodged Jin's slash and grabbed his ankle, allowing Jin to release the state of the fossilized pterosaur again. He really wanted to watch the Navy and Jin fight, but the facts did not support him to do so. One of the three Navy vice-admirals had already died, and Hua Shaishan had just been slashed by Jin. If another one died, it would be unlikely to contain Jin. If this madman was free, he would definitely be the unlucky one. For his own sake, Blackbeard took the risk to approach Jin. The increase of blue flame plus transformation was really unbearable. Blackbeard couldn't figure out why Jin had so many layers of buffs on his body. Maybe it would be good to remove one layer. At the same time, Lafitte also intervened in this battle. He was the only one who could intervene among the remaining people present, but he only dared to take the opportunity to sneak attack Jin. As for ordinary soldiers, the only fate of them approaching now was to be written on the list of dead. Once faced with an overly powerful enemy on this sea, the best choice for ordinary soldiers is to stay away from the battlefield and become an atmosphere group, otherwise they can notify their families to receive pensions. Don't you have any other support from the Navy? Do you really want to release such a monster back to the sea? At this time, Blackbeard acted more like a navy than a navy. There was nothing he could do about it. When people knew that a madman wanted to kill him at all costs, they would definitely hope that this person would disappear forever. Otherwise, even if he escaped this time, he would have to worry about being hunted down by others in the future. He despised the behavior of the beasts that beat the small and the old came, but at the same time he hoped that a bigger one would come from his side. Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon forced the Peach Rabbit in front of him to retreat, but Jin did not continue to chase, but instead proposed conditions. You can try, or I will give you a chance. How about calling each other for support now? Mr. Kaido has been very idle recently, and he wouldn't mind coming out for some activities. It's not that Jin couldn't call people. If he wanted to, he would have called a long time ago, but this was Drake's business. He didn't want others to interfere in this matter. He wanted to handle it himself, so it was delayed until now. As for what he said just now, he was betting that the Navy would not do this. Jin didn't study politics that much, but he knew that the Navy had been controlling the extent of the dispute and avoiding large-scale wars as much as possible, otherwise it would not have sat back and watched these sea emperors occupy the New World for so long. In fact, as he guessed, Dao Tu didn't know what the specific idea was, but without orders, don't take the initiative to provoke a war with the four emperors, don't face the four emperors themselves, this is the Navy's rule. Only the sword troops don't have to abide by this rule, but accordingly, the Navy will not be responsible for everything the sword does. I said before, I'm not interested in who you want to take away, leave this guy to me, we can pretend that no one has seen anyone. Dao Tu, Hua Shaishan, Blackbeard, Lafitte, the four people joined forces to restrict his actions. If he could get the Navy to leave through this small negotiation, Jin wouldn't care. The beasts don't care about conflicts, but the main direction is still development. According to Arceus, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. It's been decades, and there's no need to rush. Hey, I'm a Shishibukai now, and you're the Navy. You won't make this kind of deal with a four emperors force. Looking at Momosuke's gloomy face, Blackbeard panicked. If Momosuke agreed, he would become a real Blackbeard, the kind that was burned black. In fact, Momosuke was a little annoyed. If she had known that Jin could do this, she, a candidate for admiral and 2 vice-admirals, could not take down the opponent, and she should not have intervened before. For a Shishibukai, the vice-admiral of the headquarters was killed, which was a real loss, but at this point, peace talks have become unlikely. No one would accept negotiations with pirates after a colleague died. Well, Kobe might be an exception. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 941, American Great Swordsman, Song of Ice and Fire on the Sea. Chapter 942 American Great Swordsman, Song of Ice and Fire on the Sea. In the final analysis, this is the result of Dao Tu's underestimation of Jin's strength. If it was Kaido or Whitebeard who appeared in front of them instead of Jin, the Navy would not say anything and would definitely turn around and leave. As for Blackbeard, they can also temporarily ignore the existence of the other party. The reputation of a person is the shadow of a tree. Only those sea emperors are the real power in the eyes of the Navy. Threat. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, today may be the most dangerous time. It seems so. Maybe I will die here, but I have thought about this since the day I joined the Navy. Taking off his hat, Hua Shaishan took out a cigar again, put 2 fingers together to make a spark, lit his cigar and inhaled it to the bottom. I hope those rubbish of the world government can move so quickly in other places in the future. The world government does not trust pirates, and pirates do not trust the world government either. Today's Shishibukai have their own purposes, so they use the tiger skin of Shishibukai to do things. Protecting the country, stealing intelligence, planning for the future, and reducing troubles, none of them work for the world government. So when Blackbeard traded, he asked the world government to publish the news in the newspaper first, and then conduct the transaction, and after the transaction, he completely authenticated his identity as Shishibukai. Although he was a quasi-Shishibukai before, it was already known to everyone, but many details were not announced. Outsiders only knew that there was a guy named Teach in the Shishibukai. With the death of Stolobiri and the news in the newspaper, Dao Tu's only choice now is to fight to the death. Seeing Dao Tu and Hua Shaishan's plan, Blackbeard just breathed a sigh of relief, and the hot blade passed by him again. Just like before, taking the opportunity of Jin's attack on him, Blackbeard tried to use the ability of the dark fruit to touch his body and weaken his combat power. Even after the weakening, Jin's defense was incomprehensible to them. If he didn't use the dark fruit to contain it, he really couldn't do it. Jin would try not to be caught by Blackbeard before, and frequent switching of forms was also a very troublesome thing, but this time it was different. Jin took the initiative to let Blackbeard grab his wrist. And with his defense in the blue flame mode, he took the subsequent attacks. Blackbeard, are you strong in vitality, or is it the specialness brought by the fruit ability? I just want to verify this question. Without the fruit, will you die? Jin's face showed a dangerous smile, and his wrist turned, pointing the handle of the knife at Blackbeard. Bang! A gunshot appeared here at an inopportune time. Jin's actions once again exceeded Dao Tu and Hua Shaishan's cognition. This guy obviously has strong strength, but he is equipped with various insidious props. At this time, the end of Jin's hilt turned into a muzzle, and the gunshot came from here. A sharp nail shot out from his hilt, pierced the skin and nailed into Blackbeard's body. This little trick sea stone. Blackbeard didn't expect Jin to use such a little trick, nor did he think that someone could make sea stone into bullets. Even the navy only used large pieces of sea stone to make prison bullets. The outside world cannot process sea stone in detail, but it is different from Wano country. There, sea stone can be processed into various fine shapes, and even more special things can be done. Puff! Jin's blade pierced through Blackbeard's eye socket and then pierced out from the back of his head. With a miserable cry, Blackbeard lay on the ground helplessly, trying to pull out the nail in his chest, but he couldn't. The purity of that sea stone is extremely high, which is fatal to the ability users, and it is also Jin's way to deal with some ability users. Despicable? Shameless? He never cares about these things. As long as he can defeat the enemy and become the final winner, he doesn't care about the process in between. The brass knuckles hidden on the gloves and the shark teeth in the blade are all for different types of enemies. The sea stone bullet in the handle is to give the ability user an unexpected blow. Some complex abilities are very difficult to deal with, even with the restraint of domineering, it is not easy to deal with. Compared with domineering, sea stone is much faster to target the ability user. The beasts that occupy the origin of sea stone will not leave sea stone unused. There are only a handful of craftsmen who can create such high-purity sea stone weapons, and they are treated as treasures in Wano country. Your brain should have been pierced. It seems that this tenacious vitality comes from your body. If you burn to ashes, can you still live? The barrier that was defending expanded to both sides around Jin, and relied on its almost invincible characteristics to push Dao Tu and Hua Shaishan out. Then the blue flames completely enveloped the area. Captain Teach. The high temperature made the air almost distorted. Lafitte couldn't get close to the battlefield below, and didn't know what Blackbeard in the flames looked like. I say, isn't it a little too hot here? Ice Age. General Kuzan. The thick ice layer spread to the center of the island, freezing Blackbeard on the ground and Jin, who was about to continue swinging his sword. The flames on the ground were extinguished, leaving only a large amount of water vapor. Ordinary ice couldn't extinguish Jin's flames all at once. In terms of the temperature of the flame, he was already one level ahead of the user of the flame fruit. Although Kuzan froze Jin, it was only for a moment. The next moment, the ice on his body vaporized and Jin regained his freedom. Admiral of the headquarters, Aokiji, the Navy's people are really idle. From Vice Admiral to Admiral candidate, and then to the current Admiral, the speed of the Navy's maneuvering made Jin feel annoyed. Ah, I didn't expect there would be someone like you here. Shouldn't you be with Kaido and be his right-hand man? Without continuing to talk to Aokiji, Jin swung his knife to chop off Blackbeard's head, but Aokiji came to Jin in an instant and stopped Jin. Although he was tall, the gap is huge, but there is a strong sense of oppression. Your navy is really dedicated to the 7 warlords of the sea. If you had found him a few days earlier, it wouldn't matter if you killed him, but your movements are slower than those newspapers, which is troublesome. Not to mention Stoloberry, you should go to the city to calm down with your scorching flames. Stoloberry's body was already lying on the side. The death of a vice admiral of the headquarters was already a major accident. How to deal with it afterwards was a matter for the higher UPS. Kuzan didn't intend to let Jin leave like this. But he was just ice, and couldn't catch up with the pterosaur bathed in fire. With Blackbeard half dead and no one able to limit Jin's ability, he couldn't keep Jin, and in the end he could only watch Jin fly away. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 942, Weird Vitality, Gunpowder Engraver Quinn. Chapter 943, Weird Vitality, Gunpowder Engraver Quinn. Jin is the most realistic coder. He doesn't care about means in battle. When he judges that the situation is not favorable to him, he will not fight. With his current ability, it is not difficult to fight with the general of the headquarters. Before the end of the blue flame mode, Kuzan can't do anything to him. The problem is that it is meaningless. The general is not so easy to kill. Even if it is a real opponent of the same level, it will take several days. Unless you want to die, it is difficult to deal with this monster when it runs. There is also a peach rabbit next to it. Jin can't be distracted when facing Kyuzan. At that time, the peach rabbit is a threat to him. The current battle situation is not favorable to him, so retreat first and wait for the next opportunity. He doesn't want to be rescued after the car overturns, then he will be completely ashamed to see people. His fighting style is unsound, which shows that he doesn't care about face like others, but it doesn't mean he doesn't care about face at all. As a senior cadre of the beasts, Arceus's family, being arrested by the Navy is too embarrassing, and he doesn't want to become the kind of person under Whitebeard. A mere Navy idiot can only watch him, a noble Air Force unit. General Kyuzan, why are you here? I was asked by someone, but it wasn't originally for this. According to the development of the original timeline, he should have reminded the Straw Hats and others because of Robin, but it's different now. He has nothing to do with that group of people, just patrolling the nearby sea. His appearance here is also related to Garp. Although Garp is getting more and more unruly, he is a senior Navy official after all, and he can't hide the internal news from him. Strictly speaking, Dao Tuo is also a general who is familiar with Garp and has a close relationship with him, so she was asked to lead the team. But Garp was still worried that someone would attack Ace during the journey, so he asked Kyuzan to come and take a look. As for himself, he was a Navy and Ace's grandfather. He was asked to escort Ace personally because he was afraid that he would make mistakes. It was unknown how much sea he had left during the war. Based on the limited information, considering the extent of the destruction of Marineford when the Golden Lion attacked Marineford, one can't help but suspect that it was actually caused by Garp. At this stage, if he slipped his hand, no one could say anything to him. The hero's halo brought too many conveniences to Garp, and his own strength was worthy of this halo. The world government was not easy to deal with this rolling meat. Admiral Kyuzan, Vice Admiral Stolobiri. I saw it. Let's collect the bodies first and talk about this when we get back. But what is this black thing? This is Blackbeard who arrested Ace the Fire Fist. He was also the target of the flame disaster. It was my misjudgment. I should take full responsibility for Stolobiri's death. Okay, we are the Navy. This kind of thing is inevitable. Don't blame yourself too much. Let's go back to Marineford first. The higher UPS seem to value this Fire Fist very much. I don't know what they are planning. As he spoke, Kyuzan took a look at the black unknown object on the ground. Although Kyuzan's eyes extinguished the fire of Jin, Blackbeard was burned badly before that. The blood hole on his eye was bleeding, but from the heaving chest, this guy seemed to still be breathing. The old and frail Whitebeard could still hold on for a while after Akainu cut off half of his head. It's not surprising that the alien Blackbeard hasn't died yet. Except for a few unlucky ones, most people have extremely strong vitality, and Poison Q also came to Blackbeard tremblingly. After groping for a while, he pulled out the sea stone spike. After the sea stone left the body, darkness enveloped Blackbeard's body again, and the damage reduction effect of the dark fruit once again acted on this body. Captain Teach, it seems that there is still hope. Is it difficult? It is difficult. More than 80% of the severe burns, the left eye was pierced by a knife, and it seems that there was some force inside. It means that Captain Teach's body is originally an alien, otherwise he would have died long ago. Looking at the seriously injured Blackbeard, Poison Q was not worried, but a little excited, and seemed to be very interested in such a seriously injured person. But that guy's knife is really weird. Is there a bomb on the blade? It's not a bomb. That's the use of armament haki. It's too early to tell you this now. Van Oka is definitely doomed. Let's rescue Captain Teach first, otherwise we should prepare to disband. Hehe, that's an interesting activity. I hope our captain is strong enough, and I hope this dark fruit is as magical as he said, but this eye is useless. Is it destined that the captain will also lose this eye? After Poison Q treated Blackbeard urgently, the Blackbeard pirates returned to the Navy headquarters with Ace and the Navy. The Navy was for follow-up matters, while the Blackbeard pirates were worried that Jin had not left yet and would be killed by Jin if they acted alone. At the same time, in the laboratory of Onigashima, Quinn was conducting a new experiment. The blue wave balls sent by the Dragonites had entered his analysis table, providing him with a good idea. But the final result was a bit problematic. This drug was not suitable for humans. If you want human ability users to use it, you need to update it and make a lot of fine-tuning. At this time, Quinn was using an experimental bacteria to check the results of the new blue wave balls, but he had not been able to cultivate them successfully. And he did not wait idly, he was shaping the gunpowder at this time. The equipment on him was not those ordinary flintlock rifles that could be used by just stuffing some black gunpowder. Those small missiles had extremely high requirements for gunpowder, not only the quality, but also the shape. Due to the small size, in order to ensure sufficient range, the gunpowder fuel must be fully burned. But his missiles seemed to have some problems, always accidentally hurting himself. For the sake of accuracy, he redesigned the small missiles installed in his body. However, this highly sensitive gunpowder is difficult to be formed by machinery in one go, and can only be carved with tools by hand. When carving, every cut must be extremely careful, and no static electricity or sparks can be generated during the whole process, otherwise the gunpowder will burn violently or even explode. Very good, slowly, slowly, just a little bit. Quinn muttered to himself about his progress, and slowly moved the carving knife with his right hand. Master Quinn! Your petri dish succeeded boom. He had previously asked his assistant to inform him immediately of the results of the new blue ball experiment, and his men did as he ordered. However, looking at the dusty Quinn, he felt that he had come at a bad time. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 943, Kaido Testing Drugs. Chapter 944 Kaido Testing Drugs. Ahem, idiot. Who told you to rush in rashly? Wipe off the gunpowder left by the explosion on the measuring glasses. Quinn looked at his younger brother behind him angrily. Something went wrong with the attack system he set up. According to his design, after he used the Brachiosaurus, the remaining body should have become a powerful fixed-point turret. But for some reason, the intensity of the firepower was increased, but the accuracy was a problem. It's not accurate, but the attack can hit the target 100%. It's accurate, but the thing attacks himself 100%, and it has become a tool for self-abuse. After thinking about it, he felt that there must be something wrong with the gunpowder, otherwise how could it hit himself, so he started the work of gunpowder carving. He had been carving for several days, but he didn't expect to be interrupted at the critical moment. If he wasn't thick-skinned, he would have to send him away. According to his previous temper, he would definitely throw this little brother directly to the arena, but he was under the eaves, so Quinn had to make changes. Faced with the iron rule above, he didn't dare to violate it. Give me a good reason, or I'll let you practice with Brother Kaido. Yes, it's you. When did I ask you to come here? You said that as long as the petri dish has a reaction, I'll come to inform you. There is nothing more terrible than practicing with Kaido. If there is, it's Kaido looking for someone to practice with after drinking. During the days when Yamato was traveling, they clearly felt that their captain's temper had become much more irritable. He immediately repeated Quinn's previous instructions. Petri dish? I think I said that, but you kid, why are you holding a trash can? Master Quinn, you may not believe it, the things in the petri dish have not reacted, but the failed product that was dumped yesterday, it survived. A strange situation, things cultured in the laboratory can survive in various strange places, but they can't survive in the petri dish. Because the changes of this waste product are a bit special, he brought it to Quinn for review. I saw a ghost. So, Master Quinn, you see. I'll handle the matter over there myself. Don't let anyone disturb me. You clean up here for me, but be careful of explosions. Quinn left a last warning in a gloomy tone, but he was just threatening this little brother. It's not particularly difficult to find a few people who can fight, but it's really not easy for him to find a few people with brains. With such a large number of beasts and beast fruits, he didn't find a few suitable assistants. This little brother is already a rare talent. He won't be wasted for inexplicable reasons, but it doesn't prevent Quinn from adding psychological pressure on him. Things that have exploded will not explode again. The things he made can still guarantee that there are no duds. After the successful cultivation, Quinn plunged into the laboratory again. It was very simple for him to reverse the production method based on the finished product. He was just making a transformation, which was roughly similar to improving veterinary drugs and making them human drugs. I have to say, this is a genius idea, but it's nothing in front of Master Quinn. Ha ha ha. After several experiments, Quinn successfully produced a finished product and was bragging about it. He admitted that the design concept of the Rambo ball was not wrong, being able to change the fixed form of the animal system in this way is a wild and unrestrained thinking. If Mads had seen this result decades earlier, it would have been quite interested in it. But that's all. Quinn still firmly believes that he will not lose to the other party in this regard. You have failed 17 times in total and blew up the laboratory 6 times. Do you call this a piece of cake? Me, Xiao Ci is right, isn't it? It makes sense. Don't learn from that abominable multi-spined ammonite. Is it difficult to flatter me at this time? The multi-spined ammonite used words to backstab Quinn as always. It couldn't explain why it always did this. It could only be said that it was used to it. As for Shamey affected by the environment, the multi-spined ammonite taught her some bad things. But it only stayed in words, and it had not evolved to the point of greeting him with /. I'm telling the truth, and, is your ball really successful? The size of Chopper's rumble ball is no different from that of Malteser's, but the size of the thing Quinn made is about the same as that of the braised lion's head, and the color is much darker, which doesn't look like a success. What do you know as a snail? Although it doesn't look good, the efficacy must be no problem. Let me think about who to try it. Aren't you an animal type ability user? Ahem, as a researcher, I have to observe its effects. How can I observe it if I eat it myself? And Lord Arceus has transformed my abilities. Who knows if this thing will conflict with Lord Arceus's power? You don't understand academic issues, just listen to your intelligence. This uncle is going to report on his work. Artificial fruit ability users, pure Pokemon ability users, fruit transformed Pokemon ability users, these are not suitable experimental subjects. Quinn plans to find an ordinary ability user to try the effect of the rumble ball he made. But for a while, he really couldn't find such a person. The common ones were artificial fruits, most of the codders had the ability of Pokemon, and the few pure fruit ability users were not there. The world has changed, why is it so hard to find ordinary ones? After searching for a long time, Quinn finally bumped into Kaido. Quinn, what are you doing wandering around? Brother Kaido? I just want to find someone to try the medicine. I cracked the things sent back from Sky Island before, and I want to experiment with the effect, but I can't find a suitable person for a while. Pure ability user? Let me see. Brother Kaido. Do you mean you want to do it yourself? What's wrong? Am I not a pure ability user? Anyway, even if you make some poison, it won't kill me, so it's okay to try it for you. But, I think stop talking nonsense, bring it over. Looking at the black and blue balls made by Quinn, Kaido threw it into his mouth, wanting to try how magical the so-called form transformation is. How is it, Brother Kaido? How do you feel? Kaido insisted on making this attempt, so Quinn could not stop him. He could only ask how he felt afterwards, but before asking, he silently took a few steps back. Feeling a little angry. How should I put it? There is no change in my body, and there is no breakthrough in the change of form, but now I really want to fight. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 944, Miss Drake, can you explain your eyes? Chapter 945 Miss Drake, can you explain your eyes? Brother Kaido, science is a rigorous issue. Please think about it carefully. Are you really not saying this on purpose because you want to fight? Listening to Kaido's words, Quinn's eyes almost popped out. His reverse push of the blue ball really failed. He would not be too upset. After all, this is just the first finished product. Many things are still being explored, and failure is nothing. But failure became and Kaido also ate it, that's not a fun thing. With Kaido's personality, he is likely to play such a trick. No, I am really angry now. Hehe, Brother Kaido, you are exposed. If you are really angry, you will never be able to hold it back now. Quinn seemed to see through everything and didn't believe Kaido's words at all. If Brother Kaido is really angry because of external factors, you should have started to fight. Boom. Gurgle. Quinn swallowed his saliva and looked at the mace that fell at his feet. He suddenly remembered something. Whether Kaido was really angry or pretending to be angry, he seemed to be unable to avoid it. Your cleverness is wrong, Quinn. If I really want to fight you, do I need to find a reason? Kaido's words blocked all possibilities. He was right. As a person who believes that force is everything, Kaido does not need a reason to do things. Because he wants to do it, he does it. This is the basis of his actions. But your thing really hasn't changed in form. Instead, it makes people more angry. Your research seems to have failed. In that case, I'll go back and continue my research. It shouldn't be difficult to change from acting on the body to acting on the mind. He must have made a mistake in some way. Just rearrange the experiment. And he didn't want to be destroyed by Kaido, but when he was about to leave, the 8 fasts had blocked his way. It's already like this, you want to go directly? Waylay Biagwa. It was you, brother Kaido, who insisted on trying it. This is why Quinn didn't want Kaido to try it. He wasn't afraid of poisoning Kaido. Anyway, that physique would definitely be poisonous. Not dying is because they are afraid of Kaido's rage, but some things can't be avoided after all. Kaido even developed new moves because of this. In a sense, he is also a great hero. On the beach of Beiwu, due to the aftermath of a Nagashima, the inland sea of Wano country is no longer calm, and the surging waves have brought the few fishermen back to the shore. Lord Mingwang has started again. After all, it is Lord Mingwang. It is the power of Lord Mingwang that has brought us to this day. These people have slightly younger faces. On the night of the coup in Wano country, most of them knew nothing. Growing up in such an environment, they have no resistance to the beasts. Instead, they think that everything now is brought by the beasts, and they should rule here. Along the inland river, there are ordinary residents along the coast. Occasionally, you can see a few Pokemon following them, and there are also unlucky people who are accidentally injured and pushed into the Pokemon Center for treatment. Nowadays, there is even a specialty for electrocution of the sheep. There are always people who don't believe in it and touch the sheep with their bare hands, causing themselves to be electrocuted. Some old people will even team up to tease newcomers and trick them into pulling wool with their bare hands. Nowadays, if you haven't been electrocuted by the sheep, you are embarrassed to say that you work there. Continue along the inner river and you will reach the Flower City. In the palace, Drake is looking at the newspaper that has just been delivered. Wow, Brother Jin really did something incredible. Flame disaster. Jin Kaido's right-hand man. Vice Admiral Stolobiri died, the Navy mourned for him, the Navy lost face, and a more dangerous era has come. Morgans is so brave that he dares to write such things. He picked up a bottle of rum and drank it all. Even Drake admired Morgan's courage. He really dared to be a headline party and dared to write anything. Although Jin has not returned yet, the news of the battle has already been sent back to Wano country, but there is not much news about Blackbeard and Ace. The world government is still preparing some things for this and has not announced it immediately. Looking at the big events one after another in the newspaper, Drake was also a little surprised. It seems that a lot of things have happened on the sea during the period after her return. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Kikunoha walked in with a flower healing ring floating on his head. Ms. Drake, I have told you to drink less alcohol recently. The doctor said that the petal water of the flower healing ring can promote wound healing. Your eyes are still. Looking at Drake, Kikunoha suddenly found something wrong. Ms. Drake, if I remember correctly, your right eye is injured, right? Can you please tell me why your eye patch is on your left eye? Since returning to Wano country, Drake has occupied a lot of Kikunoha's time on the grounds of injury. He also thought that Drake's eye problems were caused by him, so he basically obeyed Drake's requests, but now, he found that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Her right eye looked intact. Hey! Touching his eye patch, Drake found the problem. Her eyes were healed not long after returning to Wano country. Except for the pain for a few days, nothing was affected, but this did not prevent her from taking advantage of the injury to plan her own private affairs. For example, she wore an eye patch to pretend that she really had a problem, but when she was reading the newspaper before, Kikunoha was not there, so she took it off because she felt uncomfortable because the eye patch was in the way. The content of the news gave her a great shock, so when Kikunoha came in, she grabbed the eye patch and put it on the wrong way, even though she had no scars. Well, actually this eye is just an artificial eye, specially made by Brother Quinn, and my eyes can see through things, so wearing an eye patch does not affect my vision. I see, do I look like a fool? What kind of artificial eye can be so flexible? You also know our technology well, actually it was cured a few days ago, and now it is no different from the original. That's great. Hey! If your eyes are fine, that's better than anything else. Kikunoha didn't care about Drake's pretending to be sick. Compared to this, her body was really fine, which made Kikunoha happy. You are surprisingly naive, but it's okay. I'm going to have a party after holding it in for several days. Do you want to join me? Ms. Drake, can't you save some money? No, people may die at sea at any time. Instead of saving money, it's better to enjoy life. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, Chapter 945, Odin has to come and kowtow if he's still alive, Moria's hidden switch. Chapter 946, Odin has to come and kowtow if he's still alive, Moria's hidden switch. Drake has figured out Kikunoho's personality. He is kind-hearted, and too kind. He thinks about others most of the time. As long as he can eliminate Odin's toxins, there will be no big problem. But his reaction after he found out that he pretended to be blind was so bland that Drake felt a little guilty and thought it was not good. However, this kind of guilt was short-lived, and Drake soon forgot about it and dragged Kikunoho to the party. "Ms. Drake, you are not doing this to live well. It's not that much. Although I really want to see the ideal world of Lord Arceus and Miss Yamato, no one can guarantee that we can really reach that day. If I really die on the way, I don't want to leave any regrets, but if I die, those people will never forget me. After all, if that happens, no one will pay them back. Let's go, let's go, let's go to the party." Drake dragged Kikunoho out, which was also part of his attitude change. The previous Drake could not do this. All this was seen by Denjiro in the palace. Although he has always supported Kikunoho to sell his body, he feels that it seems to have gone too far in this period of time, especially after that time, Kikunoho's attitude has changed dramatically. Shortly after Kikunoho left, Kawamatsu also returned here. "Is there anything wrong with me? White hair Kawamatsu, did you go to play with them again?" Kikunoho's daily life is to be harassed by Drake, while Kawamatsu's daily life is to exchange some Kappa experience with Rakuten Kappa. Sometimes Miyana and Wolf are also very interested in him as a Kappa, and they become familiar with each other. After Hiri Kojiki grew up and his state of mind changed greatly, he didn't rely on them as much as before, which made Kawamatsu want to find some sense of existence, so when he was not assigned a task, he would play the role of a playmate. "Yes, the way they look at me is normal. There are a large number of fishmen and furs in the current 100 beasts, so they don't have the special eyes of the native residents of Wano country for aliens like Kawamatsu. Especially the upper echelons of the 100 beasts have fishmen and furs, and their acceptance of these two races is stronger than the native residents of Wano country." There, Kawamatsu feels relaxed. "Kawamatsu, you've fallen too fallen. Don't forget those days. Although I don't want to admit it, but Denjiro, you were very smart before, you should understand what the current situation of Wano country is like. If Lord Odin is still alive, he would probably smile and give Wano country to Kaido, and then take us out to sea." Kawamatsu is right, Denjiro knows what the current situation of Wano country is like. Except that the country has not been completely opened, everything is countless times stronger than 18 years ago. The current generation of young people in Wano country, whoever asks them to return to their past lives, they will probably fight to the death. Originally, there were some diehards, but those people actually carried out an action to assassinate Kojiki Hiri, which was something Denjiro could not understand, and this behavior eventually led to Kojiki Hiri's blackening. It's difficult. Yet, if we really want to blame someone, Orokai is the culprit. Drake, who ended his career of pretending to be sick, held his banquet again. Jin was still on his way back, and the world government was still discussing the problem. In the Triangle of Terror, Luffy and his crew also encountered the strongest enemy so far. They were trapped in Sky Island and delayed for a long time. After leaving, they participated in an adventure event held by pirates and obtained a treasure. When they arrived at the Seven Waters, they ran into Frankie, who was planning to build a ship to find Tom. It has always been Frankie's dream to build a dream ship, but he had no money, which made him unable to buy good materials. At this time, he met the Straw Hat Pirates who had money but could not repair the Mary. After being moved by their feelings for the ship, he cooperated to build the current Sunshine. His goal was to find Tom. As for the other members of Frankie's family, with the help of the business card given by Tom, they started their new jobs in a dismantling factory under the command of the Beast Fruit. Because their shadows were taken away, they had to fight with Moria. Due to the appearance of Von Clay, they even successfully completed the Pirate No. 6 combination Giant Great Emperor, but it was useless. In the East China Sea, they saw the power of the world. After being wiped out by the Batman, the Straw Hat group began to think about life. They also trained new moves, but they were a little unskilled. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they did not achieve much results against Moria. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Moria was also a ruthless person back then, but it was a pity that he met a more ruthless one. Years of fat house life have ruined his physical skills, and his closed heart has lost his original domineering. Moria has been gradually at a disadvantage, but because of Luffy's words, he fell into a furious posture. Defeat Kaido? How dare you say such a thing? What right do you have to do such a thing? How dare you, weaklings, have such courage? Moria walked out of the zombies made by Ounce, holding a pair of large scissors, and he entered a state of near madness because of a name. The word Kaido is almost his nightmare for life. His partners, his dreams, and everything he has were destroyed in that battle. After that, he hid in this fog and began to plan his zombie army. Looking at this group of weaklings swearing to defeat the monster, Moria felt that his heart was hit hard. This was simply telling him in person that he was a waste. 80 million Baileys, a pirate with only 80 million Baileys, why do you think you can challenge Kaido? Luffy's record is far less brilliant than in the past. It is very rare to be able to mention this price. Although he has strength now, he is not a supernova at all. By the way, the bounty of Hero is 10,000 Baileys. Since the emergence of Arceus, a special existence, the Navy has begun to increase the bounty on some non-human creatures, and Hero has also avoided the fate of being worth less than a newspaper. The two words Kaido seemed to turn on the hidden switch in Moria's body, causing him to burst out with combat power far beyond his usual level. What on earth is this guy? What happened? Luffy didn't understand what made Moria so powerful. I remember that he once challenged Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, but because of his failure, all his companions were killed. Lola seemed to remember some information and answered the doubts of everyone present, but it didn't have any practical significance. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 946, The Power of Relationships. Chapter 947, The Power of Relationships. Today, the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates are more closely connected. When Charlotte Linlin is free on weekdays, she also mentioned the past to her children. Also known as the Emperor of the Sea, there are some topics that cannot be avoided, so Lola occasionally heard Charlotte Linlin talk about those things. The 7 warlords of the sea are also well-known pirates on the sea. Even if some of them are now decadent, they have had their own glory. At that time, Charlotte Linlin talked about some things in the past of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye, who aimed at the Navy and was called the Navy Hunter, and the Pirate Queen who became famous in one battle, these are the ones with better names among the 7 warlords of the sea, and some people proved their strength indirectly through defeat. For example, Moria, who lost to Kaido, although all his companions were killed, he himself was still alive. This is an extremely rare case among the pirates who invaded Kaido's base camp. But when mentioning this matter, Lola remembered that Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth a little, because many pastry chefs could not resist the temptation of Frosty Milk Fairy and actually ran from her territory to Kaido. Kill all the companions. I don't know the specifics. Anyway, he once fought with Kaido and became a 7 warlords of the sea because of this. Kaido may be his pain. Lola hid behind a pillar and told Luffy what she knew. Is Kaido such a violent person? His subordinates seem quite kind. During the time on Sky Island, the Batman didn't make things difficult for them. After all, the rhinoceros beetle also had face, and the Batman thought that these guys might be colleagues in the future. Apart from asking for work, he didn't do anything else. Kind? That's the 4 emperors of the New World, the most violent pirate in the world. How can you think that guy is kind? The current 4 emperors can be divided into 2 categories. The 3 men are okay with the people in the territory, but to the outside world, whether it is Whitebeard or Red Hair, they are left with a fierce reputation. As for Charlotte Linlin, she mainly looks at her mental state. When her mental state is abnormal, she is a greater threat to the territory. Even her own son can't stop her. For Luffy's judgment, Lola didn't even know where to condemn him. Kaido? I haven't heard of this person, but I have heard of the name Charlotte Linlin. It seems that she is a little girl with great destructive power. A skeleton was also thinking about this sentence, but his logic was more special. This skeleton is Brook, who was also trapped in the horror bark because his shadow was taken away. He is a swordsman and musician of the Rumba Pirates. When the Rumba Pirates sailed to the Devil's Triangle, they encountered a huge change and were wiped out. Only Brook survived because of the Yomi fruit. But when his soul walked out of Yomi and was about to return to his body, he got lost in the thick fog of the Devil's Triangle for a year. When he found his body, it had turned into a skeleton. Compared with others, Brook is old enough and has enough experience. To him, Roger is a newcomer, and Charlotte Linlin has not made a big name. As for Kaido, Kaido was still a soldier of the king at that time and had never been to sea. Boom! A huge rock hit, interrupting this inappropriate conversation. Enough of the small talk. You don't know anything at all. You lose because you are alive. Shadow gathering place, Shadow King. The shadows on the island gathered into Moria's body under Moria's call, and Moria's body continued to expand, gradually turning into an exaggerated giant. You may be strong, but in order to protect my companions, I have sworn that I will not be defeated again. This was the oath he made when he left Sky Island in order to protect his companions, but it was extremely difficult to fulfill this oath. You are inexperienced if you can say such things. You who have not experienced the cruelty of the new world do not understand the horror of this world at all. It's ridiculous. This is the only thought in Moria's mind. Looking at this energetic newcomer, Moria's anger began to swell. He didn't know why, but looking at this hopeful face, he seemed to have lost something. The furious Moria launched a fierce attack on Luffy and his crew. Compared to Moria back then, Moria now has lost his sharpest claws, but the shadow fruit and the giant body still make Luffy and his crew miserable. Although they are still getting stronger, they lack the death fight compared to the original timeline. Zoro and Sanji fought with crocodiles' cotters in Alabasta, but Luffy did not. Batman replaced Enelu, and also let Luffy know what is difficult, but he lost the life and death fight with CP9. Even if he also developed the second and third gears, he was a little worse than the original timeline. Moria was triggered by the hidden switch of the word Kaido, and he burst out with higher combat power in rage. Physical strength was constantly consumed, and Luffy gradually approached the limit in the collision again and again. It seems that your oath is about to be broken. Moria's condition was not very good. If he were more than 20 years ago, he would never lose to these people in front of him, but now, maintaining this Shadow Emperor is a great consumption for him, and his willpower is always being tortured. Luffy is fine, but their companions have a hard time resisting Moria's indiscriminate attacks in anger. Experience the pain of loss. Seizing the opportunity, when Moria was about to attack other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, something strange happened, and the entire island was suddenly covered by an unknown attack. Looking from above, a bear paw-shaped mark suddenly appeared on the island. Whether it was Moria, Luffy, or the people next to him, they all lost consciousness in this attack. At the moment when Moria lost consciousness, countless shadows began to return to their bodies, and his body shape began to return to normal, and then he was taken to another place in a nearly teleporting posture. Bartholomew Big Bear. What do you mean? Moria woke up quickly, and after waking up, he didn't feel hurt at all. Looking at the people in front of him, he also understood what happened just now. Even if you kill those people, you won't win. You will still lose. It's meaningless. Your body can't bear his next attack. A huge red bubble bear paw floated in the sky. It was the pain that Moria had suffered. After the bear divided a part of it and sent it back into Moria's body, he understood what the bear meant. What on earth do you want to do here? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 947, Moria's Request, Mysterious Black Shadow. Chapter 948, Moria's Request, Mysterious Black Shadow. The Straw Hats in the original timeline defeated Crocodile first, invaded Judicial Island, and survived the Demon Slayer Order, which attracted great attention from the world government. From the moment he entered Moria's territory, the bear had his own mission. If Moria loses, everyone must be wiped out together. The 7 warlords of the sea cannot be defeated by the same person continuously. In that case, the status of the 7 warlords of the sea and the face of the world government will be completely lost. But now it is different. The Straw Hat Pirates are just an ordinary pirate group. They would not have attracted too much attention from the world government. Kuma came here not to wipe out Moria, but to convey some special orders on behalf of the world government. After the arrest of Fire Fist Ace, they finally made the decision to execute him. The reason given to the outside world was that Roger's sinful bloodline needed to be ended, but in fact, their real purpose was to question the new world structure. Red Hair secretly contacted Whitebeard and Kaido. I don't know what they are doing. Facing the ever-expanding new world, they need to curb this trend. With Ace as the target, ending Whitebeard and improving the reputation of the Navy, this is their plan. To this end, the Navy is secretly drawing troops from all over the world and summoning the 7 warlords of the sea. But not all the 7 warlords of the sea are obedient. Due to his own particularity, Kuma obeys the orders of the world government. His order is to convey this order to Mariah and take him over. What does my fight have to do with you? What does killing them have to do with you? Whether I come or not, I will lose to the Straw Hat Boy in the end. The ending is the same. It's different. That naive boy, how can that naive guy still have his own companions? The pain of loss is what he should experience. Moria didn't finish his words, but Bear's palm was already placed in front of his forehead. The meaning is self-evident. I'm here to convey the order of the world government to you, about their future battle plan. Is the target Whitebeard? And about the things outside, let the news of your defeat spread. If I don't come, things will continue in this direction, and you'd better keep your mouth shut about what I do. Bear, you guy. I don't have much time left, you should have heard something. The decision is up to you, but you have to understand that you are not my opponent. Bear's tone did not fluctuate at all, like a ruthless robot. According to the agreement made by Kuma, there is not much time left before he is transformed into a pacifist without consciousness. That is equivalent to a special death for him. He does not mind doing something in this last time. Who makes Luffy the son of dragon? If it were not for this, Kuma would not interfere with these people at all. He would stop Moria from hurting Luffy's partners because of this. There is a record pointer on the ship. You can go where you should go. I still have to deal with some things related to the Straw Hat. Wait. I promise you, but there are still my partners on the ship. I don't know what happened to Hogback, but Absalom must be alive. Bring them out, and I will agree to your request. Otherwise don't forget, I am also a Shishibukai. Okay, I agree to your request. Deal, I won't tell you anything you do. It is normal for the Shishibukai to have their own ulterior motives. Moria is not interested in what Kuma is going to do. As long as he can do what he asks, he doesn't care about other things. After calming down, he also knew that what the bear said was right. That blow was his last blow, and he would most likely fail after that. After the bear left, Moria stared blankly at his hands. His former partners reappeared in his memories like a revolving lantern, and Luffy's innocent smile kept reappearing in his mind. Protect your partner's head, Straw Hat Boy, you will know the pain of the new world. After leaving here, Kuma conducted his own assessment of the Straw Hat Pirates. He thought that although these people were strange, they were all qualified partners, so he left here with peace of mind. In a sense, Kuma, as a cotter, helped Luffy like his own father. And Luffy and his friends ended the battle inexplicably. Except for Hiro and Zoro, no one knew what happened on the island, but they did not tell anyone about it. Speaking of which, what happened? Why did everyone suddenly faint? I don't know, I vaguely seemed to see a black shadow. Nami and Usopp were discussing what happened in the end, while Luffy was staring at the life card in his hand at the bow. When leaving the Triangle of Terror, Lola gave him a new life card and said that the life card was a card that could feed back the vitality of the owner. If the card started to burn, it meant that the owner was in a bad condition. But now he still didn't know what caused this. He. Ah, I'm fine, he, I believe Ace, he should be fine. Okay, let's not think about it for now. Ace doesn't want me to worry about him because of this kind of thing. Putting his thoughts back on the ship, Luffy looked at his new partner Brook, who was also analyzing the so-called mysterious black shadow. Yo-ho-ho, it's really an interesting guess, but speaking of it, I have also seen a strange black shadow in the past 2 years, it may be the messenger from the underworld. The messenger of the underworld. Yeah, I was scared at the time. The black shadow suddenly appeared beside me and asked me where the underworld was, but unfortunately, I didn't know where that thing was. He didn't believe it at the time, so I had a nightmare before leaving. Brook has a great talent for telling ghost stories, at least he scared Nami and Chopper enough. Huang, is there really a messenger in Huangchuan? I don't know, but it's definitely not that guy. Brook, is the black shadow you mentioned a guy with white hair and only one eye? That's right, and he has no legs. Have you seen him? I've seen him before. That guy seems to have been looking for Huangchuan. He even asked me for directions at that time. I guess he got lost. If I knew where that place is, I really want to go and see it. The terrifying atmosphere created by Brook disappeared immediately. A person who asked Zoro for directions. Chopper and Nami looked at each other. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably never meet such a person in this life. The Straw Hat Pirates continued their voyage. Kuma and Mariah had left here and were heading towards Marijoa. Meanwhile, on 9 Snake Island, Boa Hancock had just rejected the call-up order on the phone. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 948, Phantom Disaster took off her invisibility curtain. Chapter 949 Phantom Disaster took off her invisibility curtain. Boa Hancock. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know, but I am not interested in your affairs. Whether it is Whitebeard or anyone else, I don't want to get involved. You'd better think it over. It's my lunch break. I'll consider it when I feel better. Click. Hancock hung up the phone, not caring about the people on the world government side at all. Hancock. You are like this. Okay, mother-in-law, I don't want to talk about this topic. Since I am so beautiful, you can study this kind of thing yourself, okay? Okay. In addition to petrification, the ability of the sweet fruit with the characteristic of beauty is also very powerful. Even Girliosa could not avoid the influence of this ability. When she reacted, Hancock had already run away. Alas, Girliosa was also helpless. Hancock was strong enough to protect the safety of the 9 snakes, but her personality made people wonder what to do. She used this method because she was in a good mood. If she was in a bad mood, she might just kick her feet. But complaining is complaining, she really has to think about what to do next. Now the world government is not ready, so no specific information has been published in the newspaper. Even summoning the 7 warlords of the sea is only the first time. They know very well that these people with ulterior motives cannot be recruited all at once. This test is to see what their attitude is, so as to arrange the next plan. Even in the phone call just now, the world government did not make it clear what it was going to do, but just asked Hancock to follow the orders and prepare for the next action. Among the current Shishibukai, only Kuma knows the action in the most detail. Because of his speciality, Kuma now has a level of trust that other Shishibukai do not have. Hancock is not interested in what the world government wants to do. She has no good impression of the world government itself. Compared with the so-called summons of the world government, she is more concerned about the things in front of her. Sister Olga, long time no see, come and try the specialties of the 9 snakes. These are all sea beasts caught in the calm belt. There are no fruits at all. If the person who called before saw Hancock's reaction at this time, he would definitely be shocked. There was no coldness in Hancock's tone, but only countless tenderness. She was in a hurry to hang up the phone because Olga came to the 9 snakes for vacation again. She was patient enough to say a few words before hanging up the phone because she was in a better mood. In fact, it's okay to have some fruit occasionally. I think grilled pineapple is quite delicious recently. The problem of feeling sick at the sight of fruit is now almost cured, but Olga is used to processing it before eating it directly, and grilled pineapple is an example. Although grilling fruit sounds outrageous, the taste of grilled pineapple is still good. The high temperature will destroy its structure, so that the pineapple will not prick the mouth, and at the same time it can further stimulate its sweetness. Didn't you hear it? What are you still standing there for? Go and prepare the grilled pineapple. Please wait for Sister Olga, it will be ready soon, very quickly. Hancock demonstrated what Sichuan opera face changing is, and instructed the cook outside the door. In fact, she wanted to cook by herself, but she had proved in her past experiments that she did not have that talent. The food she made was not poisonous, but it was a bit difficult to swallow. In order not to embarrass this person, she gave up the idea. I just said it casually. What's the matter with the call from the world government just now? They seem to be planning a war and are going to recruit the 7 warlords to participate in the war. War? It's over, Captain Kaido has to get excited again. Leaning on the cushion behind her, Olga seemed to think of her busy future. I haven't responded to the mobilization order yet. Do I need to reply to them and then get information? They didn't say the target is the beasts. Don't worry, it will be abnormal. Just wait and see. They can't tell you after the war starts. It doesn't matter who it's against. Captain Kaido is a warmongerer. No matter who the war is against, if the scale is large enough, he will definitely join in the fun. I just don't know how many people he will bring this time. Anyway, Uncle Quinn will definitely be in trouble. Kaido has done this before. For example, when he was wandering around and saw pirates fighting, ordinary people would stay away from them to avoid trouble, and some people would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, hoping to reap the benefits, but Kaido is different. As long as these people are strong enough, he will attack them indiscriminately, turning the battle into a melee to satisfy his own preferences. There are only a few people who are worth the world government going to war with, and Kaido will never miss such an opportunity. By the way, give me your rotom. I almost forgot about the main thing. It's time to update your system. Update the system. Although puzzled, Hancock still handed over the rotom phone. Hers is just an ordinary foreign trade version, lacking some of the internal software of the beast. The rotom of internal personnel is different from that of the outside world. Some special software can only be updated on a Nagashima, or transmitted through the upgraded rotom. Olga helped Hancock update the internal version of Fat Express. Okay, that's fine. From now on, whatever you buy can be delivered in one day, and we can also help you send newspapers and intelligence in, so that it will be much more convenient for you to collect information from the outside world. The newsbird will not enter the doldrums, so there is a certain delay in the update of Nine Snakes news. Recently, Tesoro is still cooperating with Morgans and plans to create an electronic daily report, which will be more convenient in the future. See if there is anything else you need, I will help you deal with it. It's a rare trip. Olga wanted to finish all the things at once, but she waited for a long time without getting a reply. When she raised her head again, she saw a pair of eyes with red hearts. I said, did you misunderstand me? Don't think about those messy things. A hand knife brought Hancock back to his senses, and Olga brought the topic back on track, such as recording the geographical location of the Nine Snakes to give the Drago Knights a permanent pointer to the Nine Snakes. On the other side, after a period of flight, Jin returned to Wano country again, but his mood was a little complicated. Cheers to brother Jin. Cheers. Although he didn't kill the other party, Jin also made Blackbeard experience several times of burning in the fire, and that eye was also scrapped. If Blackbeard's eyes can be restored like this, Jin will go to discuss with Marco who is the real Phoenix. As for why he was in a complicated mood, it was because Drake and others were having a banquet around his new bounty order, seemingly celebrating his bounty breakthrough. This was not a problem, but when he saw Drake drunk and toasting his bounty order, he couldn't help it. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 949, Weird Painting Style, The Gathering of the Seven Warlords. Chapter 950 Weird Painting Style, The Gathering of the Seven Warlords. Francis Drake. What are you doing? Why is there another bonfire? Are there more people? Don't you understand the rule of guests not bringing guests? You pay for that table yourself. When a person starts to call his subordinates by their full names in an informal setting, it means that his attitude has changed to a certain extent. Clenched. Looking at the bounty placed on the empty space, Jin's fist has been. With the development of the times, the effectiveness of the bounty is not as good as before. The bounty issued to curb illegal activities has become the capital of the pirates to show off. It is not uncommon to enlarge the bounty and hang the bounty of idols on the wall. Some people even make wax figures of some famous pirates for collection. Looking at the photo on the bounty, Jin has to admire the photographer, because the background flame on his new bounty is blue. That was his first time using the blue flame mode outside. Judging from the action, it should be when he poked Blackbeard's eye socket and was caught by someone. He had to admire the Navy's shipboard photographers for this. The level of these photographers is probably not much worse than those senior CP agents. But the bounty photo good looking doesn't mean he can get used to others putting him on the table, which makes Jin feel very conspicuous. If he has to comfort himself, he can only be thankful that Drake didn't pour the wine on the ground, otherwise it would be even more outrageous. Facing the sudden questioning, Drake didn't grasp the point. It was night time, and she was holding her own banquet as usual. Jin's habit of wearing black clothes allows him to blend into the background well, and there is always a fire burning behind his head. When he drinks too much, it is easy to cause misunderstandings. Drake cares more about who called people. She likes to treat people and spend money as a personal hobby and lifestyle, but this does not mean that she likes to be a sucker. Her generosity is only for the people she invites. The pirate group of the Sea Emperor is a scale of 10,000 people. Even the main team stationed in Wano country has thousands of people. No one can guarantee that they can get along with thousands of people. There will always be some people who are not pleasing to the eye, even if she is a cotter. Ms. Drake, that's not a bonfire, it's Yin, Mr. Yin. Kikuna shook, who was pulled over, froze for a moment, and finally picked out a fairly appropriate word. Yin? Impossible, Brother Yin might come back at any time, how could it be so soon, what are you all standing there for? Keep drinking. The surroundings became silent, and Yin's appearance made them feel uneasy. They were not Drake, and they dared to be so presumptuous in front of Yin, although this was due to Drake's drinking. But if it were them, even if they were drunk, Yin would probably hit them with their fists. How much did she drink? One day. A new quantifier appeared here. Because the banquet lasted too long, it was transformed from an ordinary banquet in the daytime to a bonfire party in the evening. In the end, only time could be used to estimate how much she drank. Hey! With a sigh, Yin gave Drake a head tap with a finger snap, which was a special physical sobering method. Alcohol can make people drunk because it contains ethanol, which can make the human body enter a state of excitement. But at Drake's level, his body is already different from that of ordinary people. Like Kaido, if he doesn't want to get drunk, he won't get drunk even if he drinks for a whole day. But in order to experience the feeling of being drunk, they will control their bodies and not resist. As long as there is a special situation, their body functions will skip the control of thinking and sober up directly. External force attack is the best special situation. But no one can be generalized. Even if Jin only used a finger flick, he still flipped Drake over directly. Are you awake now? It hurts, Brother Jin, what are you doing? I'm celebrating for you. This is 2 billion. How many pirates on the sea have bounties over 2 billion? Why don't you burn some incense for me? Drake glanced at the now dim banquet venue. Under the light of the fire, the photo in front of Jin seemed a little unlucky. Oh, don't mind it, Brother Jin. At most, you can put my photo up next time. I don't mind at all. Let's have a drink. It's not that Jin can't eat in front of outsiders. His mask has an opening. As long as his head is transformed into a pterosaur, he can eat through the extended mouth, but Jin is not interested in this at the moment. We encountered a little accident this time, and the guy ran away. When I meet him again, I will bring his head back. That guy escaped from Brother Jin. There are too many people in the navy. The guy's vitality is extremely tenacious, too tenacious to be human, but he won't have this opportunity next time. I don't believe that in that situation, there are other people who can cure his eye. I collected some interest for you. His eye must be scrapped. In a sense, Jin also set up his own flag, but for people with sufficient strength, accidents cannot exist forever, unless the person on the other side is called buggy. Jin was not wrong. At this time, Blackbeard, like Drake before, had put on an eye patch. Unlike Drake's deception, there was a hole under Blackbeard's right eye. In order to prevent infection in other areas, Poison Q had removed Blackbeard's right eye. After returning with the Navy, this group of people temporarily stayed in Marijoa. The reason to the outside world was to respond to the arrangement of the world government, but in fact, Blackbeard was secretly planning the next plan. Captain Teach, your body is really an anomaly. It recovered so quickly. Ha ha ha, as long as you are not dead, there are still infinite possibilities and the dream can continue. It's a pity that Van Oka died, so we have to recruit one more person. Lafitte, you are sure, right? Of course, I have no problem in this regard. Blackbeard did not give up because of losing an eye. Instead, he thought it was a blessing from God. After losing a crew member, he even made more detailed arrangements for the future. In the meeting room of the world government, the world government's general staff was also discussing the topic of the 7 warlords of the sea. Blackbeard is in Marijoa. He has just joined the 7 warlords of the sea and is very cooperative. Bartholomew Kuma has already taken Gecko Mariah to his position. Hawkeye agreed to join the war, but there has been no movement. The Pirate Queen and Sea Knight Jinbe refused. Doflamingo's attitude is ambiguous. Now less than half of the 7 warlords of the sea are in place. There are also people in the Navy who oppose this war. We are the world government. The Navy should not give opinions, but execute orders. Sengoku is a little confused about his position. Maybe after this war, it's time to change a new marshal? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, Chapter 950, World Government Arrangement, Navy Preparation.